streaming?
All right. I think we are live. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the slight delay there. Just dealing with some technical difficulties back of house. Christoph, oh my lord, you are actually here. Christoph was in the social chat until what was, I think, 4 or 5 a.m. in the Netherlands last night. So yeah, really good turnout for our post-conference social chat on Zoom, hosted by Jamin. I don't know if Jamin is in the audience yet, but thank you, Jamin. I kind of lurked there for the first 45 minutes, hour or so, because I thought people had heard enough of my voice up until that point. And then I went off to get some supper and, you know, just unwind a little bit. And I came back, I don't know, 9 p.m. for me, something like that. And Jamin and Christoph and Grayson Richardson and a few other people, I can't remember who all was there, just kept it going until what was, I think, close to 5 a.m. for Christoph. So pretty amazed to see Christoph in the YouTube chat already. So today we have some awesome presentations, continuing the awesome presentations from yesterday. We're going to have a little bit of a theme speckled throughout the day on creating fantastical scripts or new orthographies, new writing systems. And that's something I'm personally excited for because it's something I love doing, but also find it kind of stressful. It's more the physical art side than the language art side. So something I'm less comfortable with and excited to hear all the different takes on that. But as we get started, we're going to jump into the relay presentation. So we've got a number of presenters on the Zoom chat here. And shout out to Daniel Newell, who's also on the Zoom chat. I'm not sure if he's going to be joining us live. This was Daniel's first relay. He contacted me months ago and said, hey, how can I help out with the digital language conference, language creation conference? And I said, hey, we need someone to organize the relay. Can you find a volunteer who wants to do that? And he said, I'll do it. Like, wow. So first relay ever, and he was the relay master, and everything came together, which is just awesome. Daniel has sent me the slides, so I'm going to share the screen with the slides for the 2 rings, and then I'll invite each of the presenters to come on and give each presenter 2 to 3 minutes roughly. They can talk about their language, they can talk about the torch as they received it, they can talk about difficulties or incredible humorous things that happened to happen while translating, whatever they want. And we're just going to go straight through the 2 rings with anyone who's here, or if a presenter wasn't able to join us at this particular time zone, time frame, then I'll put it up and I'll quickly read it. So I think that's it. We've got 2 relays to go. Daniel, I know you're on the Zoom call. Is there anything you want to add to that?
Not right now, no. Thank you.
Okay. So if I pull up my relay 1, I am going to share my screen. All right, so Con Relay 1, this was the one I was in, and I've not read any of this, so the original text that Daniel provided for us, forget this, I want to be something, go somewhere, do something. I want things to change. I want to invent time and space, and I know it's possible because everything is here, and it probably already happened. I just don't know when to start. And that's exactly where it started. Whoa, I paused it. I think there's a universe now. What's it made of? Quarks and stuff. Ah, that's a thing in a place. Don't like it? Try a new place at a different time. Try to stick together because the world is going to get bigger and emptier. And it's not empty yet. It's still very full and about a kajillion degrees.
Joey, can I add on kind of this text?
Yes.
Okay, so this text is based off of I would call it a song, but it's not really. It's a YouTube video called "History of the Entire World." I guess by Bill Ward. It's about 4 years old now. And I chose this one because the way that uses language. I wanted to see how it translated. Like for example, Jill is not something that could easily translated. So yeah, that's why I picked this text.
So since you're on, do you want to talk about the original translation into Interlingua?
Yes. So. Oh, there's an echo.
Hopefully everyone on the Zoom call is muted.
Testing. Yeah,
sounds good to me.
I hear an echo
now. Sounds good on my end. If you just want to try and ignore it and go through.
Okay, so with this, I picked Interlingua because my IEL is not fully ready yet. And Interlingua is one of the languages that I study briefly to make IEL. So for example, IEL doesn't have a word for quark. So I had to create a loan word for it from English. And for example, kajillion, I had to just translate trillion because it was the biggest number I could find in Interlingua. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
Sounds good. All right. So, Kenan, am I pronouncing that correctly now?
That's correct.
Excellent. You're up if you want to put yourself on camera and go ahead and present your level.
All right. Yes, so I received the Interlingua text, and that was super helpful just because of the romance nature of it. There were definitely plenty of words that I didn't even need to look up at all in the dictionary. I double checked some of them to confirm it, but it was mostly clear.
Can you pause a second? We need to fix a technical issue with echo. Sorry, people on the stream. We'll be right back.
Sorry, I'm muted everywhere. All of my extra screens and YouTubes are muted, so it shouldn't be me.
Yeah, I'm on headphones.
Can I say something again, please?
Hello. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that has echo. We'll be right back when we debug this.
I don't have an echo on my end for whatever reason. Looks like everyone is muted here. No, I don't have any audio through my device. Does that fix the echo for everyone?
Hello? Hello?
I'm hearing no
Any
echo.
echo here? I don't hear any echo anymore.
Yeah, sounds good now.
Oh, Jan is still getting.
Oh.
Okay, let me reshare the screen. This could be interesting, but go ahead, Kenan. Kenan.
Yes. So when I was translating it out, I gave Jan, who's the next person, quite a few difficult points. One is Zevi as a language pro-drop, so I can mark that in the translation with the square brackets, which are just registered, but which idiomatically rendered. I saw quarks and
Kenan, maybe if you you turn your receiving volume down while you present, that it might be from your system. That might be a feedback loop.
Let me check that then. Okay, volume. Hello. Okay, are people still hearing an echo now? I just turned. Can actually hear you. Turned my sound all the way down though. But I see in the chat that it's still echoing. Okay.
I have an idea. Any echo now?
Hello. Did people hear an echo?
Joey, you were never echoing, only everyone else.
Yes, but I think I fixed it with the screen share thing.
Kenan, say something?
Hello, this is Kenan. Do you hear my voice echoing?
Yay, that was clean. Okay, let's start the whole thing over again. So from the top, so that we don't leave out Daniel.
Okay.
But it looks like we're good to go now.
This could be interesting because I do have to share some sound at some point with these, but we'll figure it out. Okay, so Daniel, do you want to quickly represent this?
I'm sure. So,
Joey, you're sharing your screen, not the slides.
That would be interesting, wouldn't it? There we go.
Okay, thank you. So just going over it, translating brought a lot of issues into not finding the exact word. For example, for time and space, I couldn't find a word for time in the same way it was used in the original text. So I had to use the term epoch. And it was basically small things like that that just made this go further and further away. Like, for example, quarks is not a word in interlingua, so I had to just interlinguify the English word. And then for cajillion, I had to change it to trillion. So yeah, I just had to make a bunch of small little changes, which I really hope didn't change anything. But as you guys are going to see shortly, it changes a lot. Thank you.
Kenan, you're up again.
Yeah. So going over what I was saying, one of the benefits of coming from Interlingua was that as a L2 French speaker, a lot of the lexical, just the dictionary words coming from the Romance category were really easy to recognize. So that was super helpful. And so as I translated it into Zevi, I gave Jan, I think, a much tougher time than I had coming from Interlingua in this sort of Romance world. A few things to call out. One thing, Zevi is a very pro-drop language, so as you can see, a lot of things which are marked in the square brackets are things which are not actually rendered in the original idiomatic text. They're inferred from the context of things which came before it. The second thing I think that was, there were a few words, sort of as Daniel alluded to, like for pause in the original text, when I looked it up, It had both pause and break as possible translations. I kind of decided which way to choose between them. So introduced a sort of switch in the meaning there. And then for quarks, I did already have a word for atom. I did not have a word for quark. I kind of considered whether or not to derive a specific one, and then decided that at least for the stage in my head that Zevi is at, it would sort of make more sense to just generalize it as some subpiece of an atom. And I think the other thing, which I'm really interesting to see how it kind of got translated, is the conjunctions are really weird in Zevi in terms of how they work. So a lot of these places where and is coming up, there's not really like a clear translation for and there's kind of different ways that it can be rendered depending on the context. So that could have introduced some confusing elements. And this original this at the very beginning. So Zevi deixis kind of flattens a lot of time and space deixis. So this could be represented both as this or as now. So different ways that things could have gotten really complicated. Yeah, I guess the only other thing to call it is for the woe. I didn't find that in the dictionary, so I kind of just like guessed at what this guau word that I saw in the interlingua text was. And so that I just rendered as, oh, I guess that it was a type of interjection. I had no idea, actually. Seems like it was an interjection, so not too far off. Phew. And that's about that.
Awesome, thank you. And Jan. Sorry, Jan Staubach.
I'm sorry, I was still muted. I didn't realize.
Oh, there we go.
I'm sorry. So yeah, it was interesting for me to translate the text and to receive it from Kenan in his language. It was pretty interesting. First out, I've gone through his grammar. I was kind of confusing. Not that I didn't really understand it. It made a lot of sense. Just that the text included a lot of words that came up like 3 or 4 times in each single sentence, like te, ti, mi, hu, and so on. And it was really interesting. He said it by himself in the grammar that it can come up that sentences include those words in a lot of times. And that made it kind of confusing to decide what do they belong to, what do they really mean. But I made something up, and in the end, it was pretty funny for me. I needed to decide whether I go for translating it as some kind of post-apocalyptic scenario letter or as a breakup letter. I couldn't really decide like what is it going to be. So this was really interesting. I didn't have to make up too many new words. Basically, Inuktan is a language made by me that was supposed to be used by me in my everyday life. It was supposed to have a grammar that fixes stuff that I don't really support in the most other grammars of languages. For example, in my language, you don't express time with the verbs, you express the time with the nouns and adjectives. So basically, for example, you wouldn't say I ate yesterday, you would say my yesterday's me eats. So this is what you basically say. And I was kind of struggling with translating some of the sentences because you kind of have to decide how to make words like adverbs, for example, belong to nouns and adjectives instead of verbs, because that like messes the whole logic of the sentence around. But that was kind of funny. And as Joseph told me, it was kind of also not too difficult to deal with it so quickly, because in the end it turned out there were some technical difficulties with transmitting the data to Daniel and Joseph. And so Joseph had to go through it much with a lot less time than he was expected to have. But as it turns out, it went pretty good. I think another thing worth mentioning is that I struggled a lot with some translations. For example, the word I had to make up a new word for. I don't know which one is it. I guess it was what was it? I don't remember. I can't find it right now so quickly. But it was about the meanings of world and universe, because I had a word for earth, like world, and I had a word for a physical universe following some physical rules. So this is kind of a struggle for me to decide which one should I choose. Also because I absolutely didn't understand the text and didn't really know like what should I choose here. Yeah. So what else can I say? This language was, for example, also supposed to have some sound of Inuit language sound mixed up with a lot of I don't know, fantastic sounds that don't really appear in natural languages. And now, like, I suppose I can read a sentence, for example. So first sentence would be, so, and so on. So it kind of has a lot of and also double letters as can be seen in the text. And actually people who saw that also said that it is quite interesting to see that there are so many double letters. And this is also because, for example, I like the Finnish language, and Finnish also has a lot of double letters. So this is actually something that I really like. Yeah, so that's it from me. I think we can go on here to Joseph.
Thank you very much. All right. So Dala is a language I've been working on for a little over a year now. And it's a language I created in about 2 days. I did the grammar really, really quickly because I wanted to share in a presentation what I put into a grammar and everything I had been working on up to that point was for different clients, and I was under an NDA, so I had to come up with Dala really quick. And then, of course, have been expanding the lexicon ever since. It's for a Dungeons and Dragons game where the players will be taking part in a overland 600-mile desert race, and this is the local language spoken in that desert. As Jan was just saying, there were some technical difficulties where he lost the data on a USB and thought he was going to have to drop out of the relay, but then subsequently was able to recover it after I had just finished understanding Kenan's grammar but hadn't started translating yet. And so I said, you know what, send it to me. Let's see how fast I can bang this out. And I was able to. I am going to try and read a little bit of Dala, but my pharyngeals are terrible. But Hanrap Kurta Jawemo Falt Angtolish Ewar Honen Am Tosh Ewar Shimedal Ang. Oh, sorry, the spacing in this is weird. Ang is a pronoun. Ang Bisho Ewar Tolal Deltoch Choshama Ang Hom Hun. Horn. There we go. Just to give an idea of what the language sounds like. And then I think the most interesting thing for me was, because this is set in a Dungeons and Dragons era, pre a lot of the technology we had today, I had to try and figure out what to call what I now understand were quarks, but now are atoms, because I didn't think the Dala people would have a word for atom or understand what an atom was. It became my first triple compound in the language, and the sentence, 1,000 energy building pieces. So that is how I rendered atom in Dala. All right. Andrew, are you there? They were retroflexes. Sorry, I see William asking in the YouTube chat. Yes, those were retroflex sounds in my language. You can take it away, Andrew.
Cool. So I might just read the text first. That doesn't look like my text. Like that's not the Dragonian.
You are right. That is still my text. Let me see what I can find here very quickly. I think what happened was it still had my name on a double slide, and I deleted the double slide, not realizing that it was yours. Nope, that's still mine. That's still mine. Daniel, do you have a version with Andrew's text on it?
Yeah, I'm putting it in both the Zoom and YouTube chats right now. I had to just quickly scramble through my emails to get it.
All right.
That's missing the final sentence as well. 1 second. I've added the final sentence in the Zoom chat as well.
Nothing but fun here on the relay. And what about the English? Is the English correct from you?
I think the English is correct, yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna... Okay.
The English is correct.
Right. Okay, so I'll read it out first. Oqa tu I chadre chil baivoduvd. I da prepat tlumre I valpachi. I ieo ngsa yo I u. I val u godiala archon kaisha. Tsache eseol ochmen chalda ume. Ho iminechad ngsa yo. Ichi yo. I akulawone. Ho is a dotut godiala I by circu pithibi. Ich archon by ewe. Ja ater u criulia beton I. Eio. Tut al approuve ewe uta. Aeon ia uqua umba. Aeon ia pachiumsa. Ia al jap. Ochmen nowuthius. Dadai chad. Ia I dadais zich al jap. Betgon. Ausi betgon. So I felt like, compared to most of the relays I've done, I felt I had a fairly easy time translating both from the previous language and into the next language, which was quite nice. Although that didn't help that the story seemed quite confusing by this point. So yeah, I kind of I was unsure translating things, whether the third person singular pronoun should have been they or it, but Draconian doesn't distinguish either, so it doesn't really make a difference in the actual translation, although it does make a difference in the English, which everyone can actually read. So, you know, I kind of, after the fact, slightly anticipate that maybe the word EO, the next person might struggle with, because it's a vaguely positive thing is how I currently have it defined, and I'm not quite sure that it's quite specific enough, like reading it after the fact. Like I slightly confused myself reading it back after the fact because I had to go back and provide some extra English translations. So I had to go back and I was slightly confused myself. So if I was confused, I could anticipate the next person being confused, but I guess we shall see in a moment.
Matt, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Can you see me? So I will start by reading a little bit of the Okuna. So ikuneoneto ketok saihok, mai ketuos tailais neo kemekea, tena ipusugetanyanai, esbihu la muntamine ugelimai, Higimoti pusugi chalayole, leikimna mionoi hioge limain, and so on. So yes, I can attest that the next person was confused. So the documentation I got on Dragonian was very nice. Nevertheless, it's a language with many confusing properties. As you can see here, I had some difficulty in sussing out who was doing what to whom. Some confusions of I and you and we here. So a lot of the I's have turned into yous and we's by this point. Let's see, a couple of things that maybe are worth noting. So quarks and stuff has now become, the particles create a lot of energy. I think, I don't remember if this is the case that Dragonian uses the same word for 1,000 as for a lot. But anyway, I was translating things as a lot rather than with specific numbers. 1,000 pieces of built energy has now become the particles create a lot of energy. So I think I interpreted this as a sentence rather than as a noun phrase. And maybe another thing worth noting is that what was originally Qapekbehtian degrees turned into something like very many consequences. And I must have missed out the consequences part. Maybe I thought that the word for consequences was some sort of conjunction or something. So now my text ends with the rather pointless aphorism, Antehaun me antehe, which means since there are many, there are many. So things are getting pretty messed up by this point.
All right. And Matt, you must be relieved to not be following me with the Eventi language like in LCC 7.
Yes, that was a challenge.
I apologize. I destroyed that language and haven't rebuilt it yet. Did I do that? Yes, Margaret.
Hello. Sorry, my cat joined us here, but that's what's happening. Yeah, so this is, I translated it into my language Karkin this time. And this is, this is a language that I originally created specifically to be hard for me to pronounce. That was the goal. And so you'll probably see that I've succeeded here. I was kind of confused by this point. I didn't know what the story was or what the gist was by any means. So I just kind of went with it sentence by sentence and just rolled with whatever I felt the translation was supposed to be, even though it didn't make sense to me. So I will just go ahead and read that for you. Yarisrat Kharvuk Choda Shu ya Jekipa ne ana ya Jekipa Moine. Em Yarharjuho Hostuki Amemi Chugre du ana ya Jekivok. Tarki Rungaki du Hosutaki. Hosutaki sa. Ana ya ikshlyupashe mashe. Gasheche. Ka ana kamolepa vonga. Communia mi. Anchonyur harjur mi yasa. Or dav dvir mi toje. Hosutayi behek. Khulit kharvuk ana. Hishunga kalmi. Yachne kochi kataya ros. Yachi aslalrin. Yachne koya shachlukta. Asche. Cheshalyunya. No ya hongito. Ya hongito. So that is the end of the Karkin version. And as you can see, it starts to really not make sense. I thought that this was maybe about the beginning of the universe or the beginning of the first sentient being or something like that. But I was glad to see that I no longer hurt it, apparently. So that was, that's nice. I let it go everywhere in the world. I didn't know if that was the person or what that was, but it was interesting nonetheless.
That's the best part about these relays. Is Francisco on the Zoom? Okay, we don't have Francisco here, so I'm not going to attempt to read the Danan Conlang, however that should be pronounced. But we go to, "You all come here. I am going to make a person, and I am going to make them well. A new age is beginning. It seems to me that we all are making it, but we know that it is going to begin. Is it going to begin? I do not hurt them anymore. Instead, I will let them go everywhere in the world. Is this their age? A bit of energy makes a lot. It starts. Maybe you all will enjoy it in the future. We are allowed again to try. We, not important, are allowed to become empty. Not now. Now be empty. When there is a lot, there is a lot." That just seems so profound to me, that when there is a lot, there is a lot. I believe Sylvia is on the Zoom. Sylvia, if you want to unmute and start your camera if you wish.
Yes, I can't see myself. I don't know if you can see me.
We have a forehead and a bookshelf.
Oh, well, let me figure out where my video is, and there.
Now we can see you.
There we go. All right. So one of my rules for relays is that if I get a text that does not make sense, I'm going to reinterpret it so that it does make sense. And then I'm going to edit it so that anything that doesn't make sense to this new information is going to get left behind. So I got this text very much like what Francesco had there, and I pretty much interpreted it correctly from what I have seen. And I said, this does not make sense. I know that all relay texts eventually become creation stories, and this definitely seemed to be on its way there. But I wasn't sure what kind of creation story. And the two things that stuck with me were either a mother giving birth, but the verbs were all wrong, or the scientist who has invited us all up to his lab to see what's on the slab. And so I went with that interpretation. Now, the language I used, Varianum, is still in active development. I didn't actually have to make up much vocabulary, which was cool. But I have since 2 days ago, I changed how the adjectives and some of the verbs work. So this is probably no longer correct Varianum. So what I came up with, here we go. Vidan Hananya, Kananda Dumani, Sira Yadua Yanya Vakraya, Aziamia Vakraya Va. Sira Zadia Virya, Sira Yadan Hananya Dua, Dara Vakraya. Na Yadan Sira Virya Miadi, Gumrayani, Sira Zadia Virya Pa. Na Yadua Dara Gamaya Kan Ukunava. Na Yadua Angra Adrasusa Imbanda Dara Raya Kan Kunava, Dura Bunda Dara Raya Pa. Za Ungaradu Ngara Vakraya Va. Na Zaria Virya Viri Ruda Sira Yadan Mivriani Ha. Yana Yadua Kan Ngarunda Kunandu Pasazavi. Tira Yadua Kan Zazata Kunava Na Zadia Zazata Virya Na Ngara Vaya Ngara Ngasaya Va. So this is essentially, come here, all of you, I'm going to make a person and I'm going to do it well. A new one will come to be, all of us will make him. We know the one who will come to be, will the new one come to be. Let us not do what will harm him. Let me do that he can go anywhere in the world. Where will he go? Much is made from not much. There's our particles of energy. The new one comes to be, continue to come to be, and we will rejoice. Let me lack doing more of this. Let me have done enough of this. The new one sufficiently comes to be. There is so much more. So that's how I ended up doing it to help it make sense. I hope it made more sense to the next person, and that's what you were stuck with anyway.
Sylvia, I think my first relay, you were the one that turned the being from Star Trek Q, which the second person turned into a carrot, and then a talking tree into a realistic vegetable.
I may have, I don't remember.
I appreciate your approach to this. Is Carl on the chat? I believe
I am.
Perfect.
Am I audible?
You are audible.
Wonderful. So this right here is my Adian translation of the text. Now, when I saw that I was going to write after Sylvia, I was a little frightened because I was under the assumption that I was going to be translating Kenan. Luckily, I ended up with something else. No, but in all honesty, I think that I got most of it right. There was something down in the sixth paragraph about the work that and something about being needed to do something that I messed up a bit here. But other than that, I don't think I messed up too much here. The thing that I'm thinking would perhaps throw the next person in the chain off would be perhaps my placement of conjunctions, which are always in second position in their class. So that's a little interesting. I had a lot of fun with the Adian particle I, which does all sorts of things, among others, adding force, or it is the word that you can see translated as certainly a few places in the text. I don't have anything else interesting to say, but I'll try to read my translation. Liaigewi kupjasada. Thubada bagaya kidardi aikimu bagaya. Bidubagas tenne iaigewiske geniske gewiske kidardi, sorry. Ide basa baigas tennut kagidu. Bibidu baigas tenno. Deet kubaluja gipsata omai thukinu shodu. Kudikou tailuta sit baptimae thukinu shodu. Kubatha lupja undu. Ai imas ifkidardith bithu baigas tenno. Sathegat ku aulana ikinene shatpadi. Thu ithamanukutkat gothakeumas thukinu shodu. Tikoides be mamathe thukinu shodu. Bidu baigas kidardith. Ai imas ulga imas kilumeudu.
That is awesome. Thank you, Carl. Jan Strasse, are you there?
I am there.
Well, so Jan, just before you start, I believe the echo we had earlier was because I was sharing sound through my system, so I don't know if I'll be able to play your sound file, but I can try if you want me to.
Yes, maybe I say something about the torch first, and then we try. If it doesn't work from your computer, maybe I can share the sound.
Okay.
we have both options. Okay, well, I think I found it fairly easy to translate out of the previous language, and there may be one or two details that I missed a bit, but all in all, I thought, well, I understand what the text is about, but I don't understand really what the story is. A little bit more than maybe one of the earlier versions, but I was still thinking, okay, this sounds a bit like, I don't know what, there was a person, what kind of person is being created. I had some kind of, I thought about, well, it reminds me of Nietzsche somehow, of the superhuman or of the Metropolis movie. But the problem is that the speakers of Wrong Q are basically late Stone Age or early Bronze Age culture. So they have only just adopted agriculture, and so I had to do some cultural adjustments. And I ended up deciding that the text would be something that maybe the shaman of the village would say when the daughter of the matriarch becomes an adult. So there were some changes in the situation. And for the grammar, one thing about Wrong Q is that it uses a lot of serial verb constructions. So I added several more detailed verbs to the sentence, and I think maybe this will also impact how the text changes in the versions after this. I didn't really have to invent any new words, but I had to create a new construction, which was a way to form headless relative clauses. And I hope it works, and I hope we can hear the audio. I can't pronounce my own language because of the tone. So I pre-recorded something, and maybe we can hear it now without the echo.
All right, so I'm just going to reshare my screen here with sound this time, and I'm going to try muting myself but playing the audio, and hopefully the audience doesn't get that bad echo, but we'll find out in a second.
Nanawai twin tanzuzuchi nente into lale kwa ki kwa mbunu ki kwa nyenu ozo jan ozo su ozo ru nana he fauna lale ki kwa he tenyu nu ki kwa tran lo wo tran yu wai chi raiteng chi tsao tu so o pe han zo o fuoten zo nan zu fodo kia ha zo tran zo ki kwa zu fodo bung ching on bing krame zo huo zhou lo bung ching o wo ki kwa jangun pung suom yu hei chi pi pingung o hei duan yi chi je ten hein guai za kian sha o rai ten hein za ru ki kwa ja la lei u gua bung ching on draw try you zo pi min bi lo bung ching o to.
Looks like it worked. I don't see anything up on echoes. Okay, so I think we've figured out that problem. I have to mute my mic while I'm playing audio from the slides, but that's good. Eugene, are you on the Zoom chat?
I am on. Yeah.
All right, you are up, and I believe you have 2 slides because your text spilled over onto a second slide. So just give me a signal if you want me to go to the next part.
Okay. So that's a typical problem I have with some of my translations, because I kind of like to extend the
Eugene, pause the echo.
Is everything okay?
Should be good now.
Okay, so I was just saying that
I was saying that the text of the relays usually tends to lengthen with me because I like to embellish the text quite a lot. So, so I read the text from Jan in Rongju, and I saw in it the anointment of a queen, so to speak, or at least as you know, I did get Jan's point that in the society, it was a relatively kind of like a relatively smaller village and not quite the developed society with a full-blown monarchy, etc. But so I translated that into like cross-culturally into Arithid with its fully fledged monarchy, and I turned it into the text of anointing a new queen, essentially. So I'll just read a little bit of the text for everyone. Hem olasi ema altia deretam rose salunidis tropod ileba master nas lailiam zelerasi dana manera nasem non varseni zetonan foi pesivike ora nostode nas sosodes finalmente snamrieni paramai nizai seie coletam nizai hisetam nedete lilebayo agenia. So in translating that, it was quite a fun challenge to turn a lot of the sort of serial verb constructions in Rongju into the more sort of recognizable, I suppose, lexical items in classical Arithid, which has a lexicon that's closer to modern European languages. And in sending the torch on to Beverly, I sort of gave her the very very bare bones of the language, which could have been quite difficult because in this case there's a lot of use of the esif case in the nouns, because in a lot of the text describes, oh, she is youthful, she is already beloved, for example, she is graced by the gods. So a lot of those case endings then tend to merge into one another. So there was a bit of me that was a bit afraid of what would happen, further on in the text. But hopefully that turned out well. I'm gonna hand it back to you, Joey.
Oh, thank you. I'm getting a message from Daniel in the chat. I think this is actually Beverly's torch, but it accidentally kept your name in the title slide. Is that right?
Yeah, this slide is supposed to be Beverly.
Okay.
And her Conlang is Shalky, if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
So this should be Beverly Skinner, is that correct?
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to Shalty. I don't believe Beverly is with us. She did message earlier just to say she wasn't able to join the relay presentation. So unless that has changed, I don't see her popping up. I'll just give this a quick read. Each person stand up and come together to receive this. We will call upon a woman by the right God gave us. She will choose virtue and godliness. She will be talented, young, and honest. By wisdom, she will be an intelligent adult. She comes to us young, but she is precious. We honor her and wish her well and call upon her together the Queen. May God bless these new days. By wise rulers, her virtuous rule will extend to each land and every place. By justice and strength, may she subdue dark, unreachable ones. We desire in our weakness that she may achieve a grand country and honor. We desire in our weakness, we, the servants of the Queen, have asked that we may be useful. May it be the Queen will have many years. So I don't recognize the torch at all anymore, which is awesome. So I'm just going to go right here to the comparison. Daniel, do you want to say anything about this?
Yes. So I actually had to translate Beverly's text twice because I lost my first translation. So last night I had to spend the night. Joey would know how long it took me trying to figure out this translation again. And all I could say about it is this language is the most confusing thing I've seen in a while. So it fit perfectly for the purposes of this relay. Oh, hold on, I'm going to turn my video on. Just 1 second. Okay, you should be able to see me now.
Yes.
I was honestly confused because it kept saying about a woman and a queen. And I had to just keep checking every single word in the dictionary because I was so confused because I knew the original text. And I was like, there's nothing that could even come close to being a queen. But then I just said, oh, it has to be something. And I just went with queen, then it turned back. And looking at it, I know I made a few mistakes, but I feel like I got the general gist of her original translation.
Yeah, Daniel and I were chatting on Slack last night and about how strange it is for him to have known what the text theoretically should have been at that time, and then seeing Queen pop up and a path for me is young, and how that the translations have to happen in such a rapid fashion that it guarantees some zaniness will happen. All right. I am going to bring up the second relay, and we will jump right into that. All right, yeah, buckle up. Things are going to get funky real fast. I agree with Daniel's sentiment on that. So, of course, we had the exact same original text that Daniel rendered into Interlingua, the same as the first one. I don't believe Michael is here. So
I am.
Oh, you are here. Perfect. You are welcome to present this, Michael.
All right. Yeah, I think it already got quite funky with me. So I translated into the classical Eastern dialect of Amundic, the language of a Middle Bronze Age civilization in my fantasy world. So yeah, especially some of the more scientific concepts got pretty messed up with me, I think. Translating from Interlingua was relatively easy, as I know Latin, French, and Spanish. So it's even more surprising how much I got wrong. Starting with the very first word, which with my 2 words in the original text, which it was what was it? Forget this, and I thought it was meant to be forget it, as in forget it. Let's do something different. And I started thinking that's actually semantically quite weird, to command someone to forget something. So I thought, why not reinterpret this for my language? And I came up with this eine, which is essentially the ablative of the demonstrative, means as much as away with it. And I'm really interested how that developed on, because I later realized it's identical to the absolutive of the demonstrative. So I'm not even sure if that got preserved. For the rest of the first paragraph, I stuck quite closely to what I thought the original text was. I didn't understand all of it as to the contents, but I just followed the semantics. And yeah, the next bit why I had to deviate intentionally was quarks and stuff, because as I said, the language I translated in is a Middle Bronze Age language. The neighboring culture has just invented the chariot, so I did not really feel like coming up with a word for quarks. So what I settled on was borrowing the word for elements from another conlang of mine, making inirime gamenu, meaning as much as the elements and all that. So that was the first part where I had to deviate. And I think that there should be a second page to this.
There doesn't seem to be.
Okay, because the major deviation is on the second page, but
that might have gotten cut off on the slide. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. I did some cultural reinterpretation. Yeah, so essentially what I did is in the bit where it says the it's now in the chat where it says the universe is getting bigger and emptier. I mistranslated that as the universe is getting fuller and emptier in turn. And this was the one bit I really did not know what to do with. So I thought, if I can't make sense of it, perhaps at least I can translate it into Mundic so that it might make sense for a speaker of a Mundic. And so what I did is their religion is fiercely dualistic. So for every light there is shadow, for every god there is a demon. And their worldview is that there are three worlds. There's the bright heaven on top where the gods live, the dark heaven in the bottom where the demons live, and in between the middle earth of humans. So I thought if I translated it as the middle earth is getting brighter and darker, as in turn the creating force of the heaven and the destructive force of the demons are taking over, that might make sense to a native speaker of a Mundic, even if it didn't make that much sense to me. So yeah, it says it now on the screen, because the middle earth is brightening and darkening. And I'm pretty sure that messed up the meaning a lot. And also what I translated as 1 trillion degrees. I could not make sense of that in the Bronze Age language, so I just translated it as it is bright and busy and wonderful and alive. And I'm not going to attempt to read this because I'm a little bit sick and I don't want to do that to you. So I think I can hand it on to the next participant.
What did I do there? Thank you so much, Michael. Kelvin, I believe, is on the screen or on the chat if you want to join in.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, so this is my torch in dLCC. So just some background on the language. dLCC is a relatively new language, probably like 5 months old at this point. I started working on it in the fall. It is polysynthetic, and it was inspired by one word that I came up with, which is, it doesn't show up in the text, but it is dLCC, which refers to a face mask, and literally means it goes over your nose. And from that, I figured I could get a cool polysynthetic language and started working on that, and then decided to use it in the relay because that's one of my preferred ways to force myself to generate vocabulary. So, yeah, as Michael mentioned, since the first word of his language was homophonous between the ablative and the absolutive, I assumed it was the absolutive, and because I spent too much time on the internet, I just read it as this, period. And other than that, I tried to be fairly literal, but of course had to take some liberties because some things, of course, in a polysynthetic language will be expressed as essentially sentences rather than just plain old words, rather than having dedicated unanalyzable roots for them. So I guess I'll read maybe read the first couple sentences, and that's so no le torare berivulin pasia ha todarivulin orige igarenne che me biven nagu toda ede basa che pasia toto woga. I don't want to eat up too much time, so I guess that's basically it.
All right. I don't think my video was showing, but when you talked about how you wear it over your nose, I was literally laughing out loud and had to grab my stomach. That was awesome. Jonah couldn't join us today, so I'm going to just quickly read the English and what happened to the torch at this leg. We kept this, which I love. I want it to start to try to exist. I want it to happen differently. Time passes me by, and I certainly succeed. Because the universe, literally Earth's, exists, and maybe it happened a long time ago. But I don't know how to start to work and how it starts to exist. Whoa, I give up, literally take a break. Now I know that the universe, literally Earth's, exists, but I don't know how that consists of that. Elements, literally parts, and different other things. Therefore, literally because, it exists. You don't like it? You must try again. You must work because it's our land and it begins to darken. But now it doesn't begin to darken. It shines and will soon be good and alive. I think I can still recognize parts of the torch there. Enrique is also not with us. So I'll just quickly read Enrique's torch in Sylvan. Here is what I would like to try to create. I'd like it to be different. Soon my breath will fade, and I will surely succeed. Because the universe exists, and I may have once begun, but I don't know how to begin. I don't even know what a beginning would be. Alas, I give up. I know that the universe exists now, but I don't know that it is composed of elements and other things, although it is so. That is very philosophical. Alex, I believe you are with us on the Zoom call.
Yes. So
right. I can't wait to hear some Karyan.
It's a click, but yeah. I think a bit might have been cut off from the previous one because I still maintained the last section about the world becoming alive. And yeah, I don't know how I got from like, what is it made of? Quarks and elements and stuff to what is it made of? Is that pleasing to it? I was generally like at a loss as to what this could possibly be about, and I thought it was something deep and philosophical, but I just translated literally. So if I could sort of just read the first couple of lines, it's very hard to read because the diacritics never show up, but yam ra sorry ra yam ra Snak ar yam hash sle ar yam kick yeah I no, that was So yes, that's sort of the first section. And yeah, I sort of had to change universe to world because these birds are sort of still in a sort of middle Stone Age kind of situation, and the name of the language is Yam.
I completely butchered it with when I first tried, and Sai is giggling in the Zoom chat on my pronunciation about it. Anything else you'd like to add, Alex?
No, I think that's it. I'm glad that the sort of cajillion years to now it will begin to be bright and alive has sort of maintained itself in my torch.
Brilliant. Okay, I believe Stephen is on the Zoom chat. Stephen was one of the very social conlangers who stayed on to whatever hour of the night last night. But Stephen, you can take
only
it away.
11 o'clock here.
Okay.
So not too bad. So when I saw Alex's torch, I had a momentary panic attack because it looked really hard. But it was fantastic. It's an amazing language. I had a lot of fun with it. I took a similar kind of tack in the sense that I interpreted it as kind of being poetic or something. So I didn't try to turn it into something that made sense. I was fairly literal with how I dealt with it. Common is a Conlang in world. It's spoken in our world about 100 years from now. It was originally a made-for-TV conlang from the early 21st century that somehow became the lingua franca of a global hegemony. It's the lingua franca is not even the right way to put it, because it's become like the superstratum language. There's no public education in any other language. It's forcing languages like English into substratum position. You don't see it very much in this text, but it borrows an enormous amount, especially from English. The piece that I like the best of that is where I translated "God damn it," that FOK is exactly what you think it is. It got borrowed from English and is a very, very mild swear in common. So I just translated it from my English text as "God damn it." The language itself is not that crazy. It has obligatory auxiliaries and articles even for proper nouns. It views itself as having a class called terms, which are verbs or nouns depending on what they're put with. But I treat it like its own opinion of itself is not necessarily canon. So it could really have nouns and verbs. It just thinks of itself that way. There's a lot of zero derivation. But I'll read just a little bit of it. Hobis ye tene shepe, ye hanne yauthesi, hobis aspet smok seretuch, we si riske ilineled, ye te yerek werospen, roero sina sean, hanya sea samor anorona spoju suttachel. I think that's it. I know we got some time moving here, so I think that's good.
Thanks so much, Stephen. Yeah, you're talking about this last night on the chat, and I'm looking at it and going, yeah, I can interpret some of that. Okay. So I think the last one, yeah, is Jeffrey Brown's Beltos. I should know how to pronounce Beltos, but it escapes me. I did a recording for Jeffrey a couple of years ago, so I'm not going to butcher his language because I don't remember what symbolizes a voiceless vowel or things like that. So I'll just read the English. Hopefully I have succeeded. I have continued this difficult artwork. Hopefully this time will be different, for my death is nigh. I have stopped working on this artwork because all existence has existed since a long time ago. My humble mind is empty of the origin of its paths, and my humble mind is empty of the origin of this very artwork. Alas, I have ceased working. I know that which has been discovered, but of what things has it been constructed? Am I satisfied by it? I wish to continue because the land is dark. I wish to stop the dark land, for now it begins to live. Apparently, I'm just seeing messages in the chat. Jeffrey did send an MP3, but we don't have that at the moment. We'll make sure it is included in the upload of the slides to the website after the fact. Daniel, do you want to come on and talk about the final translation? I'll just go to the comparison.
Yes, thank you. This one was also confusing. At least I didn't have to translate it twice, but the first translation was more than challenging enough. I was able to at least distinguish that this torch is still the same torch, and I figured that this work of art was the universe, or something along those lines at least. Translating it didn't give me that many difficulties. It was a very strange grammar structure, lots of particles and suffixes and prefixes that made looking to the dictionary a lot more work, but I was able to get through it. Yeah, there's not much to say about it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Daniel, for putting all this together for us and organizing the relay and staying up last night till probably 2 a.m. to finish what we could. So I believe that we're going to invite any of the people, any of the relay participants that are on the Zoom chat to unmute and turn their cameras on and chat for a few minutes about the relay if there's anything anyone wants to say.
So I guess I'll voice the thing I just put in the chat, which is that in Ring 2, it really to me feels an awful lot like the beginning text and the end text are the before and after of some very powerful being going and doing something. I don't know if anyone else got that impression.
Yeah.
Yeah,
my
mostly
interpretation was kind of deity-like being.
Yeah, the original text still works. Is kind of like he's not really a deity. He's more like just an observer while the universe is being created. His point of view shifts throughout the entire video. I should link that video in case y'all want to watch it because it's a very interesting video. But right then, his point of view is more like he's watching the universe being created, and he has some part taking in it, but he's not the main one doing it.
I find it interesting how that's captured a little bit in the Relay 1, where there's like this perspective shift between the observer of the creation of the universe who's observing something which is like really, really grand, and then like this almost like citizen or courtesan of like the regal queen giving the salute to the queen. It kind of has that same perspective of like looking up onto something that's really grand, but at like different scales. So
yeah,
I think that kind of carries through. Yeah.
Oh yes. One thing I saw that while I was putting these together that confused me so much was at one point it became more of an existential crisis. It said something along the lines of we are becoming bigger, and no, I believe it was said that while the world is getting bigger, we are becoming emptier. And I was like, how did this become some sort of philosophical? I cannot speak today, but it became like that, and I was like, how?
On a more micro scale, I like now being able to, you couldn't do this with Relay with Ring 1, but I like being able to look at Ring 2 and like connect each individual sentence and how it changed. And like, you can tell the relation, but it's completely changed in meaning. Like from whoa, I paused it to like, alas, I give up, or I've stopped. But I still have no idea how quarks and stuff became like, do I satisfy this, or like, is it satisfied? I don't really, I don't know.
Alex, I think that do I satisfy this came from a mistranslation of the do you not like it?
A mistranslation of what, sorry?
Of the in the final paragraph where it says don't like it, I believe that's where the do I satisfy this came in.
Oh, so by the
That's
time
the
it got to
association
be
I made.
quirks and stuff were just gone.
Yeah, I think at some point it just dropped or got morphed into the rest of the sentences.
I liked how in Relay 1, the numbers kept dropping and rising at the last part of the text. So we went from a Qapekbehtian degrees to billion, and then from billion, I think it went down to 10,000, or it went down to 1,000, and then from 1,000 it went down to lots, and it stayed at lots for a while, and then jumped back up to 10,000 years, and then finally ended on many years.
Yeah, actually, what I also noticed about the different translations was that Kenan, who did the text before me and sent it to me, he used a different number system than I did. He used a number system based on 6. I used a number system based on 12. So this kind of already confused me a little, and I thought maybe this would be a reason, but the numbers really got completely messed up. So this is really interesting.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Something I'd love to know is, so I don't think the small little lexicon, reduced lexicon that I included in my torch had any word for woman or something like that, but it did include the word for person, which was very prominent there. So we're just wondering, Jan, because your text seems to turn person into woman, so specifying it like that.
Yes, that was because I tried to adapt it to my culture, which is well, small-scale village culture in the Stone Age, and the village is headed by a queen or by a woman. And so I decided, okay, the best place to fit this text into my culture is to make it like the coronation of a new matriarch in the village, and so that's why person changed into woman at that point.
Because it had to be woman, essentially.
Yeah.
Thank you for explaining that. Now I understand where the queen came into this whole thing. So is the queen supposed to be like the deity that was in the original text? This ended up becoming the queen?
No, I think the universe or the something in the original text would be what became the queen in my text.
So I can say I also did notice a conspicuous absence of badgers.
Did there have been badgers?
There have been a handful of relays in the past where I believe it was a specific person every time has always inserted a badger.
It's nice to leave a signature.
Eugene, we're looking at you. Was that you? I don't know if Eugene's still on the call. I think he dropped off.
Had I known there was this tradition, I would have dutifully inserted a badger into my text. If only I had known.
Oh yes, Matt, I wanted to ask you because I feel like the text changed the most with you. Like,
I'm trying
to.
From the first ring?
Yeah.
I don't think it was Eugene who added the badger, because I remember being after him in a previous relay in a language that does have a word for badger, and I never got the badger. So
I'm seeing in the YouTube comments that it was Podrick that used to insert the badger, according to Jan van Steenbergen.
Matt.
Yeah.
With Andrew's translation, he had "go from this place," where it was originally "forget this," and then you should come here from that place. Can you elaborate on how you got the opposite of that?
I think I must have misunderstood the this versus that. So I thought it was going from. I thought it was you have to go from that place rather than you have to go from this place. So there's a bunch of words for go in Okuna that are so I use the word geta, which means to come here. I assumed that whoever was narrating the text was trying to summon people to. I had a hard time making any sense of the text, but I think that's what I thought, right? So yeah, so we go from forget to go away to come here.
And then the last thing I wanted to ask you about was with Andrew, he says, I heard it. And then from you, it became, I know.
What
you
was,
are no longer harming it. Can you explain the opposite with that too, please?
Yeah, what did Andrew have? Now I'm not remembering.
Andrew had, I heard it. And then you had, I am no longer harming it.
I don't know. Andrew, can you shed any light on this? Because I know that a lot of the words in Dragonian had multiple meanings, and I had to make a kind of arbitrary choice about which was the intended meaning, since the overall text wasn't making a lot of sense by this point.
I think it's because I have Won, which is like an what's the word? An aspect that means it's like completed, but you've probably translated that slightly differently.
Mm-hmm.
Is what I think has probably happened.
But how did harm enter? I can't remember now because I don't have the notes that you sent me.
Means like hurt, attack, harm. Like it's kind of vague.
Okay, so I got that part right.
Yeah. Remind me what you translated it as.
I am no longer harming it.
Yeah, that I can understand why you got there. Like, it's more that I did hurt it rather than am no longer, which in some ways is kind of the same thing. It's just like got slightly different connotations in English.
Yeah.
Two things.
Yeah, I got the sense of a previously wrathful deity that was now allowing their creation to wander freely across the universe. And I was like, well, that's nice, but you used to hurt it.
Yeah, I think I was reading it more as a post-apocalyptic text. Like everything was horrible, but now we have to start all over again. But I wasn't reading it as a deity who was narrating this.
So if that wraps that up, I just got an email from Jeffrey who shared the MP3 of the Beltos with me. I'm going to try and not create an echo chamber for everyone, but I'll try to play it, and then we'll go into a little bit of a break before we start the talks for the first session. I don't know if this counts as a session, but let me try and play Jeffrey's audio with his screen. Did not do that right.
Palke ke pali she do yo minos jeshe she spasbin yasho ante sazmasen maldam balja jeshe ke pali ya o ante sazmanis gajam jdonis jesh Oglibasma jeshe mizyo. She amopos jeshe ya in o antesazma nizga jdonis yata ikashtalyas ke datish en yaki ke pa aba goyez me. Jeshe lal yo azma jeshem bodomazgan lasso ya e paz yesh ezmash siki zam kizam Yatitima in Jesh elal yol azma Jeshem bodomazgan lasso ya epaz yesemash o antesazma nizo. Yan she ammopos jeshe ya o antesazma nizga Jesh she diga ya in las amazman Ashseyem yatin ke bahtimez azinsi ki le massash, ajesh she dezesma yanisen. Shej bazbin zima jeshej donis ta ambaj das kiten. Sheyamo zima jeshe ta ambaz dasen giten. Stonis spasina shiti ke paayatan shazlasen.
Actually remember to unmute myself. Okay, so that was Beltos, and if anyone has a chance to chat with Jeffrey on YouTube, I'm not sure if he's on the YouTube chat right now or in the future. If I remember correctly, this is a language that Jeffrey made specifically to have absolutely no negation in whatsoever. So any negation has to be done very periphrastically and in the positive. So just sort of on that conversation where how did we get the I didn't harm, or I used to harm but don't anymore. Beltos says, if I remember correctly, has no negation. So that could be an interesting change right there. Anyway, we are going to take a short break. We've moved into our break a little bit. Then we'll come back, and I will introduce the first set of speakers. Maybe a little bit more than a 4-minute break, just so those of us who need to can replenish the coffee mugs and take a quick bio break. But we will see you shortly. Well, I'm going to try and make up some of the time over consecutive breaks going forward, but we're just going to do a quick test and make sure Brian's slides for an upcoming talk work. Brian, you should have the ability to share your slides if you want to do that quick test.
All right, let's check this out. Aha.
Your audio is also better.
Oh, yeah, I changed computers.
So can you go full screen there?
Yeah, give me one momento.
That looks great. And if you can move around. Yeah, working perfectly.
Awesome.
All right, if you want to stop your share there.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so let me find out where we are. So it occurs to me, and like I said, we'll try and make up time for going over on the relay and having technical difficulties aside throughout the break, so we can try and stay close to on time today. But it occurs to me one of the significant advantages of a digital language creation conference is the lineup to fill your coffee mug and visit the washroom is much shorter. Okay, so first up in this session is Israel. I'm going to mispronounce your last name. Noletto, is that correct?
Very close.
Very
Noletto.
close. Noletto.
Yeah, like Italian.
I don't speak any. Yeah, I don't speak any Romance languages. My French is terrible. My Spanish is non-existent, and my Italian's probably worse. But you do have screen sharing capabilities if you want to load that up. All right, and we are full screen. It seems good to go. Israel Noletto on Brave New Worlds, Literary Glossopoesis as a Narrative Framework in Science Fiction. It is all yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm Israel Noletto. I am a Conlang as well, like yourselves. I've been constructing Thirsk, Havliš, and Ningata for a while, but today I'll be presenting a portion of my doctoral thesis. This is an ongoing research, so comments and thoughts, as well as criticism, are most welcome. I'll leave my email address at the end of the presentation if you want to get in touch and say a few words about what you thought. You'll be welcome. So the premise of my research is that Glossopoesis can and is used as a narrative tool, not only in science fiction texts, of course, but in order to limit my scope, both here in this short presentation and in my research, I've decided to focus on science fictional texts and its closest causing dystopia, which is regarded by some as a subgenre of science fiction due to its concerns with the future of humanity and its social relations with power and technology. Well, that aside, I'd like to go through a few definitions just so we're on the same page here. First, what I mean when I say literary Glossopoesis, any use of a constructed fictional language in a work of fiction. And that includes fully fledged Conlangs, sketch Conlangs, conceptual Conlangs, and naming Conlangs. Having said that, what do I mean when I say narrative framework? Well, first, narrative refers to a story being told. It is the account of events, experiences, and details. A narrative framework underlies the manner in which a narrative is presented to a reader. It also entails the layers of narrative that are presented in a work of fiction. Some types of narrative frameworks include linear, non-linear, embedded, and secular. And embedded is of special relevance to my research. Well, embedded narratives means one or more secondary or ancillary narratives within a surface narrative, also known as framing narratives. They may be simple or complex, short or long. We all know some stories that contain shorter narratives within it. For instance, 1001 Nights, in which Scheherazade has to tell the king a different story every night to escape death. Every story she tells the king is an embedded narrative. There are many techniques used to include embedded narratives in a story. It may be a character's flashback, a parallel plot, illustrations, pictures, maps, etc., and also conlangs. While the model created by 1001 Nights does not require that the embedded narratives bear any connection with the main narrative, the use of conlang certainly does, and therefore are called secondary or ancillary narratives, as they are not standalone narratives. They can add depth, additional layers, and immersion to a story, have a great power to carry embedded information. And it happens that natural languages as well have a great power and great potential to carry embedded history. If we look, for example, at the word health in English, it comes from an Old English word, health, which means wholeness, being whole, complete, also originated the word whole. The same root also originated a number of other words in other Germanic languages. For example, in Dutch, it originated heil, which means whole, and heilig, which means holy. And in Norwegian, hilly, and in Danish, hil and hilly, and also in Swedish, heila and heilig. In German, it originated, the word for whole and wholeness originated from a different root. In German, it's ganz and Gesamtheit. If we look at the word, the Greek word for health, eugeia, we can see something similar. Before advancing to the Greek word, a short comment on the history these words in Germanic languages can carry. Well, history tells us that the Germanic peoples were often occupied with war, not having many peace periods, either in war among themselves or against the Romans. So it is only natural to think of health as the state of being whole, complete, not missing any limbs, a hand, an arm, or a leg due to fierce battles. So in addition to that, the Greek word for health, eugeia, that originates from the Greek goddess Eugeia, probably pronounced like that in ancient Greek. It comes from the name of the goddess, and the anglicized pronunciation is Hygia. Basically, being healthy for the Greeks, or having good health, then meant being blessed by Hygia, which is a neat way to reflect the Greek culture. They relied on mythology to explain pretty much everything around them. So the word was, the word reflected that. The belief that being healthy or having health was actually a blessing from the gods. The word was then imported into English and lost the cultural meaning charge, of course. But if we look at the etymology of it, we can still find that out. So in literary Glossopoesis, the same applies. For example, one of the earliest registers of literary Glossopoesis was by Hildegard von Bingen. She invented the lingua ignota sometime in the 1200s. After that, Thomas More in 1516 invented Utopian, and he used the language. It was a naming language, and he used it in the work Utopia. And there is much for us to learn from the language when we analyze the text. Later on, Jonathan Swift invented several languages in 1726 to feature in his texts that later on were collected in Gulliver's Travels. And more recently, James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake in 1939. There are, however, three more recent examples that I would like now to use to briefly demonstrate my premise that Glossopoesis in literature can be used as secondary or an ancillary framework. These novels are very well known, so especially by the knowledgeable audience in the conference today. So rather than making a plot summary, I'll go straight over the conlangs present in them, drawing a parallel with the narratives. So the novels are 1984 by George Orwell, Native Tongue by Suzette Haden-Elgin, and Ursula K. Le Guin, The Dispossessed. Well, first off, if we look into the language present in 1984, we can see a strong correlation with the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. We know that the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis indicated that the language someone speaks can not only influence, but determine the way one thinks. So this is an important feature in the Newspeak language. If we look, for example, at, we'll go through some examples of the language and see what they mean and how they were constructed. If we look, for example, at the first word, belly feel, this word, of course, it's very transparent that this is the connection of belly and feel. The word belly feel means a blind, enthusiastic acceptance of an idea. The party's doctrine becomes a gut instinct. By extension, we could say that the connection of belly and feel also gives the impression of being obedient, so that you don't have your bellies empty. The next example, crime think, which means having thoughts that are unorthodox or are outside the official government platform. So basically, if someone has an idea and that idea goes against the party's ideology, that's a crime, and the name for that is crime think. And then duck speak. Duck speak literally means to quack like a duck, or to quack like a duck, or to speak without thinking. It can either be good or ungood, as the Newspeak word is, depending on who is speaking and whether they are saying it following the ideals of the Big Brother. And then joy camp. Joy camp is a concentration camp, which is very similar to the idea that Nazis developed during the Nazi Germany, in which they would put up the message and welcoming a message to the Jews and other prisoners saying, Die Arbeit macht frei, which means work sets free. Of course, this is very far from truth, because according to the Nazis' plans, the Jews and the other prisoners were never to be set free, let alone by their work. They would actually go to die and starve because of the excessive word charge. But all these words follow the same philosophy, like fooling people into believing concepts by the exponents of the words. Belly feel, crime think, duck speak, joy camp all work under the same premise that you can idioticize people by changing the language they speak and by depriving them from enough vocabulary to have thoughts against your ideology. So we can see that the narrative about Winston Smith and a dystopian future is told in traditional prose, but Ingsock's evil and totalitarianism relayed through the Newspeak language. Newspeak tells an ancillary story of oppression even to the level of thoughts. Those who have already lived under such circumstances that the language was forbidden and they were forced to speak another one will establish a singular connection with that. The second example is Laden, which is featured in Native Tongue, written by Suzette Hayden-Elgin. Then again, the language bears a strong reliance on the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, because the creators of this language, which is constructed as well in the novel, it's considered constructed, is not, it doesn't pretend to be a natural language in the novel, it is admittedly constructed. So they believed that by creating a new language that would reflect their own ideology, they would set the oppressed women of the future America free. So it was intended both as a secret language and as a way to influence thoughts of courage and rebellion. A few words that are included in the text, there are much more available on the web, dictionaries and the sort, but on the novel, a few words are made available. And some of them are very interesting to look at. For example, this first one, Shadahu, it means growth through transcendence, either of a person, a non-human, or thing, for example, an organization or a city or a sect. The other one, Ramimel, to refrain from asking with evil intent, especially when it is clear that someone badly wants the other to ask. And Wohosheni. The narrative on Nazareth and Michaela is told in traditional prose as well. But the women's cry for liberation through the learning and the production, the construction of the language, and reflected in the Latin words in the text, is how the reader, the audience, has access to that beyond the narrative limits. And finally, the last example is Pravik, featured in the novel The Dispossessed, written by Ursula K. Le Guin. Pravik, again, bears a strong belief in the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. An examination of the words provided by Ursula K. Le Guin in the text, in addition to a few translated sentences, shows us something quite interesting. For example, the word Amar, it means associate and is used as a gender-neutral term similar to brother or comrade. And then Klegich, it is related to drudgery or uninspiring work. And Nunchnibi, which means people who habitually evade work. And finally, the sentence don't egoize, which is not shown in the language, but it's rather presented already in English. Every time someone uses the language in a way like Western languages do, we have possession and we have ways to express possession very easily in our languages, like words of as my and your, their, and so on. But in Pravik, that is not possible. So anytime someone would use the language in an innovative way to express that, people would look at that person and reprimand them by saying, don't egoize. So again, while the narrative on Chevik's journey to a dystopian world, the other planet, Eurus, is told in traditional prose, we can see that the Pravik language relays the ambiguity of the society that speaks it. As a matter of fact, the subtitle to the title, The Dispossessed, is an ambiguous utopia, and we can see that through the language. Note that the language was constructed to indoctrinate the people on the planet Anara's ideology. And as I argue, it also accounts for part of the ambiguity mentioned in the subtitle of the novel. The fact is that the language was constructed by a leader, and it was then enforced onto the people. The people then acted as thought police, surveilling over those who made a slip in regards to the ideology and reprimanding them. I find it quite interesting that although the three novels have an apparent difference in objective of their languages, they all end up doing the same thing. It serves, so establishing how the languages work in the plot serves us to pinpoint and to establish the understanding that all three novels agree with Sigmund Freud in the book Das Unbehagen in der Kultur, or Civilization and its Discounted in English. Positions of power and oppression are unavoidable in human society. So in 1984, we see that the government is trying to oppress people and control their thoughts by obligating them to speak a new revised English. In native tongue, we see a group of women that are oppressed and they create a new language, but the language is only created by a small group of linguists, and it is then enforced onto the other women from the top to the bottom, and they don't have, the other ones don't have any participation in the construction of the language. They just have to accept what is being taught. And then the language created, according to the premises of the world built, will then model the other women's thoughts. And the same happens on Anaris, which is, according to the text, supposedly an anarchy without any government. So people are free to behave or do as they please, when in reality, they, without the government, every single citizen is a policeman and a policewoman surveilling their neighbors as to check whether or not they are upholding the ideology. So it's very interesting to see how much the languages present in the texts can communicate to the reader who is interested enough to look for that. So this is, as I said, an ongoing research. I'd love to hear your comments and thoughts. This is my email address, and I also have a profile on ResearchGate in case you want to read some of the papers I've already published on the subject. And here below you can see some of the links to dictionaries of Newspeak, Laden, and Pravik, in case you want to check some of the words that do not show in the text, in the prose, but are added as glossaries or appendixes in the books. So this is it. If anyone is willing to leave a comment in the comment section, and Joseph will now relay them to me.
Thank you so much, Israel. There's lots of discussion happening in the YouTube chat that I definitely encourage you to take a look at once we get off this. There's I guess one PhD to another, we can appreciate that at a certain point you have to stop looking at new sources or your PhD will never be finished. But there's lots of comments on other things you could look at if you were interested, different source materials. Ted Chiang's Story of Your Life, the inspiration for the movie Arrival, of course. And there are a few others.
I have a few publications on that one specifically.
Brilliant. So there was one question from Matthew. Is there any truth to the idea that Orwell was parodying Oxlangs with his newspeak?
Well, I wouldn't say there's any evidence to that, but there's reason to believe so. And he wouldn't be the first one to do so, actually. If, for example, if you look into Jonathan Swift's Gulliver's Travels, you see that there are a few sections in the texts that do exactly that. There's the Grand Academy of Legado, in which people would forget about creating words and then just carrying the objects on their backs. So whenever they would encounter someone who doesn't speak their languages, they would show the objects and would communicate by that. So of course, this is not feasible because you would have to carry so much things on your back, you wouldn't be able to stand up and walk. So that's playing satire on the Ox languages that were emerging at the time. So I think there's evidence on Newspeak because to some extent what the government, what the party was doing was simplifying the language so that everyone would easily understand each other, but would also restrain their thoughts to what was upheld by the party. So everyone would understand each other very easily because they wouldn't talk in depth. The conversations would be shallow and it would be easy to understand. So the issues of universal communication, one way or another, would be solved. Unfortunately, by depriving people from speaking their minds.
There's excuse me. There's also a lot of commentary in YouTube about how the examples you chose are all languages created within the fiction quite purposefully. So it's not a language created for fiction that's just assumed to exist in the history of the world, but it's actually created within the fiction. Is that a particular theme that you're interested in exploring, or was that something that allowed you to separate which sources you investigated and things like that?
It is an interesting concept. There is another text that I've been working on, which traces the history of literary glossopoesis in English literature, in which I happen to make some mentions of already existing conlangs that were mentioned in literary texts. But these three were actually constructed to feature in the plots. And they're interesting because they are admittedly conlangs in the plots. They do not pretend to be natural languages in the plot. They are not pretending to be a country's language, like for example, Utopian. Utopian was the language of Utopia. And in these three texts, they are the three of them constructed to feature in the novels. And in addition, they all uphold the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis very closely, the strongest level of acceptance of the hypothesis. All of them believe that through language it's possible to control thoughts. And in actuality, we can see that language has some influence on how you understand what something says, because what you understand is the words in the language that are being talked back to you. But we know that if you destroy words, people are just going to come up with new vocabulary to the ideas they already have. But the thing is, the three novels work with very similar premises. This is one of the chapters of my doctoral thesis. So there are two more chapters dealing with other novels that work in similar ways as well. But these three, they work in a very similar way because either intentionally or not, the authors end up doing the same thing. A language is created on the top, and then it is enforced to the others on the bottom. And no matter what the reasons stated are for the creation of the languages, they are used as measures of control.
One question just came in from A. Walker Scott for your example, Utopian, that you just gave. Isn't Utopian a constructed language in the history of Utopia as well?
No. In Utopia, it is regarded as a natural language. It is the language, excuse me, it is the language spoken by the Utopian people. When Raphael Hathloday visits Utopia, he is taken by surprise by the language they speak, which is described as being similar to Greek. And in reality, it is very similar to Greek with some Latin influence and even Hebrew. And it has, in a way, it has some of the philosophy of natlangs. It was, you can say it was constructed to resemble natural languages and to have very sense of phonaesthetics. It sounds very well because it is the roots of the language come from Greek and Latin, and those are very melodic languages.
Awesome, thank you very much. Like I said, definitely encourage you to pop over to the YouTube chat. There's lots of suggestions of other literary works you might want to consider, and a lot of engagement happening just around general conversation based on what you've been presenting.
Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure.
So next we're going to bring on Jan Havliš. Jan, you're there.
I'm here.
Going to give you your screen sharing privileges here. So you should be able to load up your talk. We're seeing the presenter view. Okay.
So now it should be fine. Am I right?
Yes, we see the correct thing now. So Jan Havliš is going to present to us on experimental linguopoetics arises, phonaesthetics and phonaethemics could have been Tolkien wrong.
Thank you very much for the introduction. There could have been Tolkien wrong is supposed to be some catchy subtitle, but anyway, I'm going to point out where might he be wrong. I'm going to present also the ongoing work, which is part of my PhD in general linguistics. So it's not really cooked well. It still has some unclear points, and I am going to present an experimental work in linguistics. So what I am really interested in is language creativity. So how the new language phenomena appear. And when looking at that, we may see that there is something I would call linguogenesis. So that's an occasional, non-systematic formation, and everyone who speaks any language does it almost on daily basis. So we are coining new words. Sometimes we are using wrong grammar, but we then stick to that because we like it. It's the way how the slangs appear, dialects later on, pidgin and creoles. The sophisticated, or let's say a superposition to that, is what I call linguopoesis. I would like to differ the linguopoesis from glossopoesis, which are connect more to the art and fiction. And linguopoesis is premeditated, preset, systematic formation of new language phenomena, like what we do when we create languages, but also it might be a product of language purism. And there is also quite a lot of no man's land in the middle. Let's say there might be a compulsory formation of new language phenomena, which is called neophagia. Because I'm originally chemist, I was really interested when entering the field of linguistics to do some experiments. And experimental linguopoetics is not a new thing. In a form of the artificial grammar learning, it appeared in late 50s and then in 60s. Later on, it was extended to the synthetic or engineered languages. But what I'm more interested in is a third, let's say, aspect of experimental linguopoetics, and is reverse linguistics. Generally, we may say that if we would like to create a language, we are supposed to somehow understand it. Intuitively or knowingly, we have to somehow control or rule the language. So reverse linguistics for me is that based on a knowledge of language, we are constructing a language, and we may test a language hypothesis by meaning of constructing languages. Also, what seems to be used recently is to use reverse linguistics for teaching of linguistics. Yeah. So we are using that for showing the students how the language works by letting them to construct their own grammars and lexicons. So the main topic, which is also connected to the Linguopoesis, is sound symbolism. So is there a relation between sound and meaning? And there are two views on that. One is a priori sound symbolism, meaning that the sound defines the meaning. So the meaning is hidden in the sound. There are two forms of this a priori sound symbolism. One is strong and one is weak. The strong form says that there is a causal relation between the sound and meaning, and it's general. Whereas the weak form says that it's working only for a certain sets or pairs of meanings which are either opposite or extreme or divergent, like small and large and beautiful and ugly and straight and crooked and so on. And in many natural languages, these things regarding the weak form were observed, but it was not clear if it is a priori or ex post connection between the sound and meaning. We may see this a priori sound symbolism being mentioned in the Plato's Cratylus 2000 years ago. We can saw it in the Charles de Pensée book, where he for the first time proposed that this is a basic principle which forms languages, that because it is given to us, we construct languages because there is a meaning hidden in the sound. And why there is the Tolkien in the title of the lecture is that Tolkien was a strong form devotee, because he took that as a basic principle for his language creations in his fictional words. And not only used that, or supposedly used that in his work, he also thought that there is a strong a priori sound symbolism in some natural languages. He explicitly named only Welsh, Greek, and Finnish. And he was mostly in these inspired by, let's say, the Finnish Karelian epos Kalevala. And this is for example a verse from Kalevala showing that there are some real words with real meaning which are accompanied by pleasantly sounding words with no meaning, but in fact when you use that, they have the meaning being a part of the story. Once we have an a priori sound symbolism, there might be an ex post sound symbolism, meaning that we ex post associate certain sound to a particular meaning because of a previous connection and previous experience. And definitely this has to be opposite to the previous one. Also, this point of view was expressed quite a long time ago. One of the first mentions are in the work of Otto Jespersen, and also the British linguist John Rupert Firth. And the ex post and a priori sound symbolism are considered two possible hypotheses of explaining sound meaning relation. It is worth to mention that there is a phenomenon called synesthesia, which is a cognitively psychological phenomenon saying that you can experience a sensorio-cognitive stimulus in a different sensorio-cognitive pathway, meaning, and you know that maybe from fiction and from movies, that people, or maybe from your own experience, that people can perceive, as I said here, odors as colors. Some people perceive numbers as colors, so they don't really do mathematics by manipulating with the numbers. or their values, but with the colors. But also there is a very well-known phenomenon of synesthetic phenomenon, this Kigunda effect, which is somehow connecting shapes and sounds. And it's worth to mention that the exposed sound symbolism might be some form of synesthesia. So what we did, we conducted 4 studies, and maybe some of you took part in it because it's like a year ago, I asked some of you to supplement me with samples of their conlangs for this study, and I also posted the links to the group with the questionnaires for this study. So there are 4 parts of the study. The first study was done only with Czech and Slovak respondents, and I picked 17 languages, which I divided into 5 groups. Natural languages, then there are a posteriori created languages, which are really supposed to serve as either some kind of control, or if an a priori sound symbolism works, they have to show a really intense correlation. Then there are a priori created languages. Then there are created languages, assumingly following the a priori sound symbolism. Both are Tolkien's, Kenan and Sindarin, but I also took one of the creations of our fellow LCC members. And as a quasi-negative control, I used randomly generated words. So there were 17 languages, and out of each language, I prepared 8 meaning pairs, like these opposite and the extreme, or diverge meanings like good, evil, snow, rain, red, black, and so on. And then I asked my respondents, what do you mean means red? And I give them 2 words. One of them really meant red, and the other meant other color, in this case, black. And then during the questioning, I ask them again, but I give them the same pair of the words, but now ask them which one of them is black. So I had some kind of complementary questions. The second study was trying to paraphrase the study of Brent Berlin from the 1994. Brent Berlin studied the sound symbolism in species nomenclature of different native languages, and he picked an Indian language, Wambisa, and he presented to 600 students of anthropology pairs of words, and he asked them which one of them represents a bird. I tried to paraphrase this experiment, doing it from the other side, because he presented them with pairs, one of the word meaning fish, second of the words meaning bird. I do it other way around. I asked my recipients, giving them exactly the same 50 pairs of fish bird names, but I asked them which one of them is a fish. The third study was that I tried to inspire people to create their own words or sound sequences which are supposed to represent some meanings, and that were exactly the aired base of meaning used in the study number 1. And then I designed a limited study similar to the study 1, but much shorter, because in the first study there was 272 questions in the questionnaire. So I already thought, I mean, the respondents were bored, lazy, whatever. Let's do it relatively briefly and more focused. So now I've picked only 3 sets of languages, and only 5 of them, not 17. So I picked natural supposedly a priori sound symbolic languages, Welsh, Greek, and Finnish, coming from the Tolkien's article. Then I picked on created languages, supposedly a priori some symbolic, it was Quenya. And then as a negative, quasi-negative control, I picked some randomly generated word I called code3, whatever. So the study design was that the respondents shouldn't know the purpose of the study. Then I tried to pick languages the respondents should not master. It mostly worked. Unsurprisingly, Russian, Czech, Slovak respondents were able to recognize Slavic-based languages. Unfortunately, quite a lot of scholars knows Greek. And among the Czech and Russian speakers, there were also some speakers of Finnish, namely 3 of them. For the hypothesis testing, I simply set a relatively simple set of the null and alternative hypothesis. If there is no relation between the sound and meaning, the picking should be random. If there is a relation between the sound and meaning, the picking or the choosing should be non-random. I can later on go through some more sophisticated binomial tests, but I didn't do them yet. I also used some additional testing for the study 1, where I did these complementary questions. I could use contingency tables to study the efficiency of the choosing method. So if really choosing the meaning just by a feeling, if it is efficient at all. I also later on did a 2D result matrices, so I can evaluate the probability of the choice not only per word or sound meaning, but also per respondent. I also intended to do the phonological analysis, but I didn't manage yet because it's quite an intense piece of work. So what is the result? What are the results? So the results of the first study are relatively simple. None of the respondents overall match significantly meanings of the word with the words. You see 21 out of the 136 complementary tasks were significantly correct. What's very funny is that the best results were in Sindering, 6 out of 8. And later on, you will see that in the test number 4, Czech respondents were also very good in picking within Quenya. So I somehow assumed that there were secret Tolkienists who didn't mention that in the part of the questionnaire when I asked them what kind of languages they master somehow. Out of the 136 complementary tasks, 6 of them were significantly incorrect. As I already said, the respondents, in this case Czech, recognized the words of the Slavic origin. They also recognized the word of Indo-European origin from the Danan constructed language. What we but have found were fancy words. So 64 out of 270 words presented, some of them were significantly preferred regardless of what they are supposed to mean. So imagine that you ask, let's say, what does it, if it is, does it mean fly or fall? But in any case, for example, the respondents picked the word peto, and they picked it with probability more than 80%. So there is a list of such kind of words. It's interesting, then some of them are coming from the constructed languages, but some of them are also coming from the randomly generated words. If it comes to the second study, where we were paraphrasing the Berlin's study, we were not able to get the similar or adequate results to what he get. Out of the 50 pairs of the fish-bird words in the Berlin study, 29 were significantly correct. Even he had results more than 90% of the correct pickings. But that might be because of the bird names are quite onomatopoetic, like chuchuki, chichikia, kaiti. So that's just the reason why we decided to do the study opposite, not ask them the bird names, but the fish names. Honestly, I can't imagine what will be the sound of a fish. And definitely only 4 out of 106 respondents choose significantly correctly. One of them choose significantly incorrectly. And there was no significant difference between the 3 language groups. So it was not good. The study number 3, I mean the creation of the de novo words for given meanings, was a complete disaster, because 30% of the respondents simply took a shortcut. They used exotic natural languages. They maybe thought I would not recognize them. Sometimes they too much relied on their mother tongue, sometimes on their L2, like English. I found 2 already established conlangs to be used, and the rest used just some kind of mumbo jumbo. And the 17% of the respondents who took it seriously created phonologically very heterogeneous group of words, and I can't find any similarities or any ground to which I can connect all these words. And the last study, the 4th study, was the study simplified study 1, and unsurprisingly, it went up with similar results. 41 out of 50 respondents were matching overall randomly the words. One respondent excelled in Greek and Finnish. He had 100% matches, but he noticed that in the questionnaire saying, I recognize that this is Greek and Finnish, so I was able to pick them because I know. As I said, this is a second example. 19 out of 27 Czech respondents matched significantly in Quenya, which did not happen within the English respondents, neither the Russian respondents. Quite good were also people in the Finnish, regardless. They pledged they know no Finnish. On the other hand, Welsh was supposedly being a priori sound symbolic controlled language, but people of all language groups picked significantly incorrect in Welsh. So what are the conclusions? We didn't find overall correct choices between meaning and words, but we have found non-random choices in a small number of meaning per word. So we can reject the null hypothesis. We can also reject the a priori sound symbolism hypothesis, and we can thus accept the ex post sound symbolism hypothesis. This conclusion is in accord with the recent studies. There is a recent wave of interest in the sound symbolism, where the people are really trying to do good experiments, properly statistically evaluated. And we have come to the similar conclusions as they did, but from a different angle. Of course, there are still things which could be or should be done, let's say, better. Otherwise, I still have some kind of reservations if the written questions are correct. So maybe I should devise 2 tests. One will be in a spoken form and second in the written form, and then I should evaluate what will be if there is a similarity in the outcome. There might be a problem with the spelling, because in the written questions you should spell the words in a way that people will be able to read it and get the sound, regardless they know no IPA. So no standardized way to write down sounds. And that might be a problem. I was inspired by the Brand Berlin work because he he transcribed the Huambesa words into the English orthography, and I thought, okay, I'll do the same thing. I'll do that for the English speakers. I do that for the Czech, Slovak, and for the Russian speakers too. And that might be a problem, but that has to be tested too. I've already found a very good paper by a Swedish group, Johansson et al. Recently published, which has a good manual how to do a thorough phonologic analysis. But what else I would like to do when I will speak to some good statistician is how to evaluate the potential random choices, not because of the topic of the research, but because the respondents were bored, lazy, or they lacked interest. But I have a certain reservation to this because the first study was done not through the online forums, but it was done through the printed questionnaires, and in quite a lot of cases, the people corrected themselves and picked another word instead of the formerly picked, and it was through all the extent of the study, so not only in the beginning. Yeah? So I think that the people paid attention. Okay, so that's all from me to you. I would like to thank you for your attention. I would definitely like to thank to the people who helped me a lot and who inspired me. So definitely Mr. Tolkien, definitely my supervisor Aleš, then all of you guys who helped me to create the sets of the meaning pairs. My colleague Oksana Shuvalova in the Moscow University, she was able to pass my work to her students and help me to get attention for that work. And of course, to the all tens of volunteers and respondents who worked with my questionnaires. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan. Excuse me. I think I was one of your participants in at least one of those stages, so it's really cool for me to see what's coming out of that, and especially the fact I think you and I share some healthy skepticism of some of the sound meaning studies that have been done in the past.
Yep.
Part of my skepticism has come from an academic publishing bias, where in languages where the Bubu Kiki effect has failed, like in some Papua New Guinea languages, I believe, those studies weren't published because they didn't get a result. So we only hear about these ones. So I think my favorite part of what you've done is you've taken so many languages and people from so many language backgrounds that hopefully you're negating what might be a specific language effect. If I can find the question again, Yoshimitsu on YouTube asked, couldn't word examples be presented as a word pronounced by several different people in a short audio file to avoid association with a specific voice instead of spelling?
Exactly, that has to be done, yeah, because that's my reservations to my original work, because I used only the written orthography, and that might be misleading because the vocal and the visual signals are processed in the mind differently. So reading and listening is really two different things. I asked the people in the questionnaires that they should pronounce those words before they proceed. They should not do that muted, that they should say those words aloud. But I was out of control, you know, I don't know if they did it. I do remember that the respondents of the written test tried. I've heard them because I was there when they did it. Because these were students of one of my course, so they were enslaved and used for that, but voluntarily enslaved. But definitely for the online questionnaires, I had no control over that, but that has to be done, yes. Yoshimitsu is definitely right, that has to be done.
Another question that came up is, beyond your students that were voluntarily enslaved, or people recruited from the various Conlang listservs, are you worried about a bias of people that are already very exposed to linguistic stimuli, I guess?
Yes, I am, because there are already different studies showing that all these questioning studies done on students are basically biased. Yes, because if you check these kind of studies in the psychological different branches of science, they are mostly misusing students for that. Yeah, and it can be biased, but the thing is that to find volunteers outside of the academia is not really easy.
Or cheap, for that matter.
Definitely, yeah, and the fundings are not really there. But that's a thing. That's a thing I also plan to address. But once something is in the Google form, you can present it to anyone. Yeah, he just has to be, or she just has to be receptive to that suggestion to go through that form.
You would be much more familiar with the literature than I am. So Oswix asks, are most of the sound association studies single language focused?
Not the recent. The old one, yes. The recent, not. For example, the recent studies by the Johansson group, they really picked like hundreds of languages, but they did the phonological analysis. Yeah, they didn't ask the people. I did the perceptual studies, but they didn't do perceptual studies. They did phonological analysis studies. So they took the languages, dialects, they picked the words and meanings, and then they let them go through some machine which analyzed the relations between the sounds and the meanings, and then they evaluated.
I see lots of other people in the YouTube chat are basically commenting on the enormity of your study design and complimenting you on how much of work you must have done to not just set up the studies, but to analyze everything.
The most terrible thing was transposing the questionnaires into the Excel tables. You know, I have still a lot of zeros and ones before my eyes whenever I close them. Yes, tons of zeros and ones.
I feel your pain there. Well, thank you very much, Jan. I guess in the words of Monty Python, now for something completely different. We'll move from the academic study of conlangs into Brian's talk on a discovery method of conlanging. So Brian, I'm going to give you some hosting permissions here. And you should be able to share your screen now.
Right. Let's make sure I can share what I want. And
it's full screen, and we can hear you. So for our last talk in this first session, Brian, I think we've had this conversation numerous times, and I still can never remember how to pronounce your last name. Brian Bourque?
Bourque.
Bourque. Brian Bourque.
Yes. Bourque.
So here we have Brian Bourque on the art of discovery.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate being on here. I am, if you don't already know, Brian Bourque, the creator of both Noletto and Havliš. Noletto was my brainchild from 2003 when the seeds were first planted, and then I just ran with it when I started looking more into the world of conlanging, which I didn't really discover until 2016. So as I was developing Noletto, I was talking with a lot of people within the community, and there were different ways to make words. You could go into your own universe and actually, I'm going to make a word for cat. I'm going to make a word for stop sign. I'm going to make a word for building. And then, of course, there's world building. I'm going to make a word for a floating mountain. I'm going to make a word for whatever it is. So I took that and I went one step further, and I wanted to do it as a world of discovery. I wanted people to share. I wanted to create Ortho in a way that they could look at it as an archaeological find, a discovery, something that was lost to the centuries that they recovered. And that's something gives a feeling of, wow, this is really cool. I want to know more. And that's the type of feeling I want people to get from Ortho. But I also give myself that feeling. So first, we wanted to figure out, what is a discovery? So if you look in a dictionary, it's a discovery of, or is the act of finding something unexpectedly or in the course of research, right? So it could be something that was never before seen, or it could be something that was made aware after a prolonged period of time, you know, like finding a tomb, or discovering something that no one ever thought would exist, which we find almost nearly every day in the depths of the ocean near the Mariana Trench. Who knows what else is down there? People want to talk about extraterrestrial life, but I kind of feel that we already have that at the bottom of the ocean. But that's just me. So, like I said, I wanted to bring that feeling. So why is it important? Most people relish the feeling of awe, which results from finding something never before seen or thought lost to time. I think anyone within this community can agree that when you discover something that you thought you'd never find or thought not possible, it makes you feel good. It makes it, wow, you want to learn more, you want to keep going, and it gives you that boost of energy that maybe you lost with your own Conlang. And which brings me up to my second point. It could be a powerful motivator to push through those toughest ruts as a conlanger or creative artist. When you're dealing with conlanging or creative art, any type of idea like that, there's going to be times where you're going to have, I guess you could say, writer's block, as it were, or conlanger's block in this case. So what I do to keep myself pushing through those small periods of, or maybe even prolonged periods of challenges, is I look for those feelings of awe, those feelings of, wow, I want to know more. So what exactly is that feeling? So I broke it down to the feelings when you find something that you probably heard about in history. The feeling that you get when you find a Roman mosaic in your backyard, I think would be a really cool feeling, because then you're the first one to discover it. You're the only one that knows about it, but you can't wait to learn more and you want to share it with everyone. What if it was you that found the Rosetta Stone? Years and years of painstaking work trying to figure out how to decipher ancient Egyptian, and then someone gives you a key. That is an amazing feeling. It's like almost cathartic. Like it makes you want to cry that this, after so much years of work, you finally have something that will help you. You find the city of Petra, Jordan. That must have been one of the most awe-inspiring discoveries in recent history, when in the 1800s, some guy walked through the canyon and found an entire city carved in rock. And this is real life. This isn't, world building. This world was built. So that gives you that sense of, wow, I wish I could have seen it, or I wish my in-world people could build something like that. So it gives you that extra push. As far-fetched as it may be, you unequivocally decipher the Voynich manuscript. What kind of feeling would that be? My Lord, I would probably cry, and then I would probably wouldn't share it with anyone until maybe years later, who knows? So using this in discoveries in Ortho, I use this for a lot of the flora and fauna. So when I came up with a word, usually what ended up happening is I would come up with a sound of a word, or I would come up with a word and have no idea what it means. And so by using the the feeling of discovery, I would just imagine, okay, what does this sound like? And so that's when I came up with the Nelano tree. So I'm not going to read it verbatim, but it's a large tree. It's very similar to me, it's like a cross between a willow tree and a pepper tree. If you've ever seen a pepper tree, the trunk of the tree is extremely riddled with knots and burrows. And so I thought, you know what, that would be kind of a cool look if you have something. And that's a really cool discovery in my mind. And so that's exactly how I described it. Here it is. This is a dioecious tree, which means there's a male and a female, which there are some. I think the willow trees are the same. Describe the bark. And I didn't go into extreme detail purposely because I wanted to discover more. What if I came up with another word that would help me describe this one? So part of my world's discovery was that these burls would actually look like faces in the moonlight. So within the Kalanune, the people of Lortho, the people who speak Lortho, would consider this a very religious, a very taboo, a very precious thing, where they feel that their ancestors live in these trees of life, as it were. So I thought that was a really cool discovery. And then I made another discovery. And the discovery was that of what was called a fox. So I often base the animals off of prehistoric animals because the whole premise is a history. Like, this is supposed to be an archaeological find, so I want it to feel old. I want it to feel ancient history and that people want to learn more. So the gymnure, there is one existing animal called the moon rat. This, I just wanted, to me, it made sense. It works in my world. So it's this carnivore that digs at the roots of Nelano trees to get its food. So I was thinking, at the same time, when I came up with the Nupi, I said, what if the burls of the tree are actually caused by the Nupi? And so I started thinking, what kind of discovery, what kind of thing would happen from that? And so I got into it, and it just popped in my head. It wasn't like, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to go and do that. It just, all of a sudden, I thought, oh my God, when they dig a hole in the bottom of this tree, the tree, in order to defend itself, will actually close its bark on the intruder. So now you have this animal with its head stuck in the tree, either gets eaten alive by, whatever animals come by as an opportunistic kind of eating, or it just starves to death and scavengers come by and eat the remains. And now, because of this, you have these burls that kind of have a face look to it, so the people consider this absolutely true spirits, although they mistakenly think it's the spirits of their ancestors. But then, through this, I also discovered that calling a person a Nupi is actually a derogatory term because it points out the misfortune of someone's, or points out someone's misfortune. And so if you call someone Nupi, it's an unlucky person is unlucky. They're misfortunate. They're not very aware of their surroundings, something along those lines. And I thought this would play perfectly. And it was all happenstance that it all started with the tree and the burrows. And then it became a discovery after discovery. And that makes me want to keep going, not just within the language, but also within the world. As David Peterson said, often you can't separate world building from conlanging. It kind of goes hand in hand, only because if you want to make your conlang truly unique and truly true to itself, it kind of needs a culture attached to it. And in order to make a culture, a lot of times you have to build some part of the world. It doesn't have to be the whole world, doesn't have to have maps, doesn't have to have everything, but it has to have some reference. And this is where this reference came from. So for me, in order to make this work, there are two major quotes that I live by as a conlanger that I think would prove helpful for anyone that's stuck in the spot. They can't figure out, is this going to work? Is this realistic? Is this gonna raise eyebrows? Yes, it's going to raise eyebrows. I'm pretty sure I just raised some eyebrows with what I described shortly ago. So my first one is from Mark Twain, one of the most famous writers. Truth is stranger than fiction, but it is because fiction is obliged to stick to possibilities. Truth isn't. And I think we've bumped into that in one way or another, where what seems to be possible shouldn't be, as I think that's called a paradox, where it seems impossible, or is it a paradigm? One of those two. It seems impossible, but it is. And a lot of times you can't explain it. I mean, case in point, the duck-billed platypus. I'm not going to go into that one. So, and then the next quote actually comes from a Steven Seagal movie, of all movies, but is a truly amazing quote because it is so true. No matter how strange something is, if you give it enough time, it becomes normal. And that's how I look at a lot of things in Lortho and Bash as well, is truth doesn't have to stick to possibilities, because truth just is. And then no matter how strange something is, as long as it's there all the time, it will become normal. And so a lot of the times when I make a discovery within the language, within the culture, it seems really weird at first, but then over time, it just is. It's just part of the culture. Sometimes it's gotten to the point where I can't even explain it. It's just there, which is an amazing discovery. One such discovery I made within Lortho is one of the letters is LH. So it makes the sound as if you make the sound in bell house. But I couldn't figure out how to make that sound in the beginning of a word because L is already aspirated to some point. So if I wanted to make the words year, it was really hard to say Lhara. So then I made the discovery that in the beginning of a word, the Lorthoans swap the sounds very much like you hear in Norwegian, where the H comes before the W in Fad, or the V, excuse me. So I made the letters switch, or the sound change. So now it's Hlada is how you say the word year. And all amazing discoveries. So with that, I would like to hear your input or questions. I hope this does inspire people.
Thanks so much, Brian. Maybe if you want to stop screen sharing there. I haven't seen any questions pop up in the YouTube chat, but there's a huge discussion going on about how people got into conlanging, when they got into conlanging, various conversations about dire wolves in A Song of Ice and Fire, and various things like that. So I'll ask. I'd be very interested to hear your opinion on your method of discovery versus Mark Okrand interrogating the prisoner Malk to learn the Klingon language from this prisoner held by the Federation.
Oh, I don't know that.
Oh, okay. So the in-world story of how we've learned the Klingon language and how we continue to get 50 to 100 new words a year is in one of the Star Trek movies. The Federation captured a Klingon vessel, and on board was one of the Klingon officers, Malk. And so now, according to Mark Okrand, Malk is still a prisoner of the Federation, and Mark is the only person who gets to interrogate this prisoner to learn the Klingon language, and this is how we come by that. But it feels very different to your method of discovery. So I'd love to hear your.
Yeah. Okay. so based on how he does it, it's very personal. It's very specific to how he feeds the language, and that's cool, because it's almost like he's giving himself like this very specific access that no one else has access to, which I think is a really neat idea. I look at it as if someone had discovered this culture, this civilization, and they were to start doing research and uncovering everything, what would they tell in their books? What would they tell people? Well, how would they give that information out? And while they're doing it, they keep finding new discoveries. That's kind of how I look at it. It's not so much as an I have specific access to this culture. It's what if, how would this work? And it's all in my head. Yes, it's me, just me that has access to it. It's kind of like Mark Orkran. But I don't look at it as it's only me. I look at it, what would it be like if there was a field archaeologist out there who found something? What would happen if someone found a manuscript and they just figured out how to decipher it? What would they learn? That kind of thing.
So cool. Craigie Grin on YouTube asked, do you end up making a bunch of discoveries in one session, or do the ideas simmer in your mind for a while?
That's a very good question. It happens both ways. I don't have, it does happen every once in a while, like the new P here, that kind of happened over a period of a few days. It started with the Noletto tree and I let it sit. With the Noletto tree, it just sat and I was cool with it. And then I was starting to come up with animals, okay? I did some research where there are some trees that have a symbiotic relationship with animals that live in the tree. And so I started to think, okay, what kind of animal would do this kind of relationship? And then I thought of the Nupi, to make it look like, this fox is the best way to describe it in English. And while I thought of this fox and how it forages for food, at the same time, it just popped in my head, oh, this fox could be the very cause for the burrows in the tree. So that's kind of how that works. So sometimes it just falls into place. Sometimes I just have to let it sit until I find something else that I can use it as a quote unquote discovery that actually causes something else to happen with the previous thing that I discovered.
There's lots of Klingon puns now happening in the YouTube chat, and a lot of people are basically, yeah, they're agreeing with you. Tony Harris mentioned that he and Jim Hopkins both view their conlangs, con cultures as being in a realm somewhere real that they're discovering / remembering. So you've definitely resonated with a lot of people on the YouTube chat. It'd be good for you to pop over there at some point and talk with them. Jeffrey Brown said Beltos is also in a realm somewhere real. So there's a lot of people really enjoying this approach and resonating with it.
Well, that's really cool. One of the things I discovered, I guess you could say, I was trying to, and I think many of you could relate to this, is trying to figure out what realm that would be. And for me, I found that my world is on a moon that's orbiting a gas giant that's orbiting a binary star. I have no idea how that's going to work. I have no idea how many other moons and what kind of does that with tides, but truth is stranger than fiction.
Or as a couple of people in the YouTube put it, every word is a door.
Absolutely. I agree.
Well, thank you so much, Brian. And hopefully we see you around in further comments throughout the day here on YouTube. We're going to go into our next break now, and I'm going to fight my very nature to end the break early and try and bring us back on schedule and say, it's okay if we run 5 minutes late for a little bit. So we'll see everybody in about 9-10 minutes. All right, well, I hope everyone had a chance to run and take care of any stomach gurgling needs or otherwise. It occurs to me while I get to run downstairs and boil the kettle and make a tea and grab a plate of vegetables to snack on here. The last two LCCs, various volunteers, either here in Calgary for LCC 7 or over in Cambridge for LCC 8, volunteers were literally running and grabbing me snacks to make sure I actually ate during the day, because in between talks we were scrambling to figure out audio issues or live stream issues or something like that. So I'm quite enjoying the pace where I get to actually grab myself something to eat and something to drink and take that couple of minutes breather. Maybe that's just the energy of a conference or the energy of conlangers, but it is absolutely wonderful. So we're back with the next session, and I see Cheryl is on the Zoom chat. Cheryl, if you're there.
There we go. Hello.
Excellent. And I'm going to give you screen share capabilities if you want to bring up your slides.
Lovely. All right. Would you just confirm for me quick that that's working?
Yes, I see this now in what appears to be several languages or several orthographies at the very least.
Yes.
So here is Cheryl Bowman on techniques for script development. Take it away, Cheryl.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, I'll dive right in. My name is Cheryl. I love to design pretty ways of writing, and that's been a hobby of mine since I was around 10 years old. It's been my privilege to work with authors and world builders to develop scripts for their languages. And my dream is that one day I can make an impact on language revitalization, and that people of minor language groups will be empowered to make beautiful and culturally relevant writing systems for their own languages, rather than not having any other option but to borrow the orthography of trade languages. I'm grateful to be a part of the Conlang community. It's filled with fabulous people. Thank you for being here and giving me the opportunity to contribute to this growing body of skill in designing orthographies. Today, I'll go over the 5 techniques I use in my own script development. Those are, there we go, constraining your shapes, making script sketches, tips for shape generation, assigning your characters to sounds, and refining and evolving your script. Since we're focusing on the visual aspect of orthography, I want to start with some that are visually iconic and easily recognizable, even to non-linguistic enthusiasts. We have Tolkien's Elvish, cuneiform, traditional Chinese and Egyptian hieroglyphs, and lastly Gallifreyan from Doctor Who on the right. Understanding what it is that makes these memorable and identifiable will give us a leg up when we want to make our own script that visually stands on its own. I think their key factor is that you can break them down into very basic shapes. Elvish uses graceful vertical lines with the addition of a curl in some form that rests on the baseline that make a consistent core running through the text. For cuneiform, you have a long triangle or wedge shape, often used in clusters that evoke texture as much as anything else. Chinese, I have interpreted as essentially sticks and boxes, but done with ornate strokes. So you get a lot of variation for how the lines are made, but the basic shapes are really simple. Gallifreyan is all crescent shapes and circles with some lines and dots for extra markings. These illustrate what I mean by constrained shapes well, because they take one type of marking or one idea and use that as the foundational building block for their entire script. Using a constrained set of basic shapes is one of my first tips in helping someone understand how to use shapes to their best advantage in making a script. But it's not always what you're going to need or what you want for what you're doing. Egyptian hieroglyphs are an example of a writing system that is iconic, immediately recognizable, and awesome looking and cohesive, without having a basic or constrained shape set that it draws from. So while it's obviously not required, the reason I think it's important to constrain what basic shapes you use is because the shapes you choose are the flavor palette or the color palette for your script. There are scenarios where it's appropriate to use every color available to you, but it's harder to do that well. And it's harder to make something that looks cohesive if you don't use a constrained set of shapes or a limited palette. If you start really simple using your constrained sets, you'll learn how they work and how to use them. And if you know how to make shapes flow in a cohesive way, you'll be good at making the stylistic choices that interrupt that flow in a visually appealing way. You can also try constraining something other than basic shape. There are lots of ways to limit yourself to one set of ideas and spark creativity in that area. You can constrain the space that your shapes have to fit within. Maybe instead of having the 3 levels of height that English letters have, you only have 1, and you have to find a way to make the end result feel dynamic even in the limited space. Or maybe you can confine your letters to 1 line as a way of making everything look uniform. That's what I did in this vertical script, which I think lends itself to a clean look, where the silhouette of English writing has troughs and peaks from G's and Y's and D's and K's. This has a smooth silhouette. I think it makes it look sci-fi. The other thing that I constrained in this script was the way I used my calligraphy pen. I positioned the angle of the nib at 90 degrees instead of the more standard 45, and that changed both where the weight variation fell in each stroke and the directional flow of the characters. How do you narrow down what shape or shapes you want to build your script with? Your process of developing a new writing system is going to be a lot more interesting if you start with your world building for the culture and the people of the language you created. We've talked about this a little bit already, but you'll see it's a common theme because it really is important. It's also going to make your end result feel more grounded, and you may be surprised by some of the unique options made available to you along the way. I enjoyed developing this cuneiform-inspired syllabary for author Marie Brennan as a piece of fan art for one of her book series. Its place in the story was the classic element of an ancient language used by a mysterious people that no one has been able to read, and we decided that the stylus to imprint the marks would be a reptilian scale instead of a reed used in real-world cuneiform. The end result is something that is recognizable as cuneiform-inspired because I used the wedge in a similar way, but it gives it its own flavor by having the angles and slight curve of the type of stylus that I used. Those flavors that you pull from your world building are one of the things that will make your writing system come alive and feel congruent with the language you've made it for. This is my favorite example of why your world building should influence the writing system that you make. Another author friend of mine asked me to develop a writing system for characters entwining in and around each other. Each collection of symbols was meant to convey an entire word or concept, but made up of syllables writing out the word. So I made this system that functions as a kind of faux logography. I needed to build an ADGAD that was made up of shapes that could interlock with each other up to 6 times in one space. Rather than trying to come up with characters one at a time and testing every individual one against all the others, what I had to do was develop a system where I made one basic shape that I knew could fit and weave together the way I wanted. Then I could use that shape to build each syllable that would be guaranteed to function with all the others. I love the way these look and interlock, and I'm really proud of the way it works. Here's the grid I started off with, and this is what I needed to fit my basic shape into. This shaded area became my basic shape, and here it is with the glyph on top. I carefully selected the shaded triangles so that this shape could be rotated around the hexagon until everything was filled in with no overlap. The characters are designed around this shape in different ways, and there are thinner lines that move between their assigned spaces. But the majority of the area the characters take up are within their assigned space. They are guaranteed to fit without stepping on anyone else's toes and still retain their interlocking or woven nature. It's probably my favorite thing I've ever made. Another cool idea for developing an interesting set of constrained shapes for your script is to try playing around with an alphabet monogram. This is the English alphabet monogram. I didn't come up with this, but I wasn't able to find who designed this originally. It's been around for a little while. Every capital letter that we use in English can be found in this diagram. I haven't spent much time experimenting with this, but I think it's a great concept and I didn't want to leave it out. So there you go. Moving on to script sketches. They're not a refined kind of thing, so the pictures I have needed to stay dark or the lines got washed out. Sorry, they're a little bit ugly. Sketches are really great, and I will make use of one in most cases. Sometimes if I have an idea that I want to jot down that I can't work on right away, but often just because they're really useful. I'll usually get a vague idea or an overall impression of what I want a script to look like, but if I have a vision of what I want a script to look like when it's finished, it's hard for me to extrapolate individual or usable shapes from that, especially if there's supposed to be a lot of variation. Like maybe I'm envisioning a script like the one on top here with a lot of large sweeping round strokes and small marks above and below. I sketched this out so I could see what I wanted the finished product to look like. Then I could go in and extrapolate all the shapes that I needed from there, which is what you can see I did with the lower sketch. Your sketch will also show you how the shapes play off each other. You may notice that there is an element you want woven through the majority of your shapes, or that there is a special shape you want to design the rest of the characters to contrast so it stands out better. Sometimes sketches are really defined, and sometimes they're so scribbly and vague, they just give you an impression of what you want. But if you have a vision of where you want to go, I think it's always a great idea to make a sketch, even if it's really small and simple, because it's one of your references that you're going to be able to use to guide you to the end result you're aiming for. Give yourself the freedom to try lots of things in your sketch. Poke around in the art community and see all the ways you can use a simple line to communicate an edge or a silhouette or to add different textures. And experiment with the tools you have. They're probably capable of more than just their intended purpose. These were made from really loose sketches that I scrawled out to resemble the beautiful purple hanging flower wisteria, and I ended up using my brush pen to trace the sketches almost line for line. I added some line weight where I wanted to, and those are the characters now. It ended up being exactly what I wanted with very little to change, because the loose, dynamic, and organic nature of a sketch is exactly the look I needed. Shape generation. Making enough shapes and characters to fill out your whole orthography can be really tricky. I only keep a few that I've designed to put into my final product, and coming up with all those ideas is difficult, especially once you start getting into collections of more and more characters like syllabaries, or if you're more ambitious than I am, an entire logography. And if after I've made all the characters I need and I write out a sample only to find that it doesn't look as good as I thought it would, it's back to the drawing board. A few things are helpful in generating all the characters you need. Go back and look at your references, take inspiration from that. A simple but effective thing to try is taking some of the characters you like and rotating them. Using the shapes you already have will reinforce the cohesion of your script while giving you new shapes that you can use as distinct characters. Great examples in English are lowercase p, b, and d. It's the same shape, but flipped and mirrored. Something I've been using a lot lately is to combine characters. In English, lowercase m is two n's together, and w is a w, or a double v, depending on your preference. Draw anything that comes to mind. Jot down all the ideas that you have, even the ones that you don't think are going to be very good or that will make it into your final set. This is a picture of one of my ideation sheets. It is packed and filled to the brim. My usual process is to completely stuff a piece of paper with shapes and ideas, and I will go through and outline or circle the few that I really like and that I think should make the final cut with a colored pen so I can find them later. The reason I think it's great to draw all your shapes is that you have a record of what ideas you've had and how you've tried those ideas. It's common for me, if I haven't finished making my full set yet, to go back and look through my ideation sheet. I'll go, here's a character I liked, but I think there are more ways I can play with that idea I had. I can try rotating the character in a different way. I can rearrange the shapes that are there. I can try combining it with a different kind of shape than I did before. And doing that is so helpful in rounding out the kinds of characters that you have. I think it adds even another element of cohesion when you have a couple of different kinds of shapes, and then you've developed those shapes in multiple ways with each other. It's a co-evolution of the characters. Here's part of another fan syllabary I made for Marie Brennan. It's actually in the same world as the cuneiform-inspired Draconian, but this one is Mayan-inspired, at least visually. It's called Ngaru. What I did was I took my basic shapes from a small illustration in one of the books, and then I assigned consonants and vowels to each of those shapes. Then to make the syllables themselves, I merged each consonant and vowel pairing together. But I did it in more of a conceptual way. I took a lot of artistic liberties in interpreting the two merged shapes while trying to keep the general aesthetic of Mayan glyphs. There were 83 in total, so this was a great technique for making a large number of characters. It's more efficient, not only because it is faster, but it's easier on the brain to compose variations than it is to invent from scratch. Use what you have to build more of what you want. Use it to show yourself all the possibilities that one set of ideas can manifest. There are so many different ways to use the shapes you've chosen, and this technique can really open that door for you. This page was a set of shapes that I drew out and found I really loved, and I thought it could be diverse enough to be used as a syllabary. But I was having trouble coming up with the rest of the characters that I needed, because the new shapes I tried adding felt like they departed from the original look. So what I did was I took these characters and broke them down into their basic components, and that's how I came up with my set of basic shapes. This effectively demonstrates that you can approach the process of development from multiple ways. These basic shapes turned out looser than they would have been if my starting point had been a set of constrained shapes. They're more of a set of ideas than a set of specific shapes. One of the things I like about this approach is that it allows for all kinds of more complex syllable structures than the approach I took with Ngaru. They both use the same technique of combining single sound characters to build syllables. But I would say that Ngaru was a process of growing more complex images from two seeds, while this process is more about distilling one shape from multiple components. That's also why I think it's more conducive to working with complex syllables, because if you want to, you can distill down a consonant, 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 vowel, consonant, consonant, consonant structure into one character. You'll find lots of overlap between the two methods if you try them out, but your mindset shifts a little, and being aware of that shift is helpful. Maybe you're saying to yourself, I don't know how to make cool shapes that I like to begin with. Or maybe you've never made a writing system before and you're thinking, this seems like an intimidating process. Just start with a blank piece of paper and your pen. Draw the lines and motions that feel good to make in your hand. This picture was someone's first ever cipher, which I helped them develop. She thought it was a cool idea to take her notes in a different alphabet, but had never made one because she didn't know where to start. So we worked with doodly shapes that she loved to make in her note margins. Her starting place for an alphabet was familiar shapes she already enjoyed, which is the perfect place to start, because if you don't love making the shapes you're writing, your script isn't going to be fun to write with. So whether you're a beginner or whether you've done this several times and you want to make a new script, use shapes that you enjoy making, because it's going to be a better experience for you and your script will look better in the end. Make a writing system that is intuitive for you to produce, and that will get you your best result. Pick the shapes you assign to your phonemes carefully. This is the only piece of advice in my presentation that I think you should use in every single case. Whatever characters end up being the most frequently used in your writing system are the ones that will create the dominant look and feel of your script. Make a frequency list for your Conlang. Here's one for English. Choose which shapes and characters you've made that you think best represent what you want your script to look like and pair them appropriately. You can use this to your advantage in a couple of ways, with shapes that are a bit unique or play off the others. Use those less frequently so they don't become the dominant look and they stay a little bit more special. Be strategic with phonemes that occur together the most frequently, or with characters that are written twice if you have double letters or reduplication. And be aware of whether or not you have phonemes that are exclusively initials or terminals. You might even consider designing specific characters with those sounds in mind that will enhance the look of your script when they're placed at the beginnings or ends of words. Just to drive my point home for why I think you need to do this, imagine you were sitting down to invent Elvish Sindarin, like this poem here, and you especially liked this round character. So you made it your most common shape. It would be a valid choice. The shape was there already, but you can see how important it is to understand the impact that choice has on your outcome. This is the final version of a script I had a hard time getting to work for me, because even though I carefully selected the best shapes to appear most frequently, it still didn't keep those flavors. I split my shapes into two categories, and this is how I finally identified my snag. The bottom section was the look that I wanted, and I had too many of the angular, almost katakana looking shapes mixed in. Even though they were assigned to lower frequency letters, there were enough of them that their shapes were still too common. So I nixed a bunch of those and modeled some more off the rounder type. That example could have fit under refining, but I wanted this last section to focus on how you can move forward. At what point do you decide that your script is finished? You can leave it alone after you've assigned everything, but I would encourage you to see how far you can take it. I set out to make a script that I thought looked unique with the most basic of shapes, dots and lines, and this is what I got. I more or less liked these shapes, but I was convinced that they were not living up to their potential in this form. So I pushed it in 2 different directions. For the first, I tried a cursive form with lots of loops and continuous motion. For the second, I broke out my calligraphy pen again, how can you not? And I reimagined the strokes in my new medium. This triplet of alphabets was my greatest lesson in pushing the boundaries of my designs, particularly with the third variation, because I realized after the fact, the reason it looks so alive to me was that I had artificially given it a history. If I want to make lots of history for my script and drastically age it through multiple eras, my go-to strategy is to scribble out sample text, fast and messy. And that is a quick way to break down carefully structured or potentially complex writing into a more organic form. This is the draconian script that started out with the scale-stamped cuneiform-styled syllables. I wish I had a better functional transition here from syllabary to alphabet, but I don't. So this text spells the name Imalki. The top 2 lines are the syllabary made first with a stylus, then with a brush, and the bottom 3 are the alphabet, increasingly corrupted and simplified. Refining this script, which I named Garden Party, actually meant taking away some of my original constraints. The characters were inspired by newly germinated plants, but couldn't quite hit that mark until I got rid of the uniform baseline and other height constraints. So let your ideas flourish. Use basic shapes creatively. Sketch out every idea that comes to mind. Take what you have and modify it to make more of what you like. And remember how much one shape can influence your whole design. These are some things I've learned from my experiences so far, and I'm convinced that the more we learn and share with each other, the more we'll all be equipped to make the best looking scripts we're capable of. I hope this helps you bring a little more beauty to your world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. That was awesome. I was trying to answer a few emails while I was listening there, and I was like, oh, I've got to go back and watch that part. I've got to go back and watch that part.
It's very visual.
But I mean, right off the bat, you had me that you want to help revitalize various indigenous languages and allow them to not just adapt a romanization, but have their own. I think Sai had a question that they wanted to ask. Sai, do you want to unmute? There.
Hey, so first off, your scripts are both gorgeous and structurally clever. So I'm very impressed, and I'm reminded of Trent Person. Have you tried making a nonlinear or otherwise systemically unusual script, or perhaps a logography?
I have played around with a couple of different things. When you say nonlinear, I assume you mean like writing in straight lines across the page. Is that what you meant? Because I have experimented with that a little bit.
By nonlinear, well, I mean the kind that I made, which is essentially if you think of most scripts, they can be put in a straight line without really breaking anything, whereas a nonlinear one would somehow be two-dimensional in some inherent way.
Yeah. I have tried a couple of things. I haven't made great progress. One of the things that I love in working with other people is like my writer friend I made the entwining characters for. She just writes stuff. She's very much an author of through discovery, like Brian was talking about. So she'll just write something. She had in one draft a set of maps with characters that moved and floated all over the page, and it was all very ambiguous, and I was like, I can totally figure out how to somehow structure this even while making it look like it's not structured, but I haven't finished that, so I don't have any explanation for you, but there's a lot of very cool stuff to try out and play with.
A YouTube question from George Corley. There are some conlangers that try to realistically derive characters from pictograms. Do you ever try to reverse engineer an etymology from a logographic script?
Ooh, I haven't tried that. That would be very interesting. Not something that I've done, but if if you end up finding my Twitter linked with this video when it's put out, please send your experiments to me because I would very much love to see it.
Feel free to give the shout out on your Twitter handle.
Oh, okay. My Twitter is @fantasticalskirt1. It was supposed to be fantastical scripts, but it was too long.
A question from John Chiara. I'd like to know Cheryl's opinion of the circle splash secretion writing system from the Arrival movie.
Oh, I'm not answering questions very well today. I would love to talk about that. I have not watched that movie yet because I know I very much want to, but there's a friend who wanted to watch it with me, so I've put off watching that. I can't wait to watch it and figure and see how it works because I've seen stills from the movie and it looks glorious. No spoilers, no spoilers.
No spoilers. I think you would probably find a very even split of conlangers who love it and conlangers who hate it for probably almost the exact same reasons.
I can't wait. Thank you.
Yes, I think I did say Twiddler, YouTube. Slip of the tongue.
One more thing I'll bring up about aging your script. So while I was drafting this, Native Lang put out a delightful video on YouTube talking about how it was when the rest of the world was deriving Egyptian hieroglyphs into their respective alphabets. Egypt was going and making theirs more complex. So while the example I gave of aging your script was a method of breaking it down and making it simpler, that's not the only way you have to go if you want it to be naturalistic. And there's lots of really wonderful things to add and discover in your writing system if you want to age it in that way as well.
I definitely appreciated all the very practical advice that was laid out along with the personal examples. And there's a few requests that if you have the time to post a Twitter thread at some point, that people would love to see the different steps of different scripts that you've already designed.
Oh, that's a lovely idea. Thank you. I'll get on that.
Matt Pearson is just sharing that Jessica Kuhn was his student, and she was the consultant for Arrival. I didn't realize Jessica was your student, Matt. She didn't get to work on the script at all. She just got to work on some of the what would a linguist do in this point. And I think I noted earlier that the only piece of artwork that Jessica contributed to the film was it was actually her whiteboard in the back of the tent with some actual linguistic structures on it. But thank you very much, Cheryl. You're getting a lot of praise on the YouTube channel for everything you contributed. So definitely recommend you pop over to that at some point and check it out.
Thank you for having me. And thank you all for coming and listening. That was so kind. It was my pleasure.
Next, we have Kenan. Kenan, are you still on?
I am. Hello, hello.
Excellent. Let me give you screen sharing permissions here. I can't talk today. A lot of my consonant clusters are just absolutely failing. You should be able to share your slides now.
All right. Let's see here. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Kenan Kigunda, and I am going to be talking about bad writing or developing a complex orthography through the tale of writing in Zevi. So I am very happy to be going after Cheryl because this segues right into that. And so a quick history of Zevi writing. The symbols of Zevi writing are the ones shown here. And at another time, I will talk about how these came to be the symbols. But for now, what I'm talking about is everything that happened afterwards. And so early in Zevi writing, there was a very strong one-to-one sound correspondence between the symbols and what you were writing. If you were a scribe writing before the printing press at the time where writing was all about individuals deciding what they wanted to lay down, you might want to write about a boring shoe in a brown box. And so In Zevi, it's a very head final language, so the order is a little bit different, but in general, you'd pick the words that you wanted to use. You would put down the sounds, which as a scribe you knew corresponded to those. So if you were a scribe in one of the dialects, you might be saying, te sube tme daka vervod. And you would just string together all of the symbols which correspond to those sounds. And so one of the things about this is it's very straightforward right off the bat, but you have the issue that a scribe in a different dialect near to you might be writing down different sounds. So they might say teizu instead of teisu, or they might say daka. The early system had this huge variance, this huge personal variance, this huge dialectal variance. And just as another example of this, which is mostly relevant for comparison with what we see in the modern writing, this is the way that a scribe would put down in the square under the circle. So you fast forward by a few hundred years, a ton of developments, and you get the modern Zevi writing system instead. So there's no longer this one-to-one sound correspondence. Instead, you have a rather complex sound correspondence where things have been mixed up through fossilization of certain affixes and these ligatures which have been introduced, these years of sound changes, these spatial abbreviations, ways that the standardized system has chose to disambiguate homophones, and ways that unstressed vowels have been deleted. And so this is what we'll be diving throughout this talk. So you can see that at this point, modern Zevi writing is a rather deep orthography, but stepping back into what that means in a more general context. So in a speech, speakers generally are aware of these sounds, and shallow orthographies tend to represent the sounds that speakers are consciously aware of. They're not necessarily the surface sounds which are actually being produced, because all languages have these complex phonologies with allophony and these rules. And even shallow orthographies tend not to capture those necessarily, but they do capture the speaker's model. And so an example of this might be Swahili versus English and French, which are deep orthographies where in order to understand the writing system, you really need to pull from the source languages, sound changes, which have happened since the writing was actually standardized, things like the morphophonology or things like word-by-word memorization. We have both shallow and orthographies in English, sort of, at least when we contrast informal versus formal writing. And so in informal writing, we might not care so much about the fact that lo and though are spelled differently. After all, they rhyme. We might actually see the way that the morphophonology of the plural marker in kids is normalized to match the way that it ends up being pronounced. And we might see things like, oh, this weirdness where though and enough are spelled the same actually gets simplified out when the informal speech is written down for something like enough said. And so from this, we can kind of see the contrast between shallow and deep. And as you're thinking about creating a deep orthography in a conlang, I want to pull out 3 principles which create this sort of madness and complexity. The first one, don't get it right the first time. The second one, standardize. And the third, watch words drift as you refuse to let go of the past. So let's talk about not getting it right the first time. Not everything that's spoken needs to be written down. Humans are great at noise correction, and we see this already even in speech, where thanks to something that's been really extensively studied, the phoneme restoration effect, our brains can actually restore and pull out sounds that aren't actually present in the sound waves that reached our ears and make us think that we actually heard a phoneme because we know from the context that it should have been there. And writing can take this even further in some ways because it has the advantage that the reader can reread what's happening. Beyond that, writers are really lazy. You can imagine if you're just trying to jot down a quick note during your workday, or if you're a scribe who's transcribing a really, really long text, eventually you're like, oh my God, like look at all this paper, look at all of this things I have to jot down. I'm just going to take some shortcuts so that I can hit the beach and work less and relax more. And so this creates a tension between the reader and the writer that may be familiar. In speech and understanding sound systems, we talk about ease of articulation versus ease of perception. And this exists in writing systems as well, where the writer is looking for something that's really, really easy to transcribe. The reader is looking for something that's easy to understand. And so the tension between those two can help decide where the writing system ends up settling out. An example of this in natural languages is abjads, where if you look at Aramaic really early on, we had these symbols for the consonants and the vowels, you know, we are able to write down what we need to do and have the reader understand things even without the vowel sounds. And this is something which persisted through Hebrew or Arabic. And today, modern abjads tend to have ways of representing vowel sounds through diacritics, which are optional, but they may be used pretty commonly in modern practice. But at least for hundreds of years, or in some cases millennia, many, many texts have been written in these languages with no vowel sounds marked at all, and they are still understandable or legible or recoverable to the reader with different amounts of effort. And you know, in the cases of Hebrew or Arabic, this works especially well for languages with triconsonantal roots. So a lot of the choices depend on the specific context that the writer, the language is existing in, but we see how writing systems can be successful despite being underspecified. So let's take a look at how this played out in early Zevi. One of the first things which we have already seen is that like Zevi, unlike the Roman alphabet, had no way of representing spaces. You know, if a scribe was just transcribing eneokeki versus eneokeke, they just wrote down all of the symbols between them. It didn't really matter that in the reader's mental dictionary, the separation between these words happened at a different point between the phonemes. The reader was just expected to piece that together themselves. And then extending on top of this, as scribes were writing longer and longer text and writing more, these vowels, especially vowels which fell together, ended up having ligatures to make them simpler to write, even across words, right? Because there are no spaces to worry about. And interestingly, at least at this stage of the writing system, this actually made things more phonologically transparent in a way at the cost of lexical clarity, because even in speech, these two words in these examples would have been spoken as one phonological word. And so that EU, you know, even though it's separated between lexical words, it really just becomes a diphthong in speech as well. And the writing system is kind of just doing the same thing that speech does. So if we take a look at all of the vowel ligatures which existed for the pairwise effect, we see, you know, there's 25 of these. A lot of them are not allowed inside of a word or inside of a morpheme more precisely, but all of these ligatures were still really commonly used because the ligatures were allowed to span words. And so a word might end in one vowel, begin in another vowel, the ligature just crossed them. And we also see a little bit of a view into the development of the vowel diacritics through these ligatures. You might notice that for like the points where a single E or a single I is represented, it tended to have like a little curve to it. Where there were multiple of them, it was just like a straight dash line. The straight dash was the original source of them, and the curve was added more to like disambiguate them, where, you know, two lines on top of each other might, the scribe might get a little sloppy about the length of the lines. And so it might be hard to tell which one was actually the shorter line on top, which one was the shorter line on the bottom. But in cases where that wasn't a problem because it was already easy to tell in other ways, the original just like make a quick dash is preserved. So that's one effect we see from this. And the other effect that we see is that, like I've said, there's 25 ligatures. Actually, that's a bit of a lie. There's 23 because 2 of them remain unjoined. And this isn't a coincidence. This is a particular property of U and O. So for the most part, the position of the second character in the ligature tells us about whether the sound it's representing comes first or second. But for U, the leading tail of the character always comes first. That's a property that came from just the way that the U sound was written. And for O, the trailing tail of the O always comes last. And so these two rules together created 6 ligatures, or 3 pairs really of ligatures, which are spelt identically even though they represent different combinations of sounds. So if we look at this third effect of keeping the tails consistent rather than the sound order, we get to see that like atuat, meaning instantly go, and atau, meaning your son, they, the first 3 graphemes, the first 3 letters of those words are identical, even though the sounds that they are representing are very, very different. For the most part, the reader is able to recover this, for one, because when the reader consults their mental lexicon and all the possible combinations that could happen, is this saying ataut, is this saying atuat, there is, in this case, only one possibility. for each of them. And so the reader is still able to tell what's happening. And even in cases where there might be multiple possibilities in terms of all of the possible permutations, if we think about like instantly go versus your son, just the conversational context or the reading, the context of the surrounding sentence where this would actually exist in would often act as sufficient disambiguation, right? They're likely syntax will even feed into this and be like, you just aren't grammatical in one case or the other. Another property, long vowels. So if we look at all of these examples, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 long vowels, and only one of them is actually represented in the underlying writing system, and that's because Zevi has had this property for much of his history. Vowels at the end of words are always long, so there's no real need to disambiguate them in the writing system itself. Finally, as scribes were writing and writing, there were certain words, these postposition type words, soon, may, which were used all of the time. And scribes started to find ways of saying like, look, these postposition represent like spatial relations between words. Let's just put those spatial relations onto the page. And so Zevi scribes pretty early on started using these spatial abbreviations. This is something that happened, not even over the course of big sound changes happening yet or things like that, which we'll see later, but just like one of the early ways that words were being written in a way that was not representing the phonology, but rather something else. In this case, the space in between the concept that you're conveying, whether that's under, above, in, and so forth. But there was a slight problem with this. So knowing, these space markers originally were kind of bracketed, but knowing how much space you actually need ahead of time is really, really tricky. And so scribes made the change where like only the first relation had both the opening and closing markers shown. Subsequent ones only had the closing markers. The opening one was kind of inferred. Works really well. That's great, except kind of not great for the difference between soon and ni. Now that we've dropped the opening marker, the difference is not actually discernible. And so scribes fixed this by modifying the form where ni is the only marker which has really 3 things concluded in it. So phew. So we can see that there's a lot of complexity that's built up into the writing system really, really early on, and thus allowing us to not get things written the first time or write them very differently than sound. From here, we move on to standardization. So as we move from individual scribes to the printing press, standards become easier to enforce. But when we're talking about enforcing standards, there's always this question of by whom. If we look at the history of English, for example, a lot of American English writing standards were formed by Noah Webster's pushes to write things in slightly different ways in his American Dictionary of the English Language, published in 1806. In the UK, it was Samuel Johnson's A Dictionary of the English Language, published in 1755, which ended up being more formative. So we're familiar with a lot of these differences, where like in the US, we often use just this OR directly for words coming directly from Latin, whereas in the UK or maybe many other Commonwealth countries, including Canada, which is where I grew up, we have this OUR a lot of the time representing the path through Old French. But even then, it's not always there, like depending on the form that a word is extended in honorific, both writing standards agree that it's just OR. For a word like glamour, there was a few cases where Americans might try to drop the U there. Generally, it always has it. In that case, glamour, it's because it's actually from Scots. We see this as well for meter, this ER versus RE in styles which have this contrast. The measuring device itself uses ER, but the unit of measurement is an RE. And look, Americans don't count for this one because they don't even know how long a meter is. In some American styles, we also see theater, the building, being different from theater, the art form. The RE style tends to be used uniformly in the UK, and not all American styles do have the RE for the art form, but sometimes that is seen. And of course, standardize. We see this contrast between I's with a Z, I's with an S. And some British sources, like the Oxford English Dictionary, the source of something called Oxford Spelling, does recommend the form with a Z for strictly etymological context. So they would say realize with a Z, but analyze with an S, because if you look at the etymology of these words, that's the way they came through. But many British sources just use the S form consistently because like, whatever. So realize with an S, analyze with an S. And then both agree that like some words which are unrelated, improvised, always get the Z. So taking a look at how this played out in Zevi. The cultural center of the Zevi linguosphere, that's the Bemi dialect, contrasted with the administrative capital, and they both had different forms of political influence. And so when they went up against each other in terms of writing, they created this thing that I like to refer to as the great debacle of Ui and O. Giving a little initial context, Ui existed in Old Zevi, but by the Middle Zevi time that the printing press was taking off and the writing standards were being formalized, it was not a thing. It had been replaced by OE. Synchronous derivations and inflections which would create UI were actually spoken as OE instead. Scribes used to really just vary based on personal preference in terms of how they represented these, how far along their particular dialects had been, and the sound changes at the point that they were writing it down. But as the printing press came about, the Mathrama publishing house and the Bemi dialect really started to set the direction. When they made this decision, they were like, we're historians, we love history, we're going to read up on the etymology, we're going to decide whether to use OI or UI. And the government was just like, nah, we're busy, no one has time for that. But they did come up with an exception. They were like, oh, well, you know, there are certain words which have become homophones. We don't know if we really like that. So maybe we can say Zoe is spelled with a UI when it means victory, but it's spelled with an OI when it means sight. And they did something really similar for Kou, meaning space, and Go, meaning circle. The Mathrama house was just like, look, we're historians, y'all are crazy, these words have never had a unit, no. And moreover, like the Bemi speech actually had a different suffix, this UN suffix for the thing that generated Ko versus Gon. And so they were just like, we don't even need to do that. So how did these things combine? Well, the cloud of the publishing houses ultimately ended up winning the battle of etymology, but through the education system, the capital was able to enforce its additional disambiguating changes. And the real limiter on the ability of the education system to just like enforce its entire script view was the fact that it was still dependent on the publishing houses to generate the actual literature materials, which would be like the canonical classes that they were teaching in their schools. And so today, you know, the two dialects have paired up together to create what is known as standard written Zevi. So how does that work? Well, Zevi exists in a situation of light diglossia where, you know, the two dialects remain really prominent and distinct in spoken language. There may be about 90% mutually intelligible. So like for the most part, they can communicate. It's not that distinct, but it's enough that like, you know, some adjustments are needed, but there is a single written standard used throughout the area where Zevi is spoken. And this is comparable, though not as extensive as the difference that we see between standard written Arabic and many of its spoken dialects in our world today. And so taking a look at some examples of this, if you're talking about fish, noi, but you write it with a UI. If you're talking about victory, as we saw, the capital standard, it's UI. If you're talking about victory, OI. If you're talking about sight, Zoe is the way it's pronounced, at least at the time before we get into the sound changes that we'll see later. And then if you're talking about circle, this is interesting. If you're talking about circle, it's pronounced written rather with two U's, go. Both dialects actually ended up eventually, or for specifically the word ko, having space being supplanted by the word which ended with an N. So, you know, ironically, this distinction which created circle having two U's was redundant, but it was formalized anyways, too late, so sad, too bad. And a few other changes, right? So other words don't have this. So the UN suffix is still written in standard Zevi, but the Kavi dialect doesn't pronounce it in those cases. And finally, the two prominent dialects love to really gang up on the smaller dialects and be like, if we don't have it, we're going to ignore it. So other smaller dialects have long consonants in addition to long vowels. Standard Zevi writing is like nah fam. So we see how standardization played out. Finally, watch first drift as you refuse to let go of the past. So in English, the big example of this is the great vowel shift, which has created a huge difference in terms of how we write vowels and how we actually speak them. There's a few ways where this has impacted Zevi as well. The impact of historically long vowels on Zevi has been to change the way that the preceding consonant is pronounced. And so the long vowels no longer has any vowel quality distinction or vowel length distinction or anything like that, but preceding consonants are often impacted. And this also merges, you know, or plays in with like the impact on historically word final consonants have seen some level of lenition to them, and that kind of differs between the dialects. And so this gives us an overall situation where if we're comparing the word for me, historically dit, the Calvi dialect says di, the Bemi dialect says dith. If you're talking about change in contrast, though, you're going to look at zi versus zith. And so both are very different from what's actually being written. So the graphemes are being written still have it as if the vowel length is the meaningful distinction, but depending on the dialect, it's something else entirely. And so we see this also affecting our sibilants as well. And we also see another later change, which is these sound mergers. And so like, if you've noticed in this pronunciation of the Covid dialect, right, it's like weird in terms of how it matches with the spelling. Part of this is the two things we've seen. So one was that homophone disambiguation, and the other is this sound merger, which has created an underlying spelling, which is pronounced in this way. And these sound mergers have created a bunch of new homophones as well. Kaime, Mao, different spellings, same pronunciation. So watch words drift as you refuse to let go of the past, standardize, and don't get it right the first time. Hopefully with those, we see more of like the complex sound correspondence having played out over time in the Zevi writing system. There's one more thing that I had wanted to cover, but I wasn't able to fit into my prep or talk time, which is unstressed vowel deletion. And this is also super interesting to me. It's comparable to the phenomenon of the écadique, or the écadique rather in French, which is schwa deletion in the Hindi usage of the Devanagari script. And I could probably give an entire talk about how that ends up playing out across all of those languages, but that unfortunately will have to be for another day. And so that brings me to the end of the presentation. So we've looked over these principles of deep orthographies, how to use them in a conlang through the examples of how they actually applied in Zevi. And I leave you with one Easter egg of how punctuation marks play out. As you can see in this final example, as might be expected based on the way postpositions work, punctuation marks in Zevi also have this sort of bracketing structure parallel to, say, the inverted question marks in Spanish. So thanks.
That was just another awesome talk, Kenan. I was chatting with Sai in our Slack chat, who is I'm going to say orthography connoisseur. I'm not sure if Sai would describe himself as that, but very, very impressed by all of the orthography talks so far. You've inspired a lot of conversation in the YouTube channel, so I definitely recommend that you do pop over to that at some point. A lot of people relating or feeling inspired as a result of what you've shown. I know I've never put that kind of thought into one of the orthographies I've designed for a conlang. I've introduced some variation that I would love to see a linguist go back and go, oh, well, when it's written AH, it must have been this original form, or AA was this original form. And no, it was completely by chance and aesthetic. I haven't seen any questions come up in the YouTube chat, so I'm going to put Sai on the spot and see if Sai just happens to have a question, because I know they're hugely into this topic.
Well, so for one, Joey is absolutely right. I do not expect to be impressed by talks on orthography, and Cheryl and you were both amazing. And I was very amused by the bit on competing standardization systems. I'm wondering if you have a thought on how the competing standardizations might differ on and thereby impact things like ligatures and other like formal forms of the writing, because I think this is true in Arabic. There are several different sort of standard formal forms of Arabic, and they go several different directions.
Yeah, that's a fascinating that I would love to layer on. So I haven't layered that on at this point yet, but I do think that I think that ties into two things, which is like what were some of just the different allophonic variations in the dialects even at the time, and then how that might have impacted the way that they thought about the writing, or even just like how my different publishing houses or how my different standards have said like, we like this ligature more than this other ligature, something that I would love to just keep adding on to it as I work through this. Yeah.
One question that popped up in the YouTube is or are there any documents about Zevi available online somewhere where people can find them?
Yeah, so I'll drop that into the chat. I plan on adding a lot of the things about the orthography itself onto my website. So right now I typically use just the Roman transliteration of what the underlying words would be, but I think I would love to have the like photos of all the symbols as well. I don't know if I would ever make a font for it, even though it would make things easier because it's just like, oh my God, that's so much work. But there's a ton of documentation on the grammar, and the writing will be added to that as well.
I believe Sai has added a link to your website, probably on the YouTube description for your talk. One thing I was curious about is, just as someone who's conworlding, conlanging, what direction did you go? Did you come up with the orthography and imagine all of these changes before making words, or did you have an idea of what the language was going to be and then evolve the orthography?
Yeah, that was actually something I would have loved to talk about. And I was just like, I don't have enough time. But like the history of it really has come along with me just learning more about linguistics and orthography in the first place, because it really started actually when I created Zevi as a personal language about just like my aesthetic preferences. People who were on the Zompus bulletin board or the ZBB way back might have seen some of the early designs of this, where like I used to have a lot of words just ending in these like silent E's. And that was something that had been like borrowed, I think, just from my context in English and French. And so as I learned more about languages generally, I started being like, okay, I want to calc the languages that I know a little bit less, but I want to still have this type of like orthographic complexity because I like the general sense of it a lot. And so I started modifying it and moving it a bit further and being like, how do I create something which is a little more original in terms of why it is the way it is? And so it has been this back and forth, I think, from being like, this is how I want things to look aesthetically versus like, this is something which actually adds like a history or a systematicism to it, and just like iterating from that. And I just want to also leave the comment of like, this is one of the things which really resonates with me from Brian's talk to you about discovery, because sometimes the way I think about this is like, you know, I'll come up with something, I'll come up with this other thing, and they're like, it's fine. And then like, at one point I'll feel like, oh, wait a second. It's almost like I've landed on this like relationship between these two things, and now it fits together, right? And it's like, I'm learning what the actual history of it has been. So that's been fun.
Thank you so much for sharing all that. Like I said, definitely check out the YouTube comments. There are a lot of people that are really inspired by your talk and your ideas. Thanks so much, Kenan.
Yes, I absolutely will.
Okay, so we're going to wrap up this section of talks. If Baron is on the chat, if you can unmute.
Yep, hello.
And do you want to share a camera, or are you going to?
Yeah, not a problem.
There we are. Excellent. So I'm going to give you screen sharing capabilities here.
Okay.
You should be able to share your slides now.
All right. Give me a moment to. Okay. Share screen. This one, I think. Here we go. How's that?
Okay. Yeah, if you can just go full screen, might make it easier for people to see.
Perfect. There we go. All right.
Excellent. So this talk, I never learned how to pronounce the last part of your name, Baron
Dipitous. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's based on the word serendipitous.
Ah, okay. So Baron Dipitous is going to talk to us about looking at the languages that have been proposed for Zelda. So you can take it away.
Thank you. So it is very exciting to me to be involved in this. in this conference. This is the first time I've become involved in this Conlang conference, and I have run into the trap of having a lot of information but not enough time to share it. So, but I am happy to talk about some of the main points of what I have gone into with this topic. So first of all, a bit about, this is a bit about myself. Baron Dipitous is a moniker that I use for my creative projects, especially my conlangs. I am a librarian by profession, and but who likes games and everything. I did make a couple of conlangs for and I've been using them in an indie production studio called Banner Media. So Almost Home, you can actually get, there's a bunch of things of my Tekrid language. The first one I wrote back when I was interested in, got into conlanging with a college class that I took. And I know Legend of Zelda and video games might not be might be a bit different from what is often talked about in here. But first of all, it's something I've been thinking about, talking about somewhere on the internet for a while. Second of all, a few weeks ago, the series itself celebrated 35 years. So really good timing there. Anyway, so my main research question was to look at the linguistic history of the peoples of Hyrule, basically, in the various Legend of Zelda games. I wanted to look at them essentially like as it is, and kind of assuming that it's all part of a cohesive like timeline and everything like that. There are a few disclaimers to this, which I'll briefly go over, but yeah, I'm certainly not the first or the last to look into the linguistics of Zelda, but usually when I have been looking at different articles and studies into this kind of thing, they usually focus on just one thing. And it was my hope to kind of like go over, like give a general overview and kind of like collect the data that I've looked at and that other people have looked at for a more broader view of the series as a whole, linguistically. I had two main focuses, points of focus for this. First of all, there was how the common language, which is called Hyrulian, is developed over time through the games and the canon timeline of it. And also the most recent Zelda game, Breath of the Wild, probably has the most amount of linguistic data of any other Zelda game ever. And so I wanted to look specifically at some things in there as well. These are some of the disclaimers. Basically, the publisher of the series, Nintendo, it's very clear they kind of go one game at a time. They usually don't have like an overarching goal or story for the entire series. It's just kind of like, okay, we're going to make a game about this. And then later on, they say, how would it fit into what we've already done, essentially. But I am going to be operating as much as possible under the assumption that this is like this is a cohesive like narrative and timeline and everything. But yeah, and I'm of course focusing on the English version of each game. I think there's a lot of research that could be done in the other language versions of these. A basic outline of what I'm going over pretty quickly. I did do a brief literature review with a bunch of links on examples of like translation and of like studies into this kind of thing, whether it be specifically a specific race in Breath of the Wild or looking at the writing systems and such, and fan-made conlangs inspired by the Legend of Zelda series. So most of these are for the common language of the series, Hyrulian, but one person did do the desert warrior race in an earlier game as well. So anyway, this is what the sort of like this is what all the games look like organized in a timeline. Not necessarily the game release order, but the events in the games in chronology. You see the timeline actually, oddly enough, splits three ways, whether the hero is defeated by, by evil, or whether he's triumphant. And then there's weird time stuff that happens in Ocarina of Time that splits it further into two, which causes some interesting things to happen linguistically, especially, as I'll point out later. This yellow box I added down here, this is Breath of the Wild. It is not clear where in the timeline it is, except it's just much, much later. And there's clues from all three timelines in Breath of the Wild. So I just kind of have it down there. And then there's a note down there that talks about how, you know, sometimes a couple of games get switched around a little bit. Like there's a little bit of switching going on here from an earlier version of this chart, but this is essentially what it all looks like. So people have looked in the past at all of the different Hyrulian scripts and alphabets and syllabaries and organized them in different ways, according to in different like fan-made wiki sites. Whether they organized them or labeled them chronologically or just labeled them based on like when we see them in the actual games themselves. And so the labeling of these different like scripts and syllabaries are not really consistent. It's just sort of like it's in the fandom has kind of been, you know, choose how you want to label them. I'm choosing just for simplicity's sake to kind of call them by like first Hyrulian script, second script, third script, which is the order of game release. So instead of the first script being from the earliest in the timeline, the first script is the earliest video game that was released in the series. But there are, I'll show the other names for it as well. So the first examples, like in the earliest Zelda games, are just very simple ones, just kind of like hints at the fact that there are the linguistic culture there. Ancient Hyrulian, which is really just 3 symbols, or you need a book to translate it and things like that. Then we get into syllabaries, which actually translate into real Japanese. Sort of like a kind of as like a Easter eggs for fans, but like in the world, this is what you know, you see this kind of thing on signs and so forth. And then you see kind of a more developed syllabary in later iterations of the Zelda franchise as well. On sign, this is the entire this is the full syllabary down there in the left. What's odd is that Twilight Princess, which is a game that comes later with the 4th script, also has examples of the 3rd script in it, specifically in tombstones in the cemetery, which is an interesting little incongruency. But 4th Hyrulian script is we actually get into alphabets now. You see this alphabet in sort of like this in like magical artifacts and things like that. You also see it see another version of this alphabet where even in the very first game of the series, you see kind of in a pedestal there. And then in the most recent games that have been made, that same alphabet from before has been sort of modified a bit, as you can see there. And so this is the chart of what all of those look like. I'm basically keeping that numbering system. And you can see how muddled it is, but there are a couple of interesting things that could come from kind of looking at that. For example, even though like someone calls number 2 old syllabary and number 3 new syllabary, even though that is clearly not as clearly should be switched around. It is interesting that if we look at, if we take what we know and put it on this timeline, we see that the Hyrulian language started with alphabets, but then they started using syllabaries. And then as the timeline branched off, we see different approaches as well, whether it be the logographic going into a different alphabet, altered alphabet from the ancient one, or continuing the syllabary until we get back into another alphabet and then a syllabary again, or simply sticking with a sort of like ancient syllabary from before. So it's kind of, and it's interesting. There's of course a lot of like nitty-gritty details within all of this. For example, in this section in the Wind Waker game, this syllabary is actually seen as an ancient language, which makes sense from the fact that it shows up back here as well. So there are so yeah, a lot of like a lot of very confusing things. And they also, the writing system seemed to switch between like ancient and magic groups and the common language as well. I wish I had more space to show that, but I also thought it was interesting. There are specific morphemes that are unique to this setting as well. And this is just like an example. They usually have to do with items or enemies or monsters that have to be fought or used or whatever. But it's kind of cool. For example, if you see something that says Stal something, you know it's a skeleton something. If you see Phos at the end of something, you know that it's an anthropomorphic, lizard or anthropomorphic wolf creature or something. Boko and Deku are interesting because they kind of been used interchangeably throughout different games. And it's not clear which one came earlier in the timeline, but I thought that was kind of neat. So, and there are other examples of non-Hyrulian languages as well. There's an alphabet for the desert-dwelling Gerudo people. There's a case where these tiny Minish people, and you have to eat a nut in order to learn and speak the language. There's some skywriting for an ancient sky-dwelling race. And here's most interesting, and I wish there was more about this. In one game, Majora's Mask, there is a script for the fish people, Zora, and you cannot read it unless you are a Zora yourself. And there's a mask that turns you physically into a different species. And similar thing with like the rock people and Goron. There's nothing else. There's no other justification for why that is. It's just sort of like a lock with a key in a game, basically. You have to be a Zora to read this script, and that's it. But that's a rather interesting little thing. And now I'm going to briefly go over the languages of the wild, the races and the species in the Breath of the Wild. I essentially approached this like field research in a video game, which I think is kind of a neat concept in and of itself. And this is where, like I mentioned, that Breath of the Wild has so much more linguistic data than any other individual game. And this is why. First, some general observations. So I looked at all of the names of each person in each species and as many place names as I could and any other linguistic data I could as well. There do seem to be certain linguistic properties to kind of like, enhance the like flavor or culture of each species. But those features seem more prominent for characters and places with more significance in the game's story itself. So it's not entirely consistent within the world. For example, every single civilization, regardless of where they are, what their culture is, has at least one name that ends in "son" somewhere. The desert tribe has a Ronson. The fish people tribe has another one that ends in "son," that kind of thing. Also, the civilization with the most distinctive like linguistic like nomenclature tend to be furthest away from the contemporary, such as ancient monks, and the humanoid, such as the small sprite-like Koroks, which you'll see in a moment. And then place names sometimes follow observed local conventions, but just as often do not. It's because it's not clear in the game who named all of the places. But I think I think just sort of all of this sort of ambiguity of the linguistic nomenclature is a testament to the blending of like, basically, these are not isolated communities. Well, they kind of are because it's a wild, untamed area, but there are roads between all of them. So you see some of the bird-like Rito coming to visit the desert-like Gerudo, who come to visit the rock-like Gorons, for example. And I think that can certainly explain in the world why there's so much sort of like linguistic ambiguity. First of all, the Gerudo. One thing that excited me and a lot of other Zelda linguist fans is the fact that they actually had spoken dialogue in their own specific Gerudo language. And these are the examples of that. You can actually hear it when you speak to non-player characters. And also the Gerudo alphabet returns on monuments and so forth. And you see a lot of, and if you translate them in English, you see a lot of references to Gerudo being brilliant, vigilant, desert flower, desert sun that doesn't fade, and that kind of thing. Really, really neat insights when you look into that. And you can see the examples of what I saw with the names and with the place names and such as well. This is the rock-like Goron. Here you see kind of more hard consonants like Daruk and Vulcan, but you also get things like pile and tray and heel and things like that. They also have a few unique words. You have like Goro, which I think they kind of say Goro and brother interchangeably, like, how are you doing, Goro? Or let's climb this mountain, brother, and that sort of thing. Kind of like punctuating the end of statements, which is similar to something in like in Final Fantasy. That's how different. That's just like, small connection I made, but Final Fantasy doesn't have anything to do with Zelda, as far as I know. Someone mentions Goron's shoulder, which I don't know how real it is in the world. I don't know if they might be bluffing. They also have something called rock roast, which is rock that looks like steak, which I think is kind of funny. And so, and that sort of thing. Hyrulians are kind of like the standard humans, I guess, if you want to call them. They're the most common, and there doesn't seem to really be any like distinctive linguistic properties to them, except that they're, for lack of a better term, compared to the rest of the world, normal. Although there might be some unique royal names here. With you see King Rome Bosphoramus Hyrule, where his last name is the name of the country. So there's that. The Koroks are these forest sprites. They often have like these little cute 1 and 2 syllable names. But you also get things like Walton, which is a bit odd next to Zuki and Hetsu and Maka. I didn't see any place names. There's not a whole lot. There's sort of like these mysterious, mischievous like creatures everywhere. We have the bird like Rito, sorry. There's a lot of like Ali or Ellie or things like that in their names, but that's probably the only like distinct thing I could find. There are previous games in the timeline have like drawn connection between these bird race and the fish people, the Zora, but that's not in Breath of the Wild specifically. They're actually quite different. Then you have an interesting case where you have ancient technology that's more advanced than contemporary technology. And this is where we have more consistent, linguistic properties among these different monks, like these ancient monks that have names like Olman Au, Akvakot, and things like that, with their own language that is kind of decorates. So a lot of interesting, like sort of hints and designs in their technology and in the way their names are that hint at how advanced and how rich this ancient culture was. Compared to the contemporary Shika in this world, they are a lot more traditional. They're essentially like Hylian, but with a specific, they dress in a certain way, their houses in their village looks a certain way. And there are like different factions as well. They don't seem to have any clear linguistic properties. They seem very similar to like Hylians, except for their heritage. And here we have the Zora, the fish people. I didn't find a lot of specific linguistic things about them, except I did see O and U a lot more. Muzu, Ruto, Ruta, that sort of thing. And you kind of see it in some of their names, place names as well. Ruto, Precipice, Toto, Lake, and such, but that was all I was able to find. And so just in general, I thought this would be just a fun exercise, in kind of doing field and historical research in a fictional world and timeline that I personally like. But I also thought, this can certainly be a very interesting exercise to see, like, especially for fictional franchises where this like conlangs and like linguistic cultures tend to be a bit secondary as well. And you can kind of look at all these different clues, and maybe just looking at each of these various races you saw, there might have been ideas that came to your head about maybe a couple extra like linguistic things that you or other people could add to kind of fill out the gaps that are given, essentially. So, but yeah, I of course focused on like my own research as well as other like fan research to help put this together, and I also see opportunities for future research as well, not just in Zelda, but also just in, this is mostly like in Zelda. There is a sequel to Breath of the Wild coming, and there's hints of language being used in different ways. I think someone deciphered some of this Gerudo script, this magic ritual kind of weirdness coming out here. So yeah, that's all I had. I was going very fast through that, but I had a lot more information than I had time for. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I think everyone on the YouTube stream was really engaged. We have a lot of Zelda buffs there. Maybe you want to end your screen share there.
Oh, right. Yeah. There we go.
I'll ask a question from YouTube first, and I think it was earlier on when you were talking about perhaps the incongruous nature of what was old versus new language.
Right. Yeah.
Walker Scott wanted you to expand on how is an old script showing up on tombstones incongruous?
Oh, okay. Right. So when I was saying old and new, I was specifically talking about the syllabaries, because one of the wiki sites I was on labeled them as such. I guess I probably didn't make it very clear, but there were cases where what one site called an old syllabary showed up earlier in the timeline. Well, the new syllabary showed up earlier in the timeline than the old syllabary did. and that's what I'm talking about. I guess I did use the word incongruous when talking about the tombstones, and I think it was more that it seemed odd to me at first, but looking at it again, and I mean, I think it's mostly that there's no other examples of it anywhere else. Like even in other like Hylian or humanoid settlements, that specific script doesn't show up elsewhere. So maybe incongruous is not the right word, especially when looking at it a bit more. It's more like that's an interesting tidbit that seems odd at first, but that could give a kind of a clue into how that syllabary was used in the past for those people between the games.
And one of our upcoming presenters, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce the name yet. Is it Ronnie or Ronit? Had a question if they want to. There we go.
Yeah, it's Ronit. And yeah, hi, great presentation. I just wanted to ask, I know you mentioned that there are many different, types of, I guess, can you call them people in Zelda? But right. I was wondering how, if they all use like different languages, if there's any like intercommunication between that, or if it's like special in any way.
Yeah, so it's actually not, so speaking for Breath of the Wild specifically, the most recent game, it's not 100% clear where all of them have their own language. It is clear that they all can speak the common Hylian language with each other. It just seemed interesting, and certainly the Gerudo, the desert people, certainly have their own script and their own language with the unique words of like, Savota, Savak, and that kind of thing. But as for all the other ones, the bird like Rito, the fish like Zora, and so forth, they all seem to be very much fluent and comfortable with the common tongue of Hylian. But it's interesting to me that they each seem to have at least one or two unique linguistic properties in the naming, anyway.
Okay, thank you.
We're quickly running out of time, but I think an important shout out that I saw in the YouTube comments. Are you familiar with the work of, I don't know this person in real life, only from Twitter, N. Christine Johnson?
Yeah, isn't that the person who did the Vayahanev or something? Or am I thinking of something?
I think she's been expanding at least some of the language. I'm not a big Zelda person, so I don't.
Sure.
I'm not in the lore.
Yeah, Nina Christine Johnson. Yeah, she's I saw she was in my literature review. Yeah, she developed her own fan-made version of the Gerudo dwelling, the desert dwelling Gerudo people, their language. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I would definitely encourage you to pop over to the YouTube comments at some point and take a look there. A lot of people are big Zelda buffs, and there were some interesting comments about what happened when some of these words or languages got adapted for I believe it was the French version of the game.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Could be fun to talk about that over there.
Indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are going to take another break. We're running a few minutes late today, and I'm just going to learn to live with it, much to everyone's shock. But we'll take a quick 8 or 10 minute break, and then we'll be back with the second last segment of the day. I'm just unmuting here. Break still required, but yes, we did have a couple of people just join us that we can test screen share capabilities. Benjamin, if you're there and want to unmute, you're able to share your screen and and test out that function if you want.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to open up like the presentation I had in mind to see if I can open it and share it. Thank you for letting me test this out. Because that would have been a bit embarrassing.
That's okay. The first of the day when I was causing lots of echoes in the relay was a little embarrassing.
Yeah, right. I would have liked to have been here when we were testing everything out, but it was doing a campaign in a Dungeons and Dragons when we were doing that, so I couldn't be here for the beginning of it, sadly.
I find that acceptable.
Yes.
While Benjamin's working on that, I think the other person, Ronit. Ronit, am I pronouncing that right now?
Yeah, it's Ronit.
Ronit. I will get that. I'm going to give you screen share capabilities as well as soon as I find your icon over here. Oh, there's Benjamin's. Maybe.
Has that worked?
I am seeing it now.
Okay.
If you could go full screen.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. It's okay.
Sai has suggested if you share the window rather than the program, or share window, not screen. I think there we go. That's working.
Okay, good. Great.
Yeah, and just scroll through a couple if you don't mind.
Nope. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh. Okay.
Just a little.
It's a bit.
Screen share as well.
Yeah, it's a bit laggy, so just have to go a bit slow. Okay.
Okay, that's no problem. And Ron, yes, I'm just going to give you the screen share capabilities here in a second. As soon as I find your name on my list again. Yes, Ronit, you can do a test as well. Ronit, sorry.
All right, seems to be working. Right?
Seems to be working. Yeah. And do either you or Benjamin have audio files in your presentation?
No.
Neither do I.
Okay, then we are golden. Let's go take a quick break and then we'll.
Also, can you hear me?
Yes, Jason.
Cool. Should I test my screen share as well?
Oh, by all means, let me give you that ability. You should be able to screen share now. I might have to. Oh, no.
Looking good.
Yes, can you go full screen?
With the presentation?
Yes. There we go, and then just do a quick test through the slides. Yeah, looks great. And we can see your cursor.
Awesome.
I think that's everyone. Okay, so we will resume that quick break and then be back in a few minutes. right, so that was a very quick break, but long enough for me to replenish the tea mug, which is all that really matters, right? We are going to have this section with 3 presenters, and then take another quick break and come back with Margaret's talk to round out the conference. But I think we can proceed right now. So Ronit, if you are there.
Hi, okay.
Excellent. And if you want to share your slides.
Okay, hi. So my name is Ronit Avadhuta, and I'm going to be talking today about a Conlang named Reoxe. So I created Reoxe over the past couple of years with the intent of it being an international auxiliary language, or a language that's pretty easy to learn. And I've taught it to several people, like 10, 15. They're able to pick it up quite simply. And at the end of the presentation, also some samples from some of these Reoxe students. And Reoxe is equipped with its own phonetic inventory, grammar, vocabulary, orthography. I know I've seen some great orthography on this meeting throughout today. And yeah, draws from a variety of languages: English, Chinese, Hindi, Japanese, Korean, etc. So yeah, before we go into that, a little bit about me. I'm a current high school junior at the Massachusetts Academy of Math and Science at WPI. And I love learning 4 languages. And that's actually kind of how I got a little bit into linguistics and conlanging and etc. And my inspiration for Reoxe was probably some of my early Mandarin classes that I was taking around 6th, 7th grade. And if you want to learn more about me, you can check out this link. So I'd like to talk first about Reoxe's phonetic inventory. I think this is a pretty cool part. So I'll start out very broad, like what's all the optional and required phonemes you can have. And then we'll go more and more so towards just what's the bare minimum. What can I get away with only pronouncing that? So a lot of bilabials like ba, ba, ba. Some labial dentals, fa, va, mostly va. And then we have a lot of like ta, da, na. There's a lot of SZ sounds in Reoxe, and RL, which personally when I pronounce it, I can make little to no distinction, similar to like Korean and Japanese. And then in addition, we also have the ja and sometimes the sound. And the yes sound, there's no letter for that sound, but however, at the beginning, if a word starts with a vowel, it may be optional to add. And obviously a K sound. What's notable to notice is that there's no G sound, so all the G sounds are replaced with a K. So then we're moving a little bit more. Okay, so if I maybe not am able to pronounce all the sounds, for example, the tsa sound over here, which is not super duper conventional. So what are some placements for that? So we have everything from ba, ba, fa. So we start to see like less distinguishable. Just if it's bilabial, okay, then it passes. And same thing with labial dental. And the words in Reoxe are designed so that even if you do all this, there should not be too much loss of context. And through context, you should be able to get the meaning. So you see that the tsa here might be replaceable with the cha or even a sa. And likewise with the cha, ja sounds here over here. And we also make less of a distinction between the R and L sounds as mentioned before. And this is really the bare minimum you can get away with, but I caution around the sounds of ja, la, za. But it's just a very small handful of sounds. And this does not include the vowels. And here are some of the vowels. It uses a 5-vowel system, as many languages like Japanese, Arabic, it can use that. Very easy to pick up, won't have too much work to do. And there's also a very common unstressed vowel, which it actually has a separate letter for in Reoxe. And in Reoxe orthography and the romanization of Reoxe, it's represented with an I. So that might be a little bit unconventional, as in lots of romanizations, the I might signify a long E sound instead. Then there's obviously the optional eh. So let's talk about some allophones. I remember that, okay, one big thing about Reoxe is that you can make a lot of different sounds. You can have a lot of freedom. And it has, so for a good example of this, the S's and Z's are also interchangeable, and there's a lot of J's in Reoxe. And usually whenever I'm speaking, I'll replace a lot of the J's with the S's sounds. And that honestly makes it sound, I'll show you how it sounds later. But a key thing is to remember context is key. Another thing to remember is that Reoxe actually is very, very small vocabulary, because it only needs so many building blocks. There's about like 150, 100 in that range base words, and new words are created from that. And if a word does not exist within that realm, you can use foreign words, and there's many possibilities. So let's get into some orthography. This is fairly simple. I mean, you look at this, you see that there's A, B, no C, D, E, F, J, K, L, M, N, O, R, no P. The F and P are almost merged. R is T, U, V. And the X is actually not pronounced X, but actually more functions as a sh sound. Then the Z, which also is similar to the S. Then E and A, which basically almost is just context. It's mainly for orthography difference. And then the I is this unstressed vowel. Of course, these have the Reoxe names as Atuan, Bakaj, Dakaj, Tuan, Fakaj, Jakaj. So basically consonants, you would have Kaj, which means letter. And for vowels, you have Tuan, which is for just means sound. So now we get into something that is reminiscent of like kanji from Japanese. So it's called tinsha. And this literally means sign letter. And these are like little symbols that may serve as very common words. So for example, de is a post-positional location marker. So I'll say a sentence and I'll use only de as the one Reoxe word. So if I say library, de, I study. So it means I study at the library. Whereas e is more like a direction, like I'm going in a direction. Like if I say train station I go, so I'm going to the train station. It's on the way or not there yet. So it does make that distinguishation. And then we have words like je and ze. So je is like here, demonstrative. So like this book. And ze down here, using that. So like, oh, that book. And there's many different types of this, and these can actually be combined. I think at the end of this presentation, I can show how a lot of words for like him, her, they can all be conjugated with just only these, and maybe some of the conventional so that I showed over here. This is the Reoxe and this is the tinsha, and these work hand in hand. And these just make writing easier and faster and communicate more meaning rather than work as a syllabary. Then we get into numbers. Of course, arable numerals are absolutely fine. But yeah, the system is pretty good. It's miditiriva lokchipakusi for 1 to 10. And if you want to include powers of 10 higher, you can go la for 1,000, ra for 1,000,000, and lara for 1,000,000,000, and continue with just exponents. And if you would like decimal, you can put cho, which if you know it, is actually one of the tinsha from before. So they can have many, many uses. Another example is that they can be combined, such as va is what. Cho can actually mean time. So va cho is like what time, but also va bin also works. There's like lots of liberty. So let's get into grammar. There's quite some stuff to do related to grammar, but it follows a standard subject-object verb format, which is the most common grammatical structure. It's very easy to pick up. There are no articles, indefinite or definite. Tense is optional. You don't have to include present, past, tense, continuous, any of that. And big thing to remember is that postpositional, not prepositional phrases. So like the library, de, I study, or in Reoxe it would be kuljenze, she's taught. And there is also tinsha marks the subject of the sentence. So by this I mean that if we look over here, this ser if you add it to the end of a word, it makes an E sound. So for example, when I say J, so it would be a combination of this subject, which literally translates to I as the subject. If I say kul, it means book. Kula means study. So it works like that. And this ser is pretty much required. In very few cases, it can be left out. But honestly, it just mends itself into the word. So it's not even too much of a pain to add. So here are just some, while tense is optional, there is an option of putting tense. And let's just look at some of the 6 tenses that are there. And that might look like a lot, but there's actually just like 3 main things to look out for. So if we start out with the past perfect or just infinitive, some. Notice how like I was talking about phonology earlier, I can pronounce the J as an S if I want to. So I say some, and these endings, some A or also, I'll get into that later. But let's just look at the, just look at some or sama. So it will be sleep. So sam means sleep. And if I say sama, it means to sleep in the infinitive. If I add the ta or even a sa, interchangeable. Those S and T are not interchangeable in all contexts, only in the terms of tense. You can do ta for past tense, and if you want continuous, you can add the E, which is the same E in denoting subject. So you can have ta or jamta or samita. And if you want to say continue, I'm sleeping right now, sinsizami, I'm sleeping right now, and samte, I will sleep, or zamite. So you have quite some options. So now let's get into some of the interesting features. Well, there's a subject declension sort of. And this is what I was talking about earlier when I was like, don't worry about this A or this O. But essentially how this works is if you have an A, it's a default case. It's for either first person, third person, anything. But O is specifically for second person. And you can also put in a so at the end of a second person. Otherwise, it will become an imperative structure. Where if I say, like, for example, door, so if it door in Reoxe is door, and I say door raro, so the O at the end makes it an infinitive. But I say door raroso, that is like, okay, it's closing the door. And jo is, so it denotes that the action itself is happening nearby you. So like, I don't even have to denote the subject if I put a jo at the end. And if I put so, it's through context, you can figure out that the action is taking not nearby the speaker. That's a little cool thing. That's a little snippet. Then there's also mishaki, which is what I was talking about. Okay, you've got barely 100 to 500 of these like little building blocks that you can combine to make new words. A good example is daimo is academic, then sen or shuen is house. So if I say daimjuen, it means school. Similarly, va and ros, so vars is who. And these are like semantic building blocks that really help get a lot of vocabulary. But even if you don't know new words, you can figure out what it is. And just to get to some tinsha, one of the tinsha is mai, and mai is like this continuous particle. So if I have it in the order, depending on which order it is, it can actually change meaning. So if I have the mai right after the subject, it can mean still. But if I use it to connect two dependent phrases or an independent, then it can mean but, and if I start out, it can mean even though. And as a prefix, it can also mean every. So if I say mares, it means that everybody. So many different uses. And then ari is mainly used for intransitive verbs and verbs without a subject. Good example is sol is a sun, so you'd say solearity. So solearity means the sun is rising. It's like the sun rises itself almost in a way. And rode it's like I don't walk on the road. And you can actually see the resemblance to many existing languages, like in French, if you say je me balade, it says like I'm walking sort of. And yeah, similar to that. The nan is actually no. So road is road. And is that like sort of directional or like on marker. Je is like subject I, nan is no, and barari, so I'm like walking myself. And foreign words. So okay, Reoxe is very accepting of foreign words and really helps bring everything together. So here are just some examples. And like so in some Arabic, they'll say kavish sometimes for to ponder deeply. Kam is for emotion, and like in languages like Japanese, it's kan, so it's very similar. Son is like sound, and due is correct. That's from like Mandarin. Bar is just outside, and even road is a foreign word from English. So you can, there's a lot of freedom in that aspect. So let's look more at that there's no prepositional phases, but like postpositional almost, like road so if you translate it word for word, it's like road to I know walk, but it's that backwards order almost. And another fun fact is that location and time always come first in that order. So you would have the Lafai Sitisho, so like Lafai means yesterday. Sitisho means 13 o'clock or 1 o'clock. So you'd have the time from biggest to smallest, and then she found so like I ate. And another just a little Easter egg is the tsa generalization. So you may remember that earlier on I said sen is house. So say sen. So it means building. It's just like any house and that sort of way. If I say ros, it means person. I say rotsos, it's like anybody. It's like that sort of generalization. And I mean, yeah, that pretty much concludes my talk. I'm just going to show some samples and some other tidbits. But if you want to learn more, check out my book called Reoxe. That's Reoxe on Apple Books. And here are just some of the samples that are from my students I was teaching over, just some of my classmates over last summer. And here are just some samples that they wrote, just some paragraphs introducing themselves. And this was only through like maybe a month or so of practice with this language. And they were pretty good with it. And yeah, I mean, that's how the orthography looks if like if you just shove a paragraph outside. And yeah, let's just talk about some sample translation. So I'll just speak it so that you get an idea of like how does it sound. Like, okay, we'll get a little bit of feeling for it. So they say, Celine, si, Celine, si vous batter mai fai cool. Eji isa swab si vous attake mai. Si na mai serso. So this means like on the English translations on the right. Last year I was writing a daily journal, which I wrote some random thoughts in, but I wish to continue it. Then person B asked, wa mai fai shukurasa? Say, what kind of journal? And then person A says, ne mai shavude iki katsalai. Iki katsafai shesun te sebadaso. So, well, in every language, there are important pieces of knowledge, but also parts you must practice. But there's also many different ways you can say the same stuff. So this is another way that uses a lot more loan words and foreign words that actually make it easier to understand, even if you're not given the English translation and you don't know any Reoxe. It's like Lenin, so the journal. And random, so like random. So that's like desire. And there's like vajanana, so like what journal? It's like critical, so critical. It's important. Critical lie. Critical pratica. Pratica is like practice. Te sevashai. It's like, and once again, same meaning. And yeah, I mean, that concludes my presentation. I can just, 1 second, I'd like to show, this is actually a snippet from my book, and it actually has a little bit of what I was talking about. Okay, what's that combination of tinkaj and ryokaj? Like D will denote male, K will denote female. So if you have a word, if you want to say like her, you would have, first, this is from the normal alphabet. This would be a tinkaj, meaning person, and then and this would say, okay, they're far away. So this would mean her. And like that sort of differentiation. And this can actually be done in many different ways. And there's also another thing I want to talk about of like emotions. So if I say charkikam, so this means like a spark or a charge. So charkikam is like being excited or etc. And another thing is that there can also be sofikam. So sof means red. So if you say sofikam, it means like anger. So you can say like sofikam icho. But all in all, that concludes my presentation. And any questions?
Thanks so much. Lots of cool chat in the YouTube comments there. I posted a couple of the questions into the chat box here. Only a couple of minutes. We'll try to squeeze a few questions in, but you could then hop over to YouTube and answer a few more if you wanted. The common thing is everyone is saying they're very impressed that you actually got some learners of the language who are both writing and speaking it. But the first YouTube question was, if I understood correctly, sa, ta, and cha are somewhat interchangeable. Why distinguish them in the first place if they end up not really mattering?
So, I mean, this goes into like how I developed the language in the first place. So Reoxe over time has become more simple, and I can guess you can argue that's the same thing that happens to many of languages we see today, natural or constructed. And in the beginning, there was even more very difficult sounds, but over time, they're becoming less and less important to make a distinction. And I guess this is an effect of that. But at the same time, I said, okay, the distinction can still be there because some words are traditionally, like in the past, I have some speakers who've learned it like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and then some speakers who have learned it less than a year ago. And there's a big difference in like almost archaic and almost modern. And there should still be some sort of general, like, okay, if you're looking back on like maybe an older sample, it's like, okay, why they had this letter? Oh, okay, I see, that must be like, now that's represented as S, but I understand before. So it's a remnant, I guess.
And I guess that would largely be the same for the variation between eh and other vowels. Is it just a variant of a?
The variants of, so there were, I guess for the a variations, there'd be a, eh, and a. So a good example with this in a word would be ja is this demonstrated. Je is like me as an object, but then je as it would come at the end of a sentence because subject, object, verb. So the reality is that these would all come in like different parts of speech almost, and like different parts in the sentence. So that would help you figure out which word you're talking about, but you would almost be able to tell just because of part of speech, and that's more of a stylistic element, I guess.
So there's, like I said, there's a few other questions in the YouTube chat if you want to check those out. I'm going to have to jump over to the next presentation, but thank you so much for sharing your language with us.
Yep, thank you. And if you want to contact me, I have a website that if you go to the Mass Academy website, just search it up, and you go to students, you can find my name and just click it, and you should find some information there. And if you can check out my book on Apple Books, Reoxe, R-E-O-X-E, that'd be great. And I'll look forward to answering some of your questions on YouTube.
Awesome.
Thank you.
And I'm sure Sai will provide some of those links in the YouTube commentary for us. So next up, Jason, are you there?
Yes, I am.
And we have video for you too. Look at that.
Yeah, excitement for everyone. All right.
If you want to share your screen, that should be all set up.
Yep. And so I hope everyone can see everything okay.
I can see your screen. I can hear you. So
I can't see YouTube though. Oh wait, there's a delay.
Yeah, there's about a 10-second delay, I think, between our Zoom chat and the YouTube chat. So yeah, I'll
bleep me.
Sorry?
So if I say something really stupid, you can bleep me.
Nope, can't do it.
Okay, cool.
All right, so here's Jason Hagler, if I'm pronouncing that correct. Our next talk on writing. Where does writing come from?
Yeah, so basically what I'm doing is sort of throwing my PhD research into a conlanging environment and sort of looking at the question of where writing systems come from, how they develop. And also then trying to use conlanging and conworlding as kind of a thought experiment, right? And so when we talk about where writing comes from, right? If we look at Tolkien, right? Well, you got this incredibly good-looking elven dude who kind of sits down and says, "I'm going to represent sound," right? Or if you talk to the Egyptians, they say, "Okay, well, this bird-headed bloke said, all right, we're going to do it this way." And maybe it was touching some big pieces of stone and hopping around with Grigori Ligeti in the background, or maybe it was these guys, who brought writing to Earth. But the short answer is it's kind of something bureaucrats do by accident. And the process and potentials involved in this are actually pretty interesting. And I think by looking through this, we get some new parameters to experiment with in coming up with stuff if we kind of take a historical process. So what I'm doing here is basically Kerbal State Formation Program. It's like Kerbal Space Program, where you send these adorable little green people up into space, and sometimes they die horribly, but hopefully not. But it's got more swords, sheep, and human sacrifice. The three big S's, really. So again, it's sort of trying this as a thought experiment. Hence, our wonderful little map with the sea here, different resources like in Marlakan. Over here, you got tin, sulfur, and obsidian. The merchants are sailing back and forth, and copper eventually comes in from up here. And the stars of our story, the Plowat, and the city of Flashgar is around here somewhere in this Rift Valley by lakes. So I guess a quick story. So here's how Tukan became the Lord of Nichak, right? So Tukan was out wandering one day, because that seems to be the kind of thing that divine beings do at the beginning of the cosmos, right? Think about your Popol Vuh or whatever. And of course, everyone tells it differently. But he meets a bunch of animals who either give him something or trade him something like a fetch quest, or they give him bad directions, and he kind of ends up getting completely lost, and no idea where he is. And in the end, he ends up in Vichak, which is the underworld. And because of what he's got, he actually manages to become king. And he really didn't plan any of it, but by the time he got there, he actually had everything he needed to become king of Vichak. And so, the reason I'm talking about this is because I'm going to suggest that the invention of writing is kind of like this. And now for something completely different. The Cambrian explosion! I think 500 million years ago. Don't get too hard on me if I get that wrong, but you get all kinds of crazy creatures, and this is the explosion of animal life, and you get all these weird different body plans, and Opabinia, Opabinia here, hallucigenia. We weren't even sure which side was up on the damn thing. Trilobites, like you name it, right? And it's this huge variety that seems to kind of come out of nowhere, and then most of these things don't really leave descendants. And so what's going on is that this is Gouldian evolutionary theory, and that's why I'm referencing it, because there's this evolutionary biologist, Stephen Jay Gould, who, oddly enough, does not have a really deep voice or glowing eyes, which doesn't make sense to me. But he talks about evolutionary biology and the idea that evolution isn't quite survival of the fittest, but rather is based on contingency and making use of what's already there. So evolution cannot be understood apart from its environment. So, why did dinosaurs go extinct? Well, it wasn't because they were obsolete. It's because there was massive ecological disruption that ended up negatively impacting the bigger creatures. A good example of this stuff is, hands, fins, and wings, right? So ultimately, the human hand comes from fish fins, right? And it doesn't really make sense. You're kind of looking at it going like, how the heck did that happen? And then if you can kind of see some of the intermediary steps and understand what's going on in the context with the coelacanths kind of crawling along the bottom of the ocean, you can't really see the weird, awkward motions that I'm making, but trust me, I'm making weird, awkward motions like a coelacanth. And then you get Tiktaalik here with the rearrangement of the pre-existing bones into fingers, or things that eventually become fingers, right? And once you've got the thing, you can just repurpose the things that you already have, and it depends on the environment, right? The human hand is completely useless in the ocean, and a bat wing would be completely useless for crawling around like a cat. But it's because of this whole process and reusing and recycling what we have that we now have hands that can type and write. At the same time, right? Look at these chimps, right? Well, what's his problem? Where's his copy of Titus Andronicus, right? Monkey typewriter. There should be Shakespeare, but he seems to have pulled out the ribbon, and that's because the hands don't develop on their own, right? There's also correlated things going on in the brain, in the nervous system, in culture, and so the bones become the thing that we can really see. Writing is kind of like bones, it's the part that we can see, but there's all of this stuff that needs to be going on in the background. So, to kind of get where I'm going and to kind of start off this thing, let's kind of start with a little imaginary case study, right? Right, so, for the purposes of this, to make it easier to see, I'm going to kind of I'm going to like focus on agency of actors in it as innovating. Whereas in all probability, it's more of a gradual process where nobody even realizes that they've come up with something new. But so let's say your tribe has ruined your perfectly good day of mammoth hunting by making you babysit the children, right? And the elders say, oh, it's an educational enrichment excursion. Right? And you're like, okay, fine. But you can't lose any of the damn children. So you got to keep count of them, right? But they're children, they're running around, they're really annoying. So how do you do that, right? Well, the answer I'm fishing for is finger counting. So we're going to look at this and we're going to go, oh, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But that's not the only way to do it. You could also do 1, 2, 3, 4. And there are languages and cultures where people do that and they have base 4 number systems. Or some very clever people go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And they have base 12 number systems. Meanwhile, in New Guinea, they are counting, starting with the little finger on one side and then going up the body and using each of these different points to represent a number. And they have a base 27 number system. Now, of course, in making whatever decision you did, you didn't just single-handedly set the base for your community and all descendants. But, the basic idea here is that these simple, seemingly innocuous practices end up having ripple effects. And so let's leap ahead to the late Neolithic, right? And that's roughly 5,000 to 3,000 BC, depending on where you are. Climate really plays a major role in this. And plants and animals have been domesticated. We start getting stratified societies. The population centers are increasing in size rather than fissioning. You've got specialized craftsmen. You've got specialized agriculture, all kinds of things. And you also have architecture that seems to be being used for different purposes. So like, this is a model of a Neolithic Chinese village in the one on Kenan, the big museum in Beijing, right there across from Renminbatang. And so, you got like little residential houses, and then you got these big things. And so what are those, right? And then you also got granaries. And all of this gives rise to a couple of related questions, right? Well, you got the society. How do you calculate, right? You got to keep track of grain and distribution of that. So there's a couple of different potential answers, right? Well, obviously you can use your fingers to a certain extent, but that you kind of run out of fingers eventually. So you can start doing things like making little clay tokens. And this is something that we see in Mesopotamia, where you get differently shaped clay tokens to represent different commodities. You can also use counting sticks. And by using those, you can actually kind of do, it's akin to an abacus. Or in the Ryukyus, actually up until like the 1920s, they were still using these things called warazum, which were knotted straw and string that by using the, unlike the Qipu, we actually know exactly how these things work because we had people on hand to explain the whole process. So you could basically give someone a tax receipt and tell them when it was due and then have the interest rate indicated. And then also there's the question of, how do you store that information? Once you've kind of done your calculations. Well, in Mesopotamia, you're taking clay balls and you're putting, Qipu stuff, super fascinating. I have a whole other talk about that, but I'm gonna, I got a time limit, right? So these clay balls, bullae, you could put the counters inside of it to save the data, to protect it from being tampered with. And then at some point they realize, oh, we can like poke the clay ball with them, and then we'll be able to keep track from the outside without opening it up, right? But then you also can do things, quipus, right, with your knots. And then you can actually do tally sticks. And actually, one of the ways that you could submit your taxes in England up until the late 18th century was with tally sticks, with carved things. And when you cut the stick, everyone gets, the two parties each get a copy of it. And the fire at the House of Parliament that actually led to the building of Big Ben in 1823 in London, of course, was because they finally got around to burning all of the old medieval tally sticks. And so, let's go back to late Neolithic Hlakash, right? Well, Hlakash now has several thousand people. You have rice, millet, squash, pigs, chickens, ducks, cows, roe deer, which are semi-domesticated, fish, turtles, you name it, right? And there's producing things in silk. They've got reeds to make stuff out of wood, clay. That's what you got on hand. And again, there's this question of like, how do you use your materials, right? Because in Mesopotamia, you're using the clay as your writing material. And in addition to that, right, there's certain trade goods that are now in vogue for purposes of display of status. And of course, everyone also always needs salt. And then, of course, right now, oh man, it's horrible. The Choseks of Nakan are, hunting in your forest, which they claim are actually theirs because, the eldest tree placed their ancestor Napak at the head of the first Tolts feast. And they're like, ugh, it's nonsense. Because, everyone knows that didn't host that feast, Tukan did. And, the Tolk doesn't even enter into it. The forest belongs to, our city because of a pact, right? So you've got disagreements, and, there's all these different factors in the culture. And so in terms of the symbolic and record-keeping needs of this society, right? Well, one, the elites are going to want to look powerful in Chosek. Right? And Choseks are elite rulers, nobles. Eventually, the term becomes roughly equivalent to king. You want to keep track of alliances. You want to keep track of those silks so you can trade in them. You want to keep track of the livestock and harvests. You want basically inventory control, deals and contracts, and prestige. Now, also consider for a moment that the people in Atalatakok, which sounded like a good idea when I came up with it a while ago, but they live on the coast and they're the ones who import the obsidian from Marlakan across the sea, have similar needs, but they also need navigation aids. And so in their case, they'll actually end up doing Kipu type things as star charts. Whereas further inland, you don't really need that. So Hlakash ends up, because it has lots of wood and bamboo, they end up focusing on these tallies. And you can use string like abacus or abaci in part because of what their trade contacts are doing. And then they're also using designs on textiles and pots. And I'm going to focus on the visual side here because I'm still working on wrapping my head around how Kipu type technologies actually operate. So let's kind of leap ahead here 500 years, right? And so we're in the early Bronze Age. We got new metal with new trade patterns, exponential feedback from agriculture. Painters are starting to do something really interesting, which is recycling ways of depicting things. And so they're using symbols and icons. So for example, the Tukan cycle is very important. So you start getting representations of spiders, and they get very good at representing spiders. And that's the way that you know that it's Tukan as opposed to someone else, because the little person has a spider next to them. And of course, well, why would you draw a kichai, a spider, next to a person? Well, it's because Tukan rides around on the spider. And that's how you know it's him. Or for example, with Damok and Chalad, who are people who were at first enemies and then become the best of friends, kind of like Gilgamesh. Well, the way that you know it's Damok is because he's got that oar, because he comes across the sea, right? And Chalad has his spear. Or the arms of Tenga, right? Tenga, his arms wide, giving you stuff and saying hi. Oh yeah. It's Shaka when the walls fell. And then you also get little things like looms, right? And so you get this pars pro toto representation where you're using just part of something to represent the whole thing. And you then can also start tagging data using these techniques. So for example, if you're working in string, you can use red strings to represent copper, or you can introduce dates with a specific number. Whereas painting, you can use these different symbols, and the connection becomes stronger as the symbols become stylized. And this actually is a really important process in human cognition, because what we're actually doing when we're reading is recycling these visual processing parts of the brain to use abstract and stylized representations to trigger a semantic prime and a phonological prime. But then, you get the question of, well, like, how do you represent what you can't draw? And so you get a couple of different solutions depending on where you are. So for example, everyone probably is familiar with the ideogram, right? Well, that arrow, right? Well, this side up, or the circle with the X through it, no whatevers. And then, but you can also do up, and similarly, right? You can have a picture of a head, a pictogram of a head, and you can have a picture of a rationing vessel or a piece of bread, and then you can also stick them together. And this is what happens in Mesopotamia, where the sag head and the ninda bread or vessel get put together for gu, which is disbursement or eating. It can mean a couple of different things. You can also use things just for their sound value. So this is Oracle Bone Chinese. This is a picture of a basket, but it's being used to represent the sound T, or what is now pronounced T. Back in the day, it would have been like, or something like that. Old Chinese is a bit odd, or very different from modern Chinese. And so perhaps we will receive the harvest. But the other thing you can do is you can stick together something that's used for its sound value with something that's being used for its semantic value. So these are feet, and those are used to indicate verbs of motion. The upside down one indicates that it's that it's motion directed towards the speaker, and this grain up here is pronounced something, or it's pronounced something like "mrai." And so if you have something that sounds like "mrai," that is a verb of motion towards you, it's the word "mice," to come. In general, when Old Chinese, Ancient Chinese scribes are kind of faced with the situation, this is what they're going to tend to do. Early Uruk period Mesopotamian scribes are going to tend to make compound ideograms, whereas, and then, at Plakash, right? Well, here's your spider, and it's got a little thing coming out of its butt. What do spiders, make? Silk. It's talking about silk. It's talking about weaving. And so then you get this question of ledgers and contracts, right? Because just because you figured out how to write these abstract things or indicate these abstract things doesn't mean that you've really got writing. And people tend to put Mesopotamia in its own box because of how abstract cuneiform ends up looking. But at the outset, it's in pictorial registers and is always deployed alongside them. So what's interesting here is, right, these are little banners that represent sacred precincts, probably Inanna. And here's your cuneiform sign for Inanna. It's that rotated 90 degrees. And so here's your little two udu, two sheep, and something about the temple of Inanna. And then, you're not necessarily indicating anything particularly clearly because, the user knows what the context is. They know what it means. Similarly, in ancient Egypt, you've got, so this is the Narmer plaque, which is one of the earliest pieces of writing from ancient Egypt. And, you got the guy's name up here. You got the guy's name up here. You got the guy's name down here. But it's also in this very pictorial context. And so at Plakash, what you end up doing is you end up kind of taking a piece of wood or bamboo, writing or drawing a picture of whatever the commodity is. So, something that comes in a jar, some kind of grain, and then you write your little numbers or your little tallies, right? So this is 83 units of some kind of jarred commodity, and this is 37 units of this particular grain, which in this case is rice. And then to kind of help with that, especially because it ends up getting split, you can then hang like a string with the knots in it, or you can add additional indications here. And the person who is giving stuff gets the knots because that allows them to, it makes it easier for that record keeping purpose. And then you want your name as symmetrical as possible in this particular case, in this culture. So we've got that going on, and we're doing that for a while. And then we get another moment, right? Year 15 of the Chosek Qapekbehtian, at the second. And so eventually you get a moment of political consolidation where finally those jerks over up in the Nakan recognize that we really own the forest, which is obvious. So we got to make a treaty, right? Because Qapekbehtian wants a treaty tally to record this and to make it so that way they can't weasel out of it. But one of the things is that Nakan wants help against the Trascan. And we don't really want to give them carte blanche to call us into their wars, so we really only want to do defensive actions only. And we also want to make it clear that we own the forest. Well, how do we do this, right? Now we have to indicate relationships between agents and actors in our records, right? So like here, there isn't really any indication of the relationship. Same with the cuneiform. And so the Sumerian solution to this is to basically use little non-linguistic markers and format to mark that. So in this survey of a field, well, you've got the numbers here, and then you've got this, which indicates that it's width, the width, and or the length, and then you've got this other dimension over here indicating that it's the width, and they keep them in individual little cases, right, in your spreadsheet. Similarly, you've got your different officials with their own little cases, and then you have something indicating, oh, it's dispersal. And part of what's going on is that Sumerian is a highly inflected language, and they're just writing the roots. And so the early texts seem to be using structural cues to tell you what's going on. In ancient Egyptian, they got this whole non-concatenative morphology thing going on, kind of like a Semitic language, where like QTL has something to do with killing, but the way that you put in the vowels tells you what it is. And so ancient Egyptian writing relies on syntax and particles to tell you. Word order is very, very important. So what they're doing is they're writing things that are part of the words. Ner, mer, narm. Nature, God, house, temple. The way that you know that there are two obelisks is because there's two obelisks. And the way that you know the adjective goes with it is because it's got the little two there, so it goes together. But this E ending or re ending would tell you that it's an adjective. In Old Chinese is probably sequisyllabic affixes for derivation, and they rely on syntax and particles to write things. So testing, perhaps, or irrealis, or hypothetical, or optative maybe. If/when the king recovers, it will be, so like a focus marker, cows, aspect marker, continue to sacrifice to ancestor day 1 at this place. And if you scramble the order, there are certain scrambling things that you can do because of these particles, but you can't do anything you want, otherwise you'll end up totally lost. Then you also have this question of graph to lexeme relationship. So in Sumerian, one graph represents multiple words in a semantic cluster, right? So here you got your mouth sign, and it can be mouth, which is cotton, but it can also be the tooth, because this is like a drawing of a face with the mouth hashed. And zu sounds like the word zuch, to steal. Also, your nose is in that area. Well, nose sounds like hyena, but what do you do with your mouth? Well, you speak, okay? So you can use it to represent that word and that sound, or the voice, or the word. So you got, again, the semantic cluster associated with the graph. It's really, in a lot of ways, it's sort of an ideographic writing system. Whereas hieroglyphics, you've got this very high redundancy system, and I'm going to try to wrap this up, where you have your sound marking, but you have it like, you know, and it's the god that sounds like that. Oh, it's Kepler. Whereas in Chinese, you've got one graph that represents many similar sounding words. So this thing is proc, proc, prox, and so the point is that in the ancient world, there's a lot of different ways to do it. And if you get one thing out of this, contra what many people say about how Chinese is an ideographic writing system, actually what they're mostly doing when they have the choice is actually writing the sound rather than the meaning. So the solution at Fakash is a combination of methods, right? And so here's our tree, right? Everybody gets a complete copy, and we've got a couple of things, right? So these are our name glyphs representing the sites, right? So the turtle is the oldest animal. So if you put a tree on there, it means the oldest tree, and that's Nakan because they claim descent from the eldest tree. You know, here's Darmok, Damok's oar and Chalad's spear, and the arms of Temba, and that represents an alliance, right? But it's actually pronounced Tochachos, as opposed to something like our way of writing defend, which is just writing chak by using this raccoon tail, because the word for raccoon is hachak. And this tells you it's the thing that sounds like chak, because this is a prefix. It's the thing that sounds like chak that you do with an axe and a shield. Similarly, you know, the snail ki is writing nge, 2 4 with. And so by using a combination of basic phonological cues and structural cues, right, you've got the hole on this side, meaning that somebody is going to be getting this, right? Or somebody's going to be giving this, right? And since it's you, you know you're giving them defense, and you know the thing that they're giving, right, is the forest that you want. This is the name of the forest. So as sort of an epilogue here, centuries later, right, we end up with a fairly well-developed writing system where the graphs rather than the context or the layout are doing the primary work of reducing ambiguity. So you get things like chots, right, with the indicator here. You got your spider to tell you it's got something to do with spinning. This is a textile symbol. This is actually a picture of a loom. And because spider is pronounced kichai, it writes ch. So it's a ch. And you're like, oh, it's the ch thing that has the loom, and you do it with string, and it's related to this. It's a loom. And you know, I can go into this whole thing here. You know, me shrak koi e kan ni chak kach we nuk e chim shrak oi nge chachi, right? But you know, only when Tukan reached Gichak did he realize where he had been going. That Tukan allowed him to become ruler of Gichak, but that he arrived in Gichak and not so I was because of the journey. And so effectively, once writing systems get up and running, they tend to do a lot of the same things, but they'll always bear the legacy of the process by which they developed. And so in understanding writing and alternatives to writing, I think that you know, conceptualizing it that way helps us kind of break out of our box and think about different things that we could potentially do. Like, what would happen if we had a society like obviously we have actual quipu, but like what are other alternatives? And then of course by kind of doing it this way, hopefully this helps break down some of the assumptions that people have about, especially in academia, about how complex systems develop. So hopefully it was interesting and potentially inspiring, and yeah.
Thank you so much. I know that you're already monitoring the YouTube chat due to your response to the Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. We went a little over 30 minutes on that one, so we don't have time for questions, but feel free to ask questions in the YouTube chat, where I'm sure Jason will happily respond to those. All right. So I am going to give Benjamin permission to share the screen.
Hello.
Hello, Benjamin. You should have sharing permissions now.
Okay. Guess. Can everyone see this?
Yes, you just have to full screen it.
Yeah. It's being a bit slow. Okay.
And
so
I'm just going to let you. Oh, sorry. I'm going to let you introduce yourself, just because I don't want to butcher the name of your language there. So it's all yours.
Yeah. Thank you. So I'm Benjamin Young, and today I'm going to be talking about the Qapekbehtian scripts. It is a family of writing systems. We've had a lot of talk about writing systems today, but I here want to specifically talk about a family of writing systems and an exercise in sort of mind practice in creating a family of writing systems that all are related. Not going to go over all the Qapekbehtian scripts today, because I want to have some time at the end for questions, and also because I simply have not developed all of the Qapekbehtian scripts yet. So I'm just going to cover some major ones and how I evolved them from each other. So, introduction. The Qapekbehtian script is by far the most diverse in the world of Tier, the world which they inhabit. They contain countless actual individual scripts from all sorts of parts of the world, from abagidas to alphabets, all of that. It is incredibly diverse, and also partially because of just languages teaching each other how to write, but also colonialism and expansionism. These scripts are also by far the most widely used in Tier. As you can see here, especially this orange one, the Anyor script has been spread all across the world of Tier through colonial efforts. And so that's what we're going to talk about today. So our story begins with the Qapekbehtian logography, which developed in the Qapekbehtian region, because this area, well, don't let the river system fool you. This here is a cold desert, and it's because of this, they can't really grow much food. They can't really raise many animals. It's too cold, and it's no grass, no plants or anything, besides like along the bank of the river. So they had to trade for a lot of their goods. And because of this, the need arose to keep track of what they're trading for. And hence that system ended up developing into a proper writing system, which became the Qapekbehtian logography. Now, eventually these people split off into multiple people groups. The Nashabjun ended up forgetting how to write, because the trade systems hardly ever got up to that point in the river system, so they kind of just stopped needing to write, so they forgot how to write. The Kashushab and the Shetfakut each developed their own hybrid abjad logography systems, increasingly complex. Won't get into those because they ended up going extinct anyway. What is important, though, are the systems of the Dvannadu, which was a sort of syllabary abjad kind of thing, and the Bashuswad, which is a very simple abjad. It is these two scripts that would become the catalyst for all of the surviving Qapekbehtian scripts today. So if we go towards the south, trade between the Bashuswad and the Theonti people led to this fantastic script for the Theonti language. it was primarily inspired by this style of art, the awafolla, which, as you can see, has a lot of strong, long calligraphic pen strokes. To form this kind of art, this art was very popular. It was very close to Theonti culture, and so this ended up aesthetically influencing the way that they wrote, as you can see in the writing system. Now, as the Theonti Empire grew, they eventually encompassed people groups within the Walan jungle and surrounding areas. Some ended up writing on leaves and had much curvier circular writing systems like the Balai. Some would end up writing partially in stone, partially in like leaves and stuff, and so you'd get scripts like the Tchkai. And others would end up writing like they would switch between stone and leaves and all that, and that's how you got things like the Tunuk script, which you see here. These are all fairly minor, so we won't really go over them, at least in any detail. What is interesting though is if you go further south, eventually script with the Nishkil people resulted in this fantastic script, which I took the liberty of taking inspiration from Georgian for, because that's one of my favorite alphabets in the real world. So I took some inspiration from that and created this for the Nishkil script. They also wrote on papyrus paper like the Theonti. However, they would end up inspiring the Hufwar script, and they did not write in papyrus. They had no stone. They only had stone. So as you can see, their script became much more angular. But the Angyur people, they did have papyrus. So it ended up going from papyrus to stone, back to papyrus. And so that's why you have, even on this papyrus paper, more angular type lines in their writing. And it is, of course, this script, the Angyur script, that would end up being spread across the entire world of TR via colonialism and would become sort of the equivalent to the Latin alphabet, in that, you know, when you discover a new language, you Angyuricize it as opposed to Romanizing it. And so once moving on from the southward journey, there is an interesting thing that happened to the west. Trade between the Dvannadu and the surrounding peoples resulted in contact with the which, for those of you curious, that's the IPA for those. And they would end up adopting the Dvannadu alphabet, a modified version of it. The issue is, this is the phonology for Dvannadu, whereas this is the phonology for Plsksohib. So as you can see, they're very different, and this would require some major adaptation. The Dvannadu system, as I mentioned, was a syllabary. They had 3 vowels and a various array of consonants. So consonants would just be, each character was a consonant and a vowel. Pretty simple. So for most consonants, including the now extinct uvular series in Plsksohib, each just had their own characters mapped on. So the ma character was the m consonant, tsa was tsa, ha became h, easy stuff. For some consonants that did not exist in Dvannadu or did not have equivalents in Dvannadu, they used specific consonant vowels, characters. So the character that was for the syllable ki became the palatal ka in Plsksohib. And then on top of that, you also have some characters that were written with 2 syllable characters stacked on top of each other, because that's how syllable clusters were denoted, is to just have 2 syllable characters on top of each other if it's a cluster. So daza, za, tasha, cha, and then the syllable in Dvannadu was used as an aspiration marker. So ba became pa, ta, saha became ta, so on and so on. And because they had now used consonants vowel characters, they had to come up with new diacritics for the vowels in Dvannadu. Okay. And so you ended up with this system right here. However, my friends, this would not be the end of the Qapekbehtian writing system. You see, papyrus was banned in Bourque kingdoms because it was making writing way too accessible. As soon as the poor man knows how to write, you have yourself a problem, because now the poor man can rise up against the wealthy people. They now have access to all sorts of knowledge that was never available to them before, and with knowledge comes power. So papyrus was actually banned in the Bourque kingdoms. However, they were smart traders, of course. They still bought papyrus from the Theonti and sold it to all their neighbors, because who cares if our neighbors end up being overthrown, you know? It's like that. So the Qapekbehtian would eventually adopt papyrus writing. Now, ink actually, despite being traded as well, and that was used by the Theonti and their, like the people they inspired, ink was harvested from actual cuttlefish in the Theonti Gulf. And ink spoils when traveling, so it could not travel all the way from the Bourque kingdoms to the Qapekbehtian. The Qapekbehtian, as mentioned, lived in the middle of a desert. Everyone else had either coastal access or access to a lake that had cuttlefish where they could get their ink, but not the Qapekbehtian. So what they ended up having to do was writing with styluses into the papyrus. They had to basically carve into the papyrus very lightly so as to not tear it. What this ended up with was very curvilinear, non-intersectioning lines. And what the result of that was that this lovely angular stone carvings would eventually transform into this much more curvilinear, much more uniform system. As you can see here, so character consonant cluster combinations would merge into each other at their tips, as well as the vowel diacritics merging into the actual consonants themselves. And that would be pretty much the end. Or would it? There is one last thing that I feel is important to cover, that being the rise of the pencil. My friends, today I have shown you all sorts of scripts, all sorts of different, angular scripts, all sorts of different shapes and sizes of writing systems. But there's one thing that would change all of that pretty much. In today's world, whether you're writing Mandarin Chinese or with the Latin alphabet, the shapes are ultimately actually going to be not that different beyond the actual complexity of the characters. That is because of the rise of the pencil. In the later years of TR's history, the invention of the pencil would lead to a morphing or a sort of neutralization of all these wonderful shapes. The Theonti script, these beautiful thick lines, would eventually just become this much more uniform shape. The Angyur script would eventually mold into something more like this. You'd think the curvilinear scripts of the Qapekbehtian could not change because they're already curvy, while the invention of lined paper would make the exact boundaries in character connections much easier to see, and would ultimately, and still, once again, you would not get any change in that thickness of lines as you wrote on, unless you added it purposefully, which of course no one would do because that's just a waste of time. And even our conservative friends, the Bourque, would end up being the first to develop capital and minuscule letters, as you can see here with the pencil. So the pencil would end up making writing accessible to the masses. It would end up making writing all uniform and shaped. And ultimately, it is the pencil that would result in the destruction of all the beautiful shapes that I spent so long designing in multiple sketch programs. And so, with that in mind, I hope this has been informative. I hope this has been interesting to hear me talk about. Thank you so much for watching. If you are curious, my email is on screen here, and you can see more stuff. I hope to upload more stuff about this fantasy world and languages on my YouTube channel, Time for TR. Beyond that, are there any questions?
Thanks so much,
or if we have
Benjamin.
time for questions.
Oh yeah, you took 13 minutes 15 seconds, so we have time for questions. Your ending there of destroying parts of the scripts reminds me of Stephen King's "Kill Your Darlings."
Yeah.
The first question I noticed in YouTube, there's a lot of conversation happening in the YouTube channel, people discussing different types of orthographies, pteroglyphs, logographs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm having a little bit of a hard time parsing out what's a conversation and what's a question for you. But Alex Fink asked, on the, quote, Journey to the West script, sorry, I forgot the name, was using the vowels in the syllabary unsuitable, even if the new sign wouldn't read new, why not na-u?
So it's not so much that it's not so much that it wouldn't read nu. It's that they had additional vowels, so they would need to the original plan was to come up with like new syllable characters for these new vowels, but then they realized, right, we also have many more consonants than the Tuanatu. So it ultimately just became an issue of we can't come up with new characters out of the blue. So we're going to use these characters that already exist to represent our new consonants that they don't have, and then just add diacritics for vowels. So it's more that they needed characters for these new consonants more than they needed characters for a specific new syllable, if that makes sense.
It does to me. I mean, certainly from some of my own orthographies that I worked on when a language, not quite the same, became an abjad, they lost any original characters for vowels. So then, thousands of years later, when they decided they wanted to write distinctive vowels again, they had to invent completely new vowels. So they took one consonant series from what was originally a syllabary, and it lost the vowel connotation, and then had to repurpose things later. So I think that's similar to what you did. Is that, am I?
Yeah, I think so. Somewhat.
Somewhat, yeah. You show that the pencil and line paper changed the characters / letters. Does one alphabet take the lead the way English became the business language for the world?
So like I mentioned, right, the Angyur script does become this like version of this world's version of the Latin alphabet, in that most languages are transcribed, especially languages of colonialized peoples or colonized peoples get it transcribed into the Angyur script. Unlike in our world, there doesn't end up being one single. So the Arcao language in this world does end up becoming to a large extent the global language, but not to the same extent English is today. It's a bit hard for me to explain. But yes, the Arcao language, which uses the Angyur script, is probably like, I guess, this world's equivalent to English, and the Angyur alphabet in particular is an incredibly powerful force in like transcribing new languages and the like.
Question from Daniel Soto about the geography of the map in relation to the distribution of the languages. And Daniel wants to know if you have a geographical map and a language map to see the relation between the geography and languages.
I do not have a language map yet. I'm still working on that. I want to at least partially develop all the different branches of this world's languages before I make a proper language map. But I believe, show off a script map that shows the usage of various writing systems around the world. That if you want, you can go back and look at. I'm not sure how to actually share it.
Okay. A Walker Scott asks, wouldn't the inherent lininess of the papyrus have done the same thing that line paper did, only hundreds of years earlier?
So it's not actually the paper that caused the change in shape. It is the pencil. So before, you would write on like a feather pen. Ballpoint pens, again, were invented after the pencil in this world. So you have feather pens where you cut it at a diagonal line. So you end up with wider strokes for the ink. And you will have styluses as opposed to pencils. So it's not actually the writing surface. You're right. If they had pencils when they had papyrus, that inherent lininess would have happened earlier. But it's not actually the writing surface that caused the change. It was the writing tool.
I'm going to butcher the pronunciation of this YouTube name, but Zarinus159 left you a note. And then the question, do any of the smaller scripts go extinct in favor of other more influential local scripts?
Yeah. Sorry about that. No, that's my partner there. So yes, so I mentioned briefly the Hofwar script that did go extinct in favor for the Anjur script, as well as various other scripts. So the way it works is basically the Hofwar were the first of the Anjuric peoples to write. They spread those writing systems all across what is Lake Anjur. However, only the Anjur people of which would develop the Anjur Empire would actually have their script become powerful. All the other scripts would be wiped out pretty much.
That's awesome. Still lots of conversation happening on YouTube, more about general historical orthographic developments and systems, and I think some more questions for you. So if you want to pop over there, there's probably some great stuff. We're going to move to a break here, and I'll try to make up the 3 minutes we're running over of the 10 minutes we're running over. Okay. But then in 7 minutes, we'll be back with Margaret's talk.
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to go on YouTube and answer his questions. This was a great time. So thank you so much.
Thanks so much for coming. All right, everyone, we'll see you in about 7 minutes. All right, welcome back everyone. If you've survived this long of Zoom meeting interface or YouTube watching or being in your chair instead of getting up and stretching, awesome. I think the talks so far, both yesterday and today, have been worth sitting in front of the computer on a weekend. And there's definitely a few talks that I'm looking forward to going back and rewatching again when I'm not distracted by monitoring comments and things like that. I'm going to save my thank yous and shout outs and everything till the closing remarks after Margaret's talk, but I do want to talk about our social gathering. So we got a lot of really positive feedback and some really great interaction last night on the social chat that happened after the conference wrapped up that Jamin hosted for us. We're going to repeat that using the exact same Zoom link from yesterday. Sai has posted that in the YouTube comments and on Twitter. The caveat is we will start that Zoom meeting after the YouTube session winds up. What we learned yesterday is if we stop streaming this Zoom link and the YouTube session too early, that creates problems for Sai parsing out each of the individual talks into its own YouTube video for ease of viewing later. So once Margaret wraps up, Sai is going to splice out her talk, and then we'll have the closing remarks and end this session in Zoom/YouTube shortly after that. And as soon as I can do that, I will launch the social Zoom. So if you try to click on the link that Sai has provided, both in the YouTube comments and on the Fiat Lingua Twitter, it might tell you that the host is still in another meeting. That means I just have to wrap this one up, and then I'll start that one shortly, so just try again. Yes. Margaret, are you there?
Yes.
Excellent. I am going to give you screen sharing capabilities, and you should be able to share your slides now.
All right. Great. Let's see here. I'm going to do this out of preview so that it will actually work.
All right, so for our final talk of the conference, I'm really happy to have Margaret here. If you've been to last year's LCC, you'll know how diverse of a conlanger Margaret is. Everything from creating polysemy in words in her languages to creating naturalistic phonologies such that she can compose music in her conlangs, and even working with her partner to invent musical instruments and musical styles that those conlangs can then compose their music in. So today we're going even one step further in Margaret's skill set and looking at orthographies. So thank you very much for sharing with us, Margaret, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, so this is a very orthography heavy day today, as we can see. I'm just going to be adding a little bit more to that in the same vein. So I'm going to be talking about orthographies and how they can enrich language creation as well as world building. So some of the basic topics I'll be covering here are just a few overview of some orthography types. You're all probably familiar with these by now. And then I'll be going on to talk about things that it's a good idea to consider when you're creating a naturalistic orthography. Some of the things I'll consider are linguistic factors, environmental and physical factors, as well as social, historical, or political factors, and how these kind of feed into generally more richer and more detailed conlang as well as world setting. And then ideally, you'll have kind of a feedback loop where your richer conlang and world setting will give you more ideas for the internal history of your orthographies. We've already seen a lot about this type of process from other speakers today, and so this is just kind of an overview of the ways that that can happen. Okay. So obviously we already all know what orthographies are, basic writing system for a language. There are lots of different styles, basic structures that you can choose when going to create your conscript. But that's not the only choice to be made, of course. There's a lot of other choices that are useful to make. You can choose to do an alphabet. This is one I created. This is actually the first font we created for the Reelan alphabet. Generally one phoneme to symbol, but as we've all been able to see, that has a lot of exceptions to it. And in fact, the more exceptions there are to that rule, the more interesting your alphabet has the potential to be. We've also seen of syllabaries, so like the Inuktitut syllabary. This is one that I've been working on called the Zeji syllabary. We've seen abjads. Typically only consonants are represented, although vowels may be indicated in some versions. And abugidas, where the central symbol is generally the consonant with a vowel component added in some type of a diacritic or smaller mark. Typically these have an inherent vowel component, like we see here in this script, the audio script, where you have the inherent vowel being ah, and then modifications made to create different other types of nuclei for the syllable. Of course, we have logographic systems, which are often not purely logographic, but often have some semantic phonetic components as well. So Chinese or the logograms of the Mayan Empire. It's another example of that. My favorite Mayan logogram is in this, which is the flower, because it looks like a little face with a round mouth. So when you're considering how to do a conscript, it's often helpful to think about not only what type of basic structure you want your orthography to have, but also some other things such as linguistic factors, environmental factors, and then more generally social factors. And thinking about these can lead you to a richer Conlang and Con world as well. And then, as I said, in an ideal situation, you can kind of get a self-supporting system where the detail of your orthography can then feed back into ideas about the world, its histories, cultures, attitudes, etc. So in this way, I kind of have done both in tandem in my world building, in the sense that I've done languages, scripts, and culture often hand in hand. So what types of linguistic factors are good to think about? Some of them are a little more obvious than others. Thinking about what type of system would lend itself to the structure of your language and why it would be really difficult to make a syllabary for English, for example. You would just need a lot of syllables. You'd need a lot of symbols to create that. Not that it would be impossible, but just really unwieldy. So it's important to consider things like syllable structure, phonemic representation, whether you're going to represent strictly phonemes or you're going to represent kind of an idealized phonemic inventory in a sense, or whether you'll be representing dialectal variation in the phonemes as well. So here's an example of the language called Bourque that I've created that has largely CV structure. It has a few limited codas, but overall it lends itself pretty well to the syllabary. And I created the syllabary to go with this language in particular, but I've also used it for some other CV languages in the general region of the Con world. So you could see we have a few codas typically indicated by small diacritics, such as in the middle word there, you can see the nasal coda of the N represented by a small dot in between the other glyphs. But generally stick to CV pattern and it works out pretty well. Another example is the Seloi language, which I'll come to talk about more later in the presentation. Seloi has a relatively simple syllable structure. It has very limited options for complex onsets as well as for codas. So it works decently well with an Abugida style script. This script, however, doesn't have any inherent vowels. You have to indicate every vowel as a diacritic mark. Also indicating geminates, for example, with this extra stroke mark here as well. So some more linguistics things that you can think about. Consider dialectal variation. Does your language include any type of register variation? Are there linguistic variations that you want to account for? Are there different dialects, and how similar are these dialects? Is it going to cause it to be an issue to use the same orthography for all the different varieties? And if you choose to use your orthography to describe only one dialect, which one will that be and why? And sometimes it's useful to think about the historical reasons that we see in the development of orthography in the real world. Several of the speakers prior to me have mentioned some of these things, like the sort of competing forces that happen when standardization is going on with spelling systems. Kenan talked about that a bit before. So that's one type of thing you can think about. It's also useful to come up with some type of inconsistency if you're going for a naturalistic script, just like it's often useful to come up with some irregularities for a naturalistic language. Typically, once a writing system has been in use for at least a little while, some natural inconsistencies will develop, regardless of how well it was planned out or laid out in the beginning. These can be either due to just language change in general. They can be due to like political forces. They can be due to differences that were already inherent in dialects. And this can kind of lead into sort of a circular system where you see inconsistencies in the writing system that then lead to things like spelling pronunciations. So words pronunciations being changed due to their perception in a spelling system specifically. Some other sources, I wanted to give an example from my own con world of Eineth. I wanted to show you an example of some orthographic consistency. And this is just a small example of a relatively minor inconsistency, but it works well as kind of an example. It's not super complex. Basically, the story of the Reelan people is there are two main dialects called Sonuli and Lunali, and these arose due to physical and social separation of two major subpopulations of the speakers of the Reelan language. These came about due to different responses to a foreign invasion. And the Sonuli were those who chose to remain in place and respond to the invasion directly, to develop more of a militaristic defense, and to ally themselves with other countries for support, and then subsequently developed trade and had a much further cultural influences from other groups, and basically approached the world a little bit more openly after this point. Whereas the Lunauli had the response to move north from where the invading armies were coming, to establish underground settlements, since there was a wide cave system in that region. And they ended up establishing a new government, which was a monarchy, as opposed to the previous sort of representational government that had existed. As a result, they retained some of their pacifism. They also readopted older, more stratified social structures, and they retained a lot of the isolationism that they really had shown prior to this invasion. This is kind of a major split in Reelan history between populations and between cultures. And this is called the flight, the movement of the Lunauli to the north. And this caused was basically the impetus for the development of two main dialects of the Reelan language. And this in turn led to some inconsistencies in the written system. So I'll show you those. There was some mergers that occurred in the Lunauli dialect. So this is the dialect of people who went north away from the invading forces. And these phonemes, the labiodental and the bilabial fricatives, merged to just labiodental. And we also see a merger of W and the velarized lateral merging to W, and the retroflex and the palatal alveolar fricative merging to one palatal alveolar fricative. So as you can see, it led to some differences in some words like this. It also led to several instances of homophones arising in the Lunali dialect, because there was no longer this difference between the words for breeze, things like that. There's also a word for cotton. It's pronounced fa. And in Sunuli, there is a difference between fa and fa. But in Lunali, this difference was lost, so you end up with homophones. This also led, of course, to inconsistencies in spelling, and I'll show you what I mean by that. So the orthographical change that occurred from this is that essentially there is a smaller set of phonemes for Lunali than Sunuli has, and the result is that there is more than one way to write the same phoneme in Lunali in several instances. So even though these sounds here, these fricatives, are the same in Lunali, there are different spelling conventions for different instances of them that are largely lexically determined. So you just have to know which word it is to know how to spell it. This would not have been an issue for the Sunuli dialect, which retained these phonemic differences. Some environmental questions to ask is, what type of environment do your writers live in, your speakers and potential writers? What materials do they have easy access to? Is this going to be cloth, stone, clay tablets, metal sheets, papyrus, etc.? Also something to consider is how much time and energy are they willing to put into either creating or obtaining these materials? If you're going to use vellum, you're going to need to treat and cure animal hides in particular ways. So if writing is a priority, this might be a very common thing to have happen. Considering the types of jobs that people do in the society, who would be responsible for this? This is something that only scribes would do, but everyday people do this, leather workers, etc. So this is sort of a question that I've asked myself when determining what types of materials I'd like to include, and basically just looking at how they fit into the structure of the rest of the world and the immediate environment of the speakers. So we've already heard a lot about this topic today. So this is kind of just another way of summing it up of basically your writing materials and tools will greatly affect the appearance and the method of the writing system. So basically when you have a tool, it's either going to have pigment in it or you are not going to use pigment at all. So if you use pigment, you will have something like ink or paint or blood or whatever you're using. If you don't, then it will be something more in the method of scoring or inscribing or scratching or even carving. There's also a difference between inherent pigment, something where the tool itself contains the pigment, such as graphite, chalk, or like even a crayon will have inherent pigment. But other types of methods will require basically assisted pigment, which is pigment from an outside source. This can also affect how the writing turns out in the end, of course, whether you're using something like a pen, a brush, a mechanical pencil. And this is all going to be affected greatly by the technology level of the people you're talking about. Equally important is what people are writing on, how durable it is, how is this going to hold up over time throughout the centuries, potentially millennia. What I try to do as much as possible, and it's not always completely possible as my resources are limited, is to make a mock-up of the original materials that I think I want to have as the sort of canon version of it, and try it out myself and try to use those materials to write the glyphs that I want to include, and see how easy it is to write those glyphs with the given material and tools. Because if it ends up being really a huge pain, that might indicate to me that I don't want to either use those materials or potentially I want to change the shape of some of the glyphs, depending on which one I'm more attached to. So combining different materials with different tools is a useful practice to see how that varies. Some examples of this from our world. This is a palm leaf inscription. This is a method that's been used for a very long time, at least 500 years BCE on the Indian subcontinent and in Southeast Asia for many different languages, and it's actually been used with different scripts as well. This example here is the Nadi script, and often these would be palm leaves that were cooked and dried in order to prepare them to be basically a writing material. And incisions would be made with a knife pen, and then ink or another pigment would be rubbed over top, and it would stay in the grooves after being wiped off with a cloth. So that was the method of sort of pigmentation that was used. You can see this hole right here. This is not an accident. As you can see, they wrote around it. This would be used to bind different leaves together in sort of a book style. Either the hole would be here or it would be over here on the side. And you could have, they kind of end up looking like those, I used to have in college, like some flashcards that were bound on a ring that you could carry around with you. And that's kind of what they ended up looking like. So that's one option. And actually these have survived relatively well over time, but typically the intact versions are found in regions that are a little bit drier, which is a good indication that humidity makes everything rot, which it absolutely does. And I know well from living in Hawaii. Another interesting example is birch bark. This was used in the Indian subcontinent, Northwest China. It was also used in Russia. This method dates back to at least the 1st century, if not before. This particular example comes from the Bowman manuscript, which was found in Northwest China. This is a Sanskrit treatise found near a stupa. And this method of writing material was used into the 15th century as well. And I believe it's still being used. So another thing to consider is effort versus cost of writing. If everyday people are writing, for whatever reason that might be, what can they easily afford to write on? In any given culture, there may be materials that are more available or that are costlier or cheaper. So these are some things to consider. Like if they're writing on paper every day and everybody is using paper constantly and throwing it away without worrying about it, how are they getting that paper? What is the industry behind the paper making that's making it so ubiquitous and so cheap for everyone to have? Or potentially would something like paper or vellum be something that is reserved for special documents or special situations, richer people potentially? Would poorer people, would they tend to write on something different maybe? And also, would practice writing be done on a different type of surface so as not to waste resources? This is something that was common in the past in various cultures with regard to things like chalk and wax tablets that could easily be scraped or melted again so that you can resurface it essentially. So that's something you can think about. Materials may affect glyph design, as we've seen several times already. Certain shapes are going to be easier to write on certain materials, of course. This is the sort of principle behind why runes have straight lines, which is not a huge leap of logic to make. They're basically designed to be carved into hard surfaces. And if you're using a knife or something to carve and you try to make a sudden curve, you're going to run the risk of messing up your sign or potentially cutting yourself. So there's practical reasons behind that. And given the materials that people write on over time, you may see a difference in development of the symbols themselves. And this is born out of a need for speed, efficiency. This is where things like ligatures come from, of course, depending on the material being used. And all of this can often lead to one of my favorite things in conscripts, which is variation. Variation is basically you can have different scripts versions of glyphs, fonts, etc. This is obviously very common in the real world. The development and the change of a glyph shape over time is really likely. If you incorporate something like time depth into your scripts, you can sort of compare it to developing time depth in a language or creating sound changes over time. So these things often go really well hand in hand. Historical development of a language and the conscript as well. So obviously different writing modalities may call for different varieties of scripts. You may not use the same style as you would use on like silk, for example, with an ink brush as you would carving into metal. So some examples of this from the real world. These are some variations on Chinese characters throughout time. And my understanding of this, I'm no expert on Chinese characters by any means, but my understanding is that at various points, they may have been used on differing materials. So that's not me saying that these are strictly allocated to one material. But with these bronze seal forms, you see that these were in the beginning of, I believe they were cast into bronze to make seals. And then after that, inscribed into metal as well. There was also a habit of writing on bamboo slips. Bamboo and wooden slips are pretty common in different cultures for writing materials. And then you can see some of the development of this particular character for horse until it becomes down here. In fact, up here as well, completely recognizable to anybody who has studied a language that uses these. And you have different varieties that are in potentially simultaneous use depending on things like aesthetics, material, region, things like that. But just to show a little bit of the variety that is out there. I paralleled this a little bit through the development of one of my alphabets, the Hyrulian alphabet. It's gone through a lot of stages and a lot of formats over time. These are just a few of them. There's at least 6 different cursive styles that I've worked on and can't decide which one I prefer, so I decided they all get to coexist. There's a kind of runic inspired set up here in the right top corner called shek, which just basically means hard in reference to the materials it would be written on. So all of these say the same thing. Ifashatse, the word for malachite, the green stone. But they all kind of have a different look to them. And I think variation is a really interesting thing when designing a script. So I considered it to definitely be a feature rather than a bug in every sense. So moving on to some other factors to consider, it's important to consider things that are of more social or educational nature. Think about who are the people in your society that are going to be writing. Orthographies may develop differently based on who is writing, how often they're writing. Is writing something that is available to the everyday person? Is it restricted by class? Is it restricted by job? Is it something that only scribes do, only the privileged, only nobles? Who are the people who are writing? And how long does it take to teach an individual person how to write the language? Do you have a large set of characters, such as in Chinese, that would take more time to learn and would need a greater resource of education and time and potentially money in order to be able to learn that? So based on something like that, if you have a system and you say, well, I want to have 10,000 symbols, that works out, but you have to also devote time to learn all those symbols. So that's also something to consider. And that often leads into thinking about how education works in your world setting, which is a whole different topic. Some historical factors to consider. What is the history of the people? What has happened to them so far in the story of their existence? What are their beliefs, needs, etc.? Customs can be relevant to writing traditions. And more importantly, what other kinds of groups of people do they interact with and how? I'll show a couple of examples of that from my own con world. The first example here is of the Bayan language. And originally, the Bayan people used a logographic phonetic system to write their language. And this was largely the domain of specially assigned scribes. Most people didn't know how to didn't know how to write the language. However, there were thousands of glyphs and also a lot of regional variation. However, the Bayan populations tended to have a higher access to education over time for young people. So as their access to education increased, their ability to teach more people to write more characters also increased. And so in the end, you have a result that was a high literacy rate, but was also kind of interrupted by the fact that the Bai interact frequently with other languages and culture. So then most of the Bai also learned to write many systems of surrounding areas. Over time, the Bayan language even started to be written in other systems, although this was too much controversy within Bayan communities. The resistance typically came from more conservative groups, more culturally conservative, as well as from older generations of people. It was adopted, the use of other scripts was adopted mainly by those Bai that were involved in trade or lived amongst other people. And generally speaking, very few non-Bai can read the Bayan logographs, and they're not well understood outside of the communities that use them. However, the fact that the Bai had begun to write their language using other scripts actually was appealing and caused more people to want to learn the Bayan language because they had a more accessible way of writing it. So this has become more and more popular over time. I have another case study here of how an orthography can change over time and over languages. This is a study of the Vinuvu script, which is an Abugida script that I showed you near the beginning of the presentation. This script was originally created for the Seloi language, spoken by the Selupa people. And then as it got spread and shared basically between different languages and cultures, there were different modifications that were necessary to make to the system. And then there was an adaptation of different cursive and regular modes. So I'll go over a few examples of what happened in that situation. So here's a map of a continent called Izoi. It's located in Elta, which is one of the lateral hemispheres of the planet of Ainith. And this little island over here is called, depending on who you are, either Karkin or Selupava. But basically, it is a shared island between two countries. There are the Karkin in the north, and in the central and south regions, we have the Selupa. The Selupa tended to develop higher technology at a faster rate than their neighbors for quite a while. And they, because of that, ended up having some degree of cultural influence over those neighbors. So they were the first ones to develop a written system for their language. And it was called Vinuvu, which basically just means scratches or marks. It was originally a runic system and then developed in a more curvy direction as they began to write on vellum and paper using ink. So the version that we see today is definitely not very runic. So what happened, the sort of order of operations here is that it was adopted by the neighboring country, Karkin, to write their language, and then eventually made its way across the narrow sea into the territory of the Tosi, who adopted that system as well. And because of their ability to make records, the Tosi were able to advance their empire rather quickly after that. And the Vinuvu script ended up helping to shape the history of the continent of Izoi and even beyond, because the Tosi Empire in its heyday, in its prime essentially, was one of the major deciding factors of the fates of millions of people across this part of the world. So indirectly, the Vinuvu script ended up having a lot of political repercussions. So starting out with Seloi, the originating language for this script, its phonemes are few. As you can see, it is very pared down inventory. Has good number of vowels, kind of a paucity of consonants, but not too bad. So the script of Vinuvu was originally created for this language. So as you can imagine, to use it in another language, you're going to need to make some modifications to the script, or else naturally you would run the risk of having a very confusing system. So here it is. This is a basic version. This was one of the first versions of it that I created a few years ago. It has basically, there are these consonants that can be marked with diacritics to indicate vowels. If you would like to indicate a single vowel in a consonant, you can use these symbols up here. You can also indicate geminates through the use of this kind of mark here. So it was a relatively straightforward system in the beginning, kind of a cross between a syllabary and an abugida in some ways. No inherent vowel, so it had that was somewhat unusual. But basically, you would need to make, here's the vowel diacritics, by the way. You would need to make some modifications if you're going to use it for a language with a different phonemic inventory than Seloi. So if you look at the Karkin language, you can see that their phonemes are many and various. So they have many more consonants, lots of places of articulation, voiced and voiceless pairs all over the place, different nasals. There is still a 6 vowel system, but they also have long vowels, so that presents another challenge. So obviously modifications are going to be needed. And you need to basically add these 6 categories of features. There need to be some kind of provision made for more places of articulation. There need to be more voice states, because if you recall, Seloi only has voiceless stops and has a voiceless alveolar fricative S, and it has a V sound. But other than that, it's missing a lot of the pairs for the voiceless pairs. Also, Karkin has a lot of additional fricatives that don't exist in Seloi, so need to make some provision for a plus continuant feature on these phonemes. Does have 6 vowels, but it's got a different 6th vowel from the typical 5 vowel system. It has a schwa rather than ü, and it has phonemically long vowels. So there needs to be some kind of modification made for this. So you will see different types of modifications that are made to the glyphs depending on what needs to be changed about it. Basically, the method of modification is on the left here, and then on the right is the resulting change. So we see one of the methods for adding or subtracting voice even from a segment is the mirroring of a glyph, so basically turning it around. There's also the method of an internal diacritic of different strokes that are added. For a different place or manner of articulation, you can see various different strokes are added to characters. Things like lateral is something that can be affected. For this lower line diacritic that I'll show you in a bit, it's always indicative of a more back place in the mouth. It's always going to be typically one place of articulation behind that. Whatever the language has, it's one behind. And we see the addition of what I could describe as a miniature H, if you were to transliterate it, that offers the plus continuant feature to whatever the glyph represented before. And finally, we see a reduplication of the vowel diacritic to indicate a long vowel. So here are some examples of this. So we see the PE glyph being modified for voice and having an additional stroke added. Same thing with T and K, additional strokes added somewhere on the glyph. These are not always in the same place. But since these are the only oral stops that we see in celluloid, this is what we've got to work with for that massive system in Karking. For a change in voice state, whether that be adding voice or subtracting voice, we see a mirroring of the glyph. So S to Z and V to F. Celluloid had these two that are on the left here, and Karking had those, but also had these two on the right. So it just flipped them around, basically. A change in place of articulation. Karking has a lot more of those. So we see a change from a velar to a uvular with the addition of this small diacritic. It's basically right underneath the glyph. And likewise, we see a change from alveolar to palatal stop as well. So if you wanted to make this both palatal and voiced, you would add another stroke right here, as we saw in the previous slide. You can add a small version of the H glyph to the side of some of the stops to indicate that it's plus continuant. So it's now a fricative rather than a stop. And you can even add all three of these diacritics. So you can have the place of articulation change. You can have a change in voice indicated with this stroke. And you can have a change in continuance, basically. So instead of a K, this is now a R sound. So it's uvular, voiced, and a fricative. Something a little bit similar was done with the nasal series already in celluloid. You see this pair of the M and the N, which already looks similar. And this was interpreted as being some type of place marker, and more strokes were added as we go farther back in the mouth with the nasal series, until for the uvular, the loop is entirely closed over like that. So that was what's done there. And finally, for the long vowels, we see a duplication or reduplication of the vowel diacritics that are already extant. So basically stacking them on top of each other. And that's also what's done for diphthongs as well, is the vowel diacritics are combined to create the two vowel qualities present in a diphthong. So after the migration of the Vinuvu script over to the Karking culture, it then spread into the Tosi, who were living on the mainland at that time. And Tosi has a significantly larger phonemic inventory than celluloid does. It's not quite as large as Karking. It also has the long vowel, although it lacks the schwa. And it doesn't really have any other phonemes that aren't present in Karking. So what the Tosi did is they took the Karking set and they basically eliminated every glyph that did not correspond to one of their phonemes, since they were not needed. And they basically ran with that. So written Tosi and written Karking look very similar because of that. They just basically look like celluloid with a bunch of stuff added on top, a bunch of sprinkles on top of the cake, more or less. So that is a little bit of the sort of story of what happened with this script. And so we end up with things like this. These are both in Karking. You can say all sorts of stuff. You can express anything, of course. This is a poem. which means there is no difference between us. The gods rain fire on us all. So this is how you say Happy New Year. So there's different sort of versions of it, but I haven't really developed it beyond the basic cursive script and the regular script at this point. Here's another example of the system. This is basically talking about how the soil around your house is brick red. It's just a random sentence. A few cultural notes about the Venuvu script in world. Selupava is generally understood as being the origin of the script. However, there is a widespread myth that the Tosi adopted the script first instead of the Karkin, which is not true, but there is this widely held belief that it is. And this is partially due to the sort of cultural dominance of the Tosi Empire and their sort of view as being superior, and also with a widespread stigma that's attached to Karkin culture. So there's this idea that the powerful Tosi Empire must have been the first ones to adopt this genius writing system from the Selupa, but it's just not true. In fact, the individual clan within the Karkin, this clan was focused on basically adopting new technologies and researching things like that. They had already adapted the script and made modifications before the Tosi had ever made contact with either the Karkin or anybody on Salupava. So the Tosi were really the last ones to pick this up, despite common beliefs. So some final words here. Basically, the sort of trifecta that I think about a lot is that relationship between orthography, language, and the world. And the world, I mean quite broadly, physical, environmental, social, etc. And I think these three components can be interlinked in so many different ways, and that the building of one can assist the building of the others. And ideally, this will create that feedback loop where you continually enrich one system, which continually enriches another, and on and on. And hopefully this would result in a richer, more detailed, potentially more naturalistic, if that's what you're going for, system, and hopefully in the end, a more fun system as well. So with that, I will say Godvihe, thank you. So thank you everybody for listening to my talk. I will stop my share.
Thank you so much, Margaret. Cheryl, I see you're still on the Zoom chat if you would like to ask your question in person.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Hi.
I have a question about where you think the threshold for the complexity of an alphabet should lie. I know I have a tendency to just love interesting, complex shapes all over the place, which isn't very practical. Do you usually go with whatever you have the patience to draw out for an alphabet, or do you think there might be some world-building reasons why people might continue to use complex letters despite their inconvenience?
Well, yeah, that's a really good question. And this is something that I thought about a lot. And I think it kind of depends on the situation and the sort of social situation. In the Karkin system, not everybody in the society is able to learn to write or necessarily wants or needs to. And so typically the complexity is more tolerated if fewer people are learning it, and if it's learned more by like a smaller subset of not necessarily specialists, because it's not just only scribes writing, it is other people as well. But I generally tend to think that if you have a really complex system, it's better handled or more like, I guess, practically tolerated by fewer people who are more able to like devote a large amount of time to learning it. Just like with a lot of, skills or things that you have to deal with in day-to-day life, if you're able to devote more time to it, then you're more likely to be able to learn all that complexity and not get fed up with it and change it back to something really simple. So that's definitely a really good thing to consider.
Yeah, I guess so. People who aren't spending their entire day surviving, people who have time to learn more. Yeah.
Right. If you're more concerned about, crop rotations, you probably don't care about whether you added plus continuant to a glyph or not. It's not really pertinent, but.
Thank you.
Jason, I see you're still here. If you want to ask your question live, I captured the 6 blocks of text in the chat there.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I kind of started off as a question and it kind of turned into a comment and all that. But I guess as someone who does a lot of work with early scripts, Chinese down to the present, and the history of literacy in all of that, what about the role that differing levels of literacy play, especially because if you look at things like the Han Dynasty army or the merchants in the Song Dynasty, you have the same script and you just have people learning how to use it in a somewhat less proficient way. And given that it takes children more or less the same amount of time to become, really fluent in reading, regardless of what kind of script they're using. Like if simple graphs and a one-to-one correlation or correspondence between sound and sign resulted in instant reading, then Korean children would learn to read much, much faster than French children, but they take the same amount of time. And it doesn't take all that much more time for a Chinese kid to learn how to read than it does a French kid. So given that, we have that going, like the graphic complexity doesn't really matter as much as we thought, especially if you look at the aftermath of simplification in mainland China, where they said it was, because we simplified the script, but it doesn't actually make it easier to read. And really what seemed to be happening was standard education and more investment in education. So anyway, in a historical setting, when we're looking at this, in addition to the questions of, display of prestige, I guess to what extent are you considering the ways in which literacy is not a binary between the literate and the illiterate, but rather a continuum to do with habituation and usage in specific context, with some people being able to devote more time to, I guess, a holistic thing, I guess.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So it tends to depend on, like you said, education, widespread access to education. It also depends on the nature of the orthography in terms of how much of it you actually need to know in order to say what you need to say. And people in different kind of realms of society are going to need more or less knowledge of it in order to get farther, or however much they need to get done is going to depend on what is going on. So like if you're in a trade situation and you just need to like write a few notes here and there, I don't know what it would be exactly, but I think that would really contrast with something like somewhere in some kind of basically like white collar situation where you need to have more focus on written and written work and reading and writing. But like what you said, that it's not entirely a binary, that it depends on the different sort of strata of society of who's using how much writing to do what at what point, and like what their actual needs are. I think it's, just like you mentioned on Earth, it depends on how much of the writing system you're really going to acquire and use, kind of depends on what's available to you, but also what you need. So if you find that you only need like 30% of all known, Chinese characters or whatever to get your job done, or whatever the percentage is, then, it makes sense that somebody would learn a certain amount of them. When you have a system like, it's not a logographic system at all, something like a syllabary or an alphabet, it's conceivable that you might learn most of that, but just have more or less disfluency in terms of how much you're able to process and how quickly you can do it, since you don't have to learn thousands of symbols. You just have to learn a set of them. And then after that, it's kind of a process of speed of processing, basically. How much cognitively can you handle at a different rate? So absolutely I agree. It's not a binary between illiterate and literate. but rather between like different groups of people, what they need for what they're doing, what their jobs and lives entail. Not just between like nobles and serfs necessarily, but in much more complex ways. And basically when I talk about literacy, I only introduced it in a pretty simplistic way. Obviously, it doesn't just work in terms of you know nothing about letters or you know everything about letters.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
A question from Alex in the YouTube chat. Do any of these languages have extra glyphs for loan words? Like if a group adopts a script from elsewhere, they spell foreign words with the letters they use, even if they don't make that distinction. So I think that's in reference to the bilabial versus labial dental F, maybe?
Yeah, so in that particular example, it's very interesting because in Reelan language, they were a largely isolated society, a sort of self-contained society that had not had a lot of interaction with outside groups for a very long time. And the dialect that had the merger was the dialect spoken by the people who continued to remain very isolationist. And so I think the degree of loanwords entering that dialect would probably be much smaller than the loanwords entering the other dialect, because they, you know, started trading and doing a bunch of stuff and were in no way isolationist anymore. But I think the point still stands of how, do you mean like how they would represent like foreign phonemes entirely? Is that the essence of the question? Or am I
That's what I'm getting. There's a slight delay between YouTube and
sure.
audio. So
sure. Yeah, so for just foreign phonemes generally, I think in any of these languages, I imagine that it would lead to, it would basically just be modification of the scripts and the glyphs they already have. Whether it's an approximation or whether they're actually modifying the glyphs, I think the former is more likely, that they're actually going to be approximating the sounds. However, in a completely different script that we didn't talk about very much that I created, there is a glyph that is only used in foreign words. And that is for the Ori language, which has a j sound, but only for loan words from nearby language. So there actually is, but it didn't appear here.
That is awesome. John Chiara asked, I notice you use symbols to show linguistically sophisticated concepts such as plus continuant and to show phonemic distinctions. Would layperson speakers of a language understand such concepts, or would they be taught them as children as simply arbitrary symbols, or do you see them being taught the phonological concept behind the symbol?
That's a very good question.
That question is repeated in the chat if you have to refer to it.
Oh, yeah, right. Very good question. So originally, the original modifiers of the Seloi script were a particular clan of Karkin people whose job it was to approach everything in a rather technical manner. And amongst them were actually a lot of linguists at that time. And so the technical nature of the modifications made to the Vinuvu script are because of them, because of that clan. And the propagation of the script throughout the Karkin, whoever else, and through Tosi speakers, they are not necessarily explicitly taught those concepts. They may sort of think about them or kind of realize that there's something going on here, but they're not taught like, now we got to add voice, now we got to add continuant, you know. And obviously this is biased by my this world linguistics training. So those concepts are, for all intents and purposes, parallel to those people in that particular clan. But that's a good question. So the average layperson would not be explicitly probably taught the concepts behind this, partially because the clan that did the modifications didn't really give a justification for why they did the things they did. They just said, here it is, it's ready to go. So everyone just started using it.
I can't do Alex's explanation of the previous question much justice, speaking no Persian, Arabic, or Thai or Sanskrit myself. But in the YouTube chat, they're saying I was thinking of something like Persian looks like a syllabic D in loan words from Arabic, even though they pronounce it as Z, or Thai having letters for Sanskrit or Pali sounds, even though those sounds are not used in Thai.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so that that is approximately parallel to what is going on in the other situation I mentioned that is not actually described here. That it's basically it's originating as a sound that exists in another language, and then whether or not they pronounce it correctly, quote unquote, is another issue altogether. So I think it does kind of parallel that Persian example.
Important follow-up question from John Chiara. Where's your kitty?
Oh, where is my kitty? She is somewhere else right now. I don't know.
Oh,
She
no.
abandoned me, maybe because I took off my fluffy hoodie.
So one thing I don't think we've actually covered in any of the orthography discussions so far. Obviously, we see a lot of calligraphy pens being used, and for the presentations, we're seeing handwriting forms, and you talked about original materials, whether they're clay tablets or palm leaves, but as a conlanger, what do you do to, oh, there we go. What do you do to codify your scripts? Do you use a program? Do you keep them always handwritten?
Yeah, so they all start out as handwritten scripts. And I have an idea, and then I try to test it on some type of similar material to make sure it's not too wild of a concept for that material. And then I typically will either continue to write them by hand, or I have a few calligraphy programs that I use, usually with iPad and Apple Pencil, that I've come to, take advantage of over time. And I have also just written them with stylus in other sort of plain note-taking programs as well, just for sake of quickness and convenience. But yeah, I've done calligraphy with them, both digital and physical calligraphy. And then I've done a font of one so far. I did a font of the Reoxe script. Hopefully I can figure out a good way to do a font of Vinuvu, because that's one I'd really like to approach, but I'm not very good at font making at this point, so I'll have to sort of explore that more in terms of how to indicate all the different types of diacritics and like additional strokes and stuff. So yeah, hope that answers that.
I mean, I think so. We've had a number of discussions in different Conlang forums about using, I don't know if it's Glypher or Glyph-R or Font Lab or Font Forge or various things like that. Do you have a go-to that you're trying to use?
I believe we used Font Forge for the previous font. It's kind of complex in my experience. Looking at it again, I probably would choose something else. But beyond that, I don't have a preference really. Looking at just sort of it's always kind of a comparison between usability, power, and accessibility. And so something that is simple may not be powerful enough. Something that's powerful may be too complex, and something that's both powerful and simple may be expensive. So those are kind of the three software principles that I usually work on, and sometimes it's a balancing act between those three.
Yeah, I'll echo that. Font Forge was certainly beyond me. There's a very steep learning curve there. Glypher is actually a very user-friendly program as far as I'm concerned, but takes a very long time to actually render and download your script. And Font Forge is very expensive, or not Font Forge, sorry, Font Lab 7 is very, very expensive. But they do offer academic discounts if you have a student ID or academic ID.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't think Sai's actually asking questions. I think Sai's just chatting with Matt in the chat. And if anybody had another question that I didn't get to.
I'm just trying to look at the chat here.
Oh,
actually, I have one question for you, which is for my language on also with Alex, using font software is actually completely impossible because font software assumes that like you have a thing that shows glyphs in order, which is not true for us, although using pens is perfectly fine. Have you thought about other writing systems where essentially the technology dictates in some sense like what you think of as a possible thing that you could do with the writing system?
I've experimented with some systems that I don't believe would be viable for any kind of font software that I'm aware of. I've experimented with some sort of, I guess they would be called nonlinear systems, and also systems that incorporate things beyond just shape, but also like color and things that I think are maybe less naturalistic, like degrees of different angles. They kind of get a little bit mathematical. They're kind of experimental systems. They're not fully developed yet. And I definitely don't know how I would represent that with a font, at least no font program that I'm aware of at the moment. They are not fully developed, but I've gotten into several different systems that are somewhat like that, yeah.
All right, I think that takes up our time, but I will relay one comment from YouTube. I'm not going to pronounce the name correctly. Cincy. Inkscape for font making, you can use the program internally or paste the shapes over into FontForge and adjust the scaling because vertices can be copy pasted. So that might be a potential thing for those types of fonts.
Oh yeah, I think I've heard about that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Margaret. As was said very early on in the YouTube chat, that was kind of the icing on the cake and wrapped up a lot of orthography talks for the day. And I and from everyone commenting in YouTube, we really appreciated it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so I'm going to do just the wrap up here, and I'm going to check my notes to make sure I actually cover everything I want to say, which is somewhere back here in the my Slack chat with Sai. All right, so first and foremost, I want to thank everybody who attended either on Zoom or attended with a slight delay on YouTube. We were having fun monitoring all of the conversations that were happening on YouTube and trying to pick out the various questions for the presenters. There were both great conversations happening around the topics and topic adjacent, as well as great questions to the presenters. To the presenters themselves, I had a lot of fun listening to your talks. There's definitely a few I'm going to have to go back and rewatch because I was busy trying to respond to questions on YouTube or capture questions, and there's definitely some things I want to see again or understand a little bit better. I appreciate everything I've learned so far and what I'll learn going forward. I also want to give a special shout out to Daniel Newell, who doesn't seem to be on the Zoom anymore. I said this yesterday, but Daniel approached me months ago over the members Slack and said, how can I volunteer with the LCS? What do you need a hand with? And I said, hey, we've got this digital language creation conference coming up sometime next year. You can help out with that. And Daniel helped me figure out the date, helped me figure out how to call for abstracts, vet the abstracts, and create the schedule, as well as figuring out problems with time zones for some of our contingent in Germany and the UK, and certainly in Australia. We have some very different time zones to consider. Margaret, being from Hawaii, had to be up nice and early this morning to participate in the language relay, but I think we did the best we could there. Daniel was also, this was his first Conlang relay, and he stepped all the way up to be the relay master. So he was able to wrangle all of the cats and pull everything together, and a few technical hitches by Zoom and audio aside, I think was a great relay. On that note, I'm going to do a little bit of editing with the slides. Some people have sent me some corrections or some MP3s after the fact. I'm going to take tonight and tomorrow off, but Tuesday I'll probably get to those edits, and I'll get all of the slides PDF'd and sent over to C, our wonderful webmaster, who will make everything available online. I also want to thank Sai. Sai has been doing almost all of the background work, which I hope was easier this year with this interface. But Sai has been segmenting all of the videos out as each of the talks end, so that they can be viewed separately on YouTube for anyone who wants to do that later. Sai has been grabbing Twitter handles and links and adding those to the comments, and making sure everything is accessible as possible. And they've also been messaging me both here and on Slack to make sure I didn't forget things, or if weird permissions were showing up, things of that nature, and coming up with extra ideas like our continuing social chat. So we had a great turnout last night for the social chat on Zoom after the conference wrapped up. Jimin hosted that one. We're going to do the same thing tonight. So after this wraps up, and after a brief pause to wrap up the YouTube streaming, we're going to launch that subsequent Zoom, and Sai will host us there. And you're welcome to drop by and chat and ask follow-up questions, anything of that nature, and just hang out. One thing for the presenters, many of you have sent me PDFs of your slides, so we can post those to the website. If anyone hasn't done that yet, please, I'll say please feel free to do so. We'd love to have them. And once I have those, I'll forward them on to C, who will be able to upload them onto the website, so people can not only go back and watch the videos and hear your explanations, but take time with the different slides and different examples. Sai has also completed or created a Google Docs form that I'm sure they will share the link for. It's in the YouTube chat now. This is a completely optional form, but we'd appreciate your thoughts on what's going on in the, or what went on in the digital conference, what you thought of the different talks, what you thought of the format, the layout, how informative or easy to communicate it was, anything of that nature. All of the questions within the questionnaire are optional, so if you don't want to provide an answer to a particular question, feel free to skip it. If you enter your email address, you will then be able to go back in and edit your responses later just by providing your email address again. But again, we'd really love to hear from you, not only to know what the demographics of our audience are, but to find out what you thought. That prompts me to talk about something Sai and I were talking about in the Slack conversation, is the incredible diversity of presenters and participants we've had. The LCS and conlanging in general has always been a collection point for people of all different walks of life. But what struck both Sai and I this time is we had multi-generations of conlangers, from fairly young conlangers in their teens all the way up to people who were talking about remembering the birth of digital conlanging in the early 90s when they were finding each other on the internet for the first time, which says nothing about any of our ages. but the multi-generational, multi-representative in terms of how people identify, and multiracial makeup of all of our presenters and participants. It's really cool to see this melting pot happening where we can all come together in a safe space and discuss something that we're all passionate about. And I definitely want to reiterate something that was brought up yesterday, is that we are a very open society. We are very accepting. So if your personal identity changes, evolves, becomes more clear, or you decide to come forward with the way you're feeling, even retrospectively, we are willing to make changes to how we portray you on our website and our social media as best we can. So you're very welcome to reach out to us if any edits need to be made in the future. I think that was almost everything I want to say, but the last thing is the board of the LCS meets every 2 months to discuss what's coming up, what's happening, anything we need to respond to that can wait for a bi-monthly meeting. We're going to cancel next weekends because we've all had a lot on our plates recently. And like I said yesterday, it's okay to not be okay. We're going to take a little bit of a break, but we'll come back in another 2 months where we're probably going to be discussing what's the next LCC going to look like. I personally believe that it will be safe to meet in the future by the time the next LCC rolls around. Hopefully the vaccinations continue to roll out and they prove as effective as we all hope they are. But what will the next LCC look like will depend on the proposals we end up getting. So in terms of explanation, somewhere in the spring or summer, most likely, we'll put out a call for proposals, and people can write back to us suggesting where they are to be a good location for a conference, showing us the facility that would be used, proposing a budget and a time frame for when the conference would potentially be held. And then we'll gather all of that information and we'll look to make sure it ticks all of the boxes, and we'll open it up for community feedback in some form or another before ultimately deciding where the conference will be. The last conference was in Cambridge, UK. The one before that was here in Calgary, LCC 7. So we do like to bounce around between continents. So we're probably looking somewhere in the Americas, or at least that would be our preference for the next one. And then we'll bounce back to a different side of a different pond. And I think that's it for me. I really hope I remembered to thank everyone. If I didn't, sincerest apologies, but everyone, presenters, background volunteers, I can't say staff, officers and directors of the LCS, and everybody that came together to present or contribute their talks on, or their comments on YouTube. Thank you so much for making this, once again, a very memorable LCC for all the right reasons, not just the fact that it was our first digital one. Sai, I'll stop there in case you want to pop in and say anything, or if not, we're going to leave the YouTube up for just a few minutes while we segment out this last bit, and then hopefully we'll see some of you on the social Zoom shortly. All right, thank you very much, everyone. And I appreciate all of the comments of praise and thanks that are coming in.